Y'all know what it is. Don't judge your boy. Don't judge your boy. It's been an eventful morning already. CP Tizzle. What up, Ivory? Hold on. What we saying? Women are taught to serve one man, and men are taught to be players, especially in the African American community. Especially that especially thing fucks with me. Definitely don't think it's. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like white men be cheating their ass off. I feel like men be cheating their ass off. That's a thing I haven't really looked into either. Like what, like ethnically speaking, who's more likely to cheat? I don't know if they got that, but they got those numbers. But I would be curious to look into those numbers. I highly doubt that black men cheat more than any other man, personally. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's once again, I think this is a man problem. I don't think this is like a black male problem or a white man problem. I think it's just a man problem. Yeah. Had to talk about this. This is one of them ones. This is one of them ones. I've been seeing a lot of lives about monogamy. Right? It's entitlement, exactly. I've been seeing a lot of shit about monogamy. So I don't know. I feel like this is something I wanted to touch on, but y'all know what it is. Bang the Cash App. Keep the live alive. I got my little goal up here. I need 5 subs by the end of the live. Appreciate you. We got the gift goal. We got the gift goals in here. The statement is true fact. If you wish not to be controlled, don't marry. It's a weird statement. I don't know about that one. Rich. Who's under control? The woman? If you don't want to be controlled, that's weird. You're telling women don't be. How about you just don't control women? don't try to control your woman, right? Doesn't that seem like the easiest way to do? It's black men. When you looked up the reason for divorce, they have the highest number of infidelity. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know. I never looked that up. But I didn't know that. So I just saw a stat that said black married couples cheated 22%, white cheated 16%, but white peeps are less. Yep. Are less honest. That's funny. Man. Cece said white. She's basically said white people be lying, so we don't know. But yeah, okay. I didn't know. These stats are insanely low and unbelievable. Why do you think it's so low? If 1 out of 5 men cheating is pretty fucking high. 1 out of 3 men cheating, like that's really high. You know what I'm saying? I think the propaganda got us thinking like everybody cheats, but I'm like, everybody doesn't cheat. Like that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. 1% is too high, but I'm just saying like 1 out of 5. So if it's 22% ish, about 20%, that's 1 out of 5. So let's say 1 out of 5, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think that's high, but like people are like, oh, that's low. I'm like, 1 out of 5 is low? That's fucking high. That's a very, very high number to me. I don't know. Poor men invented monogamy because women chose the better men when they were sharing. They didn't choose the better man. They choose the wealthier man. They chose the wealthier man, definitely. I don't think they actually chose the better man. It's a percentage of percentage. That's what makes it high. Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so men weaponize monogamy against women all the time. I see that constantly. I think it's hilarious that the very men that are like not wanting to be married are the main ones pushing for marriage. The very men that can't control, have no dick control, be the main niggas out here talking about women having high body counts and women and all women cheating and and all that type of shit. It's wild. It's a very interesting time. It's a very interesting time to to witness, to say the least. Yeah. So they use it. They try to convince women. What up? They try to convince women that you should be with me. Choose me. I'm a good man, right? And then when the woman chooses him, he then feels entitled to go off and cheat. And when he cheats, it's because he can disassociate or disconnect himself from the feelings that typically come with having sex with women or whatever the case may be, which is a lie. But that's the lie that men tell all the time. They just weaponize it because they know women get their identity from marriage. Yeah. Yeah, women are society definitely encourages women to be married, which I spoke about earlier. But yeah, 100%. Women are conditioned to be married, and men are conditioned to do whatever the fuck we want to do. That's it. Insecure men push monogamy. No, I don't think you have to be insecure to only want one partner. I think insecure men push monogamy and then cheat. I think that makes them insecure. But monogamy in and of itself is a fine concept. I think it's perfectly okay. There's no what's wrong. What is wrong with being with one person? Like, especially when you talk about raising a child. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that makes more sense to me. I'm like, yeah, you got a kid, you got a couple kids, few 3, 4, 5 kids together. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense to have like a partner. You guys are growing together. The kids are growing together. Yada yada yada. And then you got help from extended family members and so on and so forth. Like, that's great. I think that's a great. I think that's very very great. But yeah. Jay, what are you talking about? Do you want to get blocked? What do you mean in a large fry? What the fuck are you talking about? Did somebody already block Jay? I can't tell. There he goes. And 2 large fries, thanks. Was that like some like racist shit? Like, I don't even understand. Please explain what did that comment mean? I'm very interested in what that comment meant. That was a very odd comment to me. I don't know. Maybe I missed the joke. I'm not in that joke. I don't get it. I'm not understanding. Yeah, and I want to be clear. Like I said, I think monogamy is perfectly fine. Obviously, like, I'm in a monogamous relationship. I think it's healthy. It's healthy for me. It's easier than being in a It would be easier than me being in a relationship with like multiple women, and it's definitely easier than me being in a relationship with a woman that has a bunch of men. Right? Like, if my wife took on 3 husbands, like, I couldn't handle that either. So I don't know. It works for me, but like, I'm not for or against it. I'm just really against how men are trying to weaponize it against
Hi
women.
brother, how are you?
Come on, bro. Come on.
Brother,
Stop,
I'm from
man.
Syria, need
Nah,
help.
bro. Stop, bro. Come on, man. This is crazy. You got to stop, bro. It's crazy. Sorry, Samu. I got to block you, fam. I don't know what the fuck you be on. I don't even know if you really in Syria. That's a hell of a grift you got going if you ain't. It's because you see women as human beings and most men don't. Yeah. I mean, it's that has a lot to do with it. I'm waiting on somebody too. I had a young lady reach out to me, and she told me that her yeah, I missed the joke, Jay. That's what I was saying. Explain it to me. I don't get it. She told me that she I wanted her to come up and tell her story. I'm waiting for her. I'm trying to see if we can get her up to enough followers so she could. It's not showing that you're live for some reason. That's weird. Um, it's not showing that I'm live. That's weird. That's like some hater shit, low key. Uh, anyways, I'm saying. So anyways, this young lady just shared with me that she recently broke up with her boyfriend because he said that he's basically she broke up with her boyfriend because because she was listening to me. Like he got mad at her for listening to my lies. And I was like, that's crazy. I want to hear this story.
Okay, people are saying it's showing for them. Maybe it's just some people. Like, you know how on the top it'll show like everybody that's live. You're
Mm-hmm.
not up there. I just saw this because BPG shared.
Yeah, that's weird. That's strange. Hopefully
Yeah,
it's
it is. But
functional.
anyway,
What up, Mr. Memphis?
What's up?
Chilling. What's good with it?
For one, it is so refreshing to finally see a man that respects women and to actually see them as human. Because
Nice.
at first I thought you put it up there as to be sarcastic or satire. I didn't think it was for real. Because it's so
What?
many. Because I think it's so many. You don't understand. There's so many lives you go in. You be they finna be for real. No, they don't be for real. They actually be hating women with a guttural passion.
For real.
And it's so refreshing to see. It's actually thank you very much. It's so refreshing.
Appreciate that. Did you have something to say about the prompt?
Absolutely. Definitely men invented monogamy as a way to control women. Also, men don't see women as human. They
Mm-hmm.
see even when they have children with them, even though they bond with them in air quotes, you can't see what I'm doing air quotes.
Yeah.
I love. You're still a tool to them. You're still something that they feel a tool that they're entitled to, a tool that they can do whatever to. And
Mm-hmm.
so it just really just leads back to patriarchy and how they're just simply socialized and raised to you're entitled to people's bodies
Yep.
and their love, just who they are as a person, their essence of what they can do for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, that's really all it just leads back to, just the simple, you hate women. It's just that thing.
Conditioned to hate women, absolutely, and not see him as people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody, Chuck said, how does he know that? Because he's a man and he's a human and he lives in our society and he could see it with his own two eyes. I don't know why that would be a mystery. Why wouldn't he be able to see that?
Also, host, you're not homophobic. That's probably also why you have such a clear view. You're also not homophobic.
That's crazy. That's a wild thing to assume that a man wouldn't be able to see it, or a man or a woman don't even matter, but like a person would be able to see that. Like that's crazy.
They don't see me as human either. Because
Exactly.
I'm gay. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. That's very fair point right there. That's also something that we got to work on too. Yeah, I 100% agree with Mr. Memphis. He's 100% right. And I appreciate you coming up, brother. I got I'm about to rotate. I got some other people.
All right.
I appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, Katie said it. If he said something, if he got up here and was being misogynistic, because I don't think you guys know that homosexual men often are misogynistic as well. So yeah, they could be misogynistic too. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? So he could have got up here and been on that same bullshit, and then he would have been in the comments like, "Yeah, brother, you know these women." It would have been, "You understand these women better because you're gay." Like that's what he would have said. But since he didn't do that, then now it's how does he know? Got him. Nah, y'all wilding. But yeah, I want that young lady to come up, man. Define misogyny, the hate or dislike of women. Thank you, Hart. So we giving classes on men manipulating monogamy. Man, please. You mad? You're mad because I'm exposing yet another part of your grift? Chuck, you're mad because I'm exposing another grift of misogyny? Yeah, that's what I do. Have you not been paying attention? That's literally what I want to, okay. I'm going to tell you guys, for you guys who don't know what I do, right? Because it seems like you don't. You're late to the party, but you're in my live all the time. I'm going to tell you what I do. I expose the grift that is misogyny. That's all I do. And you guys make it easy for me because every day you give me new stuff. Y'all give me new things to talk about every day. I find something new. I'm like, that's interesting. I'm going to talk about that. And this is something that I've seen for the last 3 days because I wasn't able to go live. I'm just talking. Okay. Well, you just listening in. How about that? Les Toxique was good.
Hey, what's up, public? I love your lives.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just had a quick thing to say about how you know for a fact that men do absolutely hold monogamy against women. Because if you do, as a woman, try to date in this day and age, and you tell a man straight up, hey, we're just having fun. I'm here for a good time. Let's hang out. Let's do whatever. I have literally had this happen to you where a man will say, just so you know, when I first start seeing a woman as a hoe, I can't see her as anything else. Literally.
Sir.
Literally, men will tell me, hey, just so you know.
Me too, Toxic.
Once
I've heard it
you've
too.
had that happen. Yes, they'll tell you just so you know. Once I start having
See me as a hoe because you're never gonna
Yes.
hear from me again. So
Yes. They
you
get
may as well
mad
mark
'cause
me
I'm
in the
like,
hoe category because the last time we'll
Exactly.
ever talk.
100%. And it's like, I'm just trying to be upfront with you. Men claim that they want sex. They claim that they want all this, but the reality is they want to have sex and to hold a relationship over your head. And once you remove that from the equation, then we have a problem. And now I'm a hoe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I had to say. But I just wanted to
That
share
is
that.
very, and that's another way of exposing the grip. Like, so yeah, you guys expose yourselves all the time. That's the thing that I'm like, it's just weird. You guys expose yourselves all the time. It's crazy. It's wild. Yeah, exactly, Katie. It's about conquering women. Exactly. But yeah, I appreciate you coming up. Oh, she already dropped. I appreciate you coming up.
So this is why I always tell men it's really easy to kind of spot the what's the word, like the misogyny pipeline. Like with anything that a man is telling you, think about like whatever concept he's trying to convince you of, whatever he's trying to tell you, think about who it benefits the most. Like who does it actually help or benefit the most for you to accept that concept? And every time you think about that, you'll be able to immediately call out the misogyny in just about anything, like very quickly. Just like with the whole, like the body count thing. Who does it benefit for us to accept that it's perfectly fine for men to many people as possible, but it's completely deplorable for women to sleep with as many people as possible? Who does that benefit in the long run? Like, and we can do this with any like misogynistic talking point. When you break it down to who does this actually benefit, you'll see, oh, that we go right back to, it's like a big circle. We go right back to, oh, duh, that's what misogyny and patriarchy, that's the whole goal, is to make something benefit men the most. And sometimes it hurts women, sometimes it just doesn't, it's neutral, but it's always intended to benefit the man the most.
Always. Reggie said that the top 20% would be polygamous if not for laws. I mean, beyond being married, you can practice. I mean, polygamy, I believe, means like taking on more than one wife or something like that. I don't remember all the like polygamy, polyamory. Like, I don't even get all into that, but y'all know what I'm talking about. One part, like, but just you being in a relationship with like multiple, that's not illegal. Like, you could very, like, I could have a house and it could be my wife and 4 men and my wife, right? And me and her are the only ones that are legally married, but then she could have 3 other, boyfriends living in the house. Like that's possible. And people do that. So beyond marriage, you know what I'm saying? Like beyond the institution of marriage, you could practice it. Yeah. Polygyny is men and polygamy, many women. Yeah. So exactly. So you could practice, me and my wife could practice polygyny. Sorry, I said polygyny, polygyny. And then men, you guys could practice polygamy, right? Like it's a possibility. It doesn't have to be legalized. What's up, Auntie?
It's legal in some states also. There's states in the United States that you can actually be married to multiple people.
Yeah, that part too. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, living together with a bunch of people is always legal. You could do that anytime you want to.
But I came up here to tell you that I never told you this, but my ex was mad at me listening to you too, and I didn't realize that it was you that he was talking about until after we broke up. because he used to post like some of the red pill stuff, and I would ask him, I'm like, what do you have? This was at the end of the relationship. I'm like, why do you post that stuff? Like, what do you agree about that? I would have those conversations, and he would throw it back like, you always be on TikTok listening to man hating stuff, and I never knew what it was until I really thought about it. It was your page that I would be listening to before I even started talking to you. It was you.
That's
So
crazy.
yeah, he would get mad because I would listen to that, but because I'm a talker, like I would have conversations about those things, and I think he noticed that I would listen to something, and then I would actually go ask those questions to him, and I didn't realize that till I put two and two together that that's what was happening, and I don't think he liked that. I was asking kind of similar questions like this of what he thought about these things, and he didn't like it. And so I just came up here to tell you that I didn't even think about that until you said you were saying that other people had said it, but he had problems with me listening to you too. I don't care. I'm gonna listen to what I want and I'm gonna say what I want. Um, and it was interesting that he even got with me with those kind of thinking because I've always thought like this. It wasn't because of you, and you just helped me get topics. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I hate how they act once again. You got to tell the men, you got to be like, you do realize that I already knew all of this shit that he be saying before he said.
right.
I think that be the thing I'll be most shocked at. I'm like, do you guys really not know that the women know this? But you know what though? Here's where I blame y'all. Here's why I blame you, Auntie. Because you got with him. He got with you, whatever you want to say, right? So of course he's thinking, she obviously doesn't think I'm that bad of a guy. so you kind of like, what's it called? You kind of like, you gave him like the okay, you know what I mean? Like you made him, you know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
No,
Like
that was one of my mistakes that I made with that. For one, it was like a bait and switch. So for one, I ain't seen none of his social media and
True.
stuff like that beforehand.
Yeah.
And then for two, I also was trying, because I do post some stuff that are like not necessarily all the way how I feel. And when we had actual conversations, he would lean against like those kind of thought process, or he would hold it in until it got deeper. And so it was on me because I should have took those more as, I took them as yellow flags and not necessarily red. I was just like, I don't like it, but we can talk about it. But when I actually talk to him and we have conversations about things, he doesn't align with those things. And so after a while, I'm just like, you still posting that stuff, but you're saying that you don't align to these things. So I started digging deeper, and your topics were ways for me to dig deeper. And I think he didn't like that because I understand that I'm a woman, so I say things like a woman, but you were able to articulate it like men articulate. And so I was able to ask questions in a different way to dig in how men articulate. And I don't think he liked that. I kind of got, so I think if anything, you gave me kind of the tools,
just the language.
the language more than anything, not just the information. Because I already had that information, but I had the language that not necessarily just to open the conversation, but I had the language to make him have to answer. Like the way that I would ask, he was able to like kind of finagle around it. But the way that you ask questions and the way that you frame it, you can't finagle around it. And I think that's what he didn't like about it. It was direct. It was directly.
I do it on purpose too, obviously, but I be putting these niggas in straitjackets intentionally. Like I want them to understand, because I could ask like a vague question, or I could make like a vague prompt, and then you know what I'm saying, and then is it right? Like I could do that dumb. I don't want to do that. I want you to know that I know where it's coming from. Like I understand completely why you are saying this. I know why you're doing this. I'm not gonna ask you why. I'm telling you why, and then you have to. I need for you to prove to me why you don't think this way. Right? You're saying you don't think this way, then why do you do this? You see what I'm saying? Like prove it. Show me how I'm wrong. Show me how I'm doing this wrong. Like Chuck is doing a terrible job of it, right? Because he's saying stuff like, y'all throw out the term misogyny on men like flies on shit for the failure of y'all relationships. No, misogyny actually is at the core of most of these the demise in most of these relationships. Chuck, what do you want us to believe? Right? I'll give you two scenarios. I'll give you two options. Either all men are pieces of shit and we were just born that way. Right? Vast majority of us. We're just born that way. There's nothing we can do. We're born that way. Go, if you believe that, you and Princella, you guys will align. right? Because that's the type of shit she be saying. We're biologically, cool. Go listen to Princella. She'll kick all that shit to you. And she's worse than me. She way tougher on niggas than I am, right? But she, at least you guys can agree on that point that just all men ain't shit. We just biologically programmed to be ain't shit motherfuckers on the face. Okay, cool. You can go do that. Or you could think that way. Or you could take my approach and say, no, we're taught this shit and we can unlearn it. And we can not pass it on to our children so that our children don't have to unlearn it. They just know it from the beginning. That's my approach. So which one is it? You tell me, which one would you like? That we're all pieces of shit and we're just born that way and we're biologically programmed to be terrible human beings and to be failures in these relationships and to be the reason why no woman fucking, while we're insufferable, to be around 90% of the time. Or all those things are true still, except for the part that we're born that way, we're taught to be that way, and we can unlearn it. Which one do you want? Because the shit
Public, I think you're missing an option.
What's the other option?
To them, you're not giving them the third option, which is men are perfectly fine and these women just like to complain. There's most men, it's just the men y'all choose. Most men are perfectly fine. Most men don't have these problems. It's just the ones y'all choose.
I'm not giving them that option because that's a stupid option. Because that's not a real option.
I agree.
That's a crazy option to give somebody.
I agree, but what I'm telling you is that's what a lot of them think, and that's where we get stuck. Like, I believe that, yes, they need to be choosing from one of those two, but we can't even get there because they're still back on square one, which is, we're fine. What are y'all talking about? That's how far behind the curve we are in this conversation.
Yeah. Your replacement, what are the other options? I'm dying to know what the other options are.
And it's interesting that, like, now women have gotten to the point where we're like, okay, since you have that option, we'll just leave you alone. And they're complaining about that too. Like, women are just choosing to be single. They're not saying that, they're not talking, like, women have stopped talking about men. It don't change nothing. We just gonna stand over here. And they get mad about that too.
Yep. Thanks for coming up, Auntie. I got a couple people in the queue. Yep. You guys are nuts. I would love to know what the
girl is.
Damn, this is max out of
the girl is here, but I don't know if she can come up because she only has like 98 followers.
Okay, what's her name? Where's she at? Hold on. Oh, there she goes.
She right
Ayana?
here. She just
yeah. Ayana, hey, could y'all how many, I don't know how many followers Ayana needs, but if you guys all go follow her right now, please follow Ayana so she could come up. I would love to hear her story. She's a young lady that reached out to me and told me
that her on this panel. All 226. Everybody in here, go follow Ayana right now.
Go follow Ayana right now. Let's get her followers up real quick so she could join us on this panel. I want her to tell us the story of how her boyfriend broke up with her and basically blamed the fact that she listened to me. I want to hear this. I need to hear this story. Like, this is I was like, I don't want to hear I don't want to read it in text. I want to fucking hear this story because this is crazy.
Somebody said she needs two.
I was trying to confirm with the lady that was just up here, because I don't think you understand. Like, yeah, your live sometimes does play around. I'm gonna just say men in general. I'm not gonna specify this to myself or anybody.
Wait, real quick, AP. Hey, can somebody pin Ayana? Her name is Ayana Banks. Can y'all pin her comment?
Hold on.
Because I can't pin people. They won't let me pin.
In this format. Here we go.
Oh, we also could do like a poll and put her name in the poll if it's real, if you need to.
Pin option.
And ain't no pin option?
I don't have a pin option. I don't know if you gotta enable it, but
I mean, y'all got all the capabilities. It's crazy.
I don't. I tried.
God damn it.
I think it's the right format too. This is the right.
Yeah, no, it's everything. I know I gave y'all got all the options. Y'all fully loaded. Ayana Banks, that's her at. Yep. You can't pin when people are in the boxes.
I forgot I can't pin from the box. Y'all gotta put from the comment. One of the moderators.
Can you pin it if you can see her? Ayana Banks. Ayana, can you comment again? Oh, you can't pin with people in the box. That's what you're saying? Oh.
Okay. Help us pin this back.
There she goes. Ayana Banks. She's here.
She keep commenting though. Ayana Banks, she's there.
She's commenting.
Her picture is red.
Yep.
She said her boyfriend broke up with her.
Okay, she at
at
153. Y'all see her. Cause she was at 98 before. Y'all see her.
Yeah.
Keep following.
Keep following Ayana Banks. I don't know how many she needs. How many does she need to come up? 200?
I think 200 minimum.
200. So let's get her to 200. That's crazy. All right, go ahead, AP. What was you saying?
No, I was going to tell that girl that was up here before, like, so your name has not name your live. Your live is played. I'm not gonna get specific because y'all motherfuckers be nosy on here. Anyways, yo, your live has played in front of men, and it makes them squirm and uncomfortable in their chair. You know how like you gotta itch your ass and you just be squirming. I don't know. It just makes their ass itch. The things that you say, and it's like the girl said when she was up here. It's not that we don't have this information, this knowledge, but it's just that when you say it, it's almost like you're speaking in the language of men. Because of course the language of women, it's automatically, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you even saying? What are you talking about? Oh, but when public says it, it's, man, fuck that nigga. That you know what I'm saying? Like
when it's so when it's a woman, they could brush it off as like they could hide behind the guise of like, what do you know, woman? But if a man is saying it, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's like, and they start to get uncomfortable. Like, who the fuck is that over there talking? Like, who is saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Or they won't even say anything. It's in their body language though, because some men are smart enough to know if they do say something, it's gonna come off like they're being defensive, like they're intimidated. You know what I'm saying? By what you're saying. That's a young boy. Public.
No, I know. I'm doing two things at once. I'm listening.
Like Hamid. Anyways, but yeah, so they get uncomfortable, and so some men are trying to like learn how to like not squirm, when they hear you talking, or hear a girl listening to you. So it's just try like, oh, it don't bother me, like, whatever, it don't bother me, I'm good, I'm cool, when you're not cool, and I think that's how misogyny is, right? I feel like it is a part of every man. The levels in which it like comes to the surface though, it depends on how good they are at trying to keep it below surface, if that makes sense. Like, shit, like, let me, I know my misogyny is not conducive to this relationship working. Like, I know that I can't have a successful relationship with this woman that I want to have a relationship with if I'm this misogynistic. I'm aware that I have misogyny in me, but she's just gonna have to deal with it, because I'm not about to change it. Like, I'm not about to work on me. Some men will even go as far as to say, like, I've been to therapy, I worked on me. But yeah, you went to therapy, you worked on you, but did you also work on that misogyny though? That's a whole completely different thing. Like, going to therapy, I feel like, is this general thing that they feel like is this people thing. People go to therapy. People learn how to communicate. They do X, Y, and Z in therapy. But then men don't take it a step further to be like, but did I combat my own misogyny though?
Yeah. What did I actually unpack? Did I go to therapy just to make me feel better about, mommy wounds, daddy wounds, whatever little wounds I got, or did I actually get to the root cause?
How y'all doing today? I see that they think I'm the jerk today. I came off as the jerk on purpose though, because I want people to listen. They're not gonna listen to.
I was in the middle of his sentence.
I'm sorry. I'm reading their comments. I'm sorry. I didn't know if they could hear me. I was talking to my homie next to me.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. You off?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, anyway, man, my name Debo. How you doing today, public?
I'm good.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, brother.
You good?
That ain't my attention.
Right.
Yeah, they think I'm the jerk up in here, man. I'm telling y'all too now. I be saying shit like that on purpose, because the whole problem is a lot of this stuff you saying, it benefit women, but at the same time, it benefit men. It benefit the worst type of men too. And what I mean by that is this: all that monogamy and polygamy, and I want to be with multiple women, and men could be with, if men could do it, women could do it. Okay, cool, you could do it, but guess what? Pimps, players, hustlers, they love it like that. They love the world the way it is now. Free pussy, you don't got to commit. The women want to do what the men can do. You can just get it anytime you want to. You ain't got to do nothing but, goddamn it, show up with a Hard Johnson in your pants. They love it.
Why do you think that women, first of all, I brought you up here because you made the comment that said that basically we call misogyny traditional men, right? All right,
let me give you the example of that. Misogynist and what I say about traditional men. If a man was to speak against anything, basically.
No. Wait, Debo. Wait, hold on. Wait, real quick. I want to make this simple so we can all understand it, because sometimes they be going off the rails. So what is a traditional man? Like, give me like 3 characteristics of a traditional man. What do they believe? What are they? What are
they believe to provide, protect, and proclaim their love to their woman and their family.
Okay, be more specific.
I mean, what I mean by that is a lot of the times when men speak up, and what I mean by traditional is protect. Listen.
Wait, Debo, that's what I'm saying, bro. Trust me, I know I do this all the time. I know you're not about to. You're not about to make it no clear. That's what I'm saying. Let me help you. So what I'm asking you is what do they expect? Right? Maybe that's a better way to ask. What do traditional men expect from women? What are their expectations?
A traditional man expects for a woman to basically act like a woman supposed to behave. I mean, all of us got roles in this world. Like as a man, we can't slack on our roles. They can't slack on theirs.
Debo. Be specific.
Be specific.
Yes.
A woman expects for a traditional man to provide for her. Am I correct?
Nope, that's not what I see. This is like.
Well, I'm gonna give you my opinion. Basically, I'm not gonna ask you am I correct. My opinion of what a traditional man is.
Wait. Here's what I'm saying. I just before we even go any further, I don't think you even know what a traditional man is personally, right? Personally, I don't. Wait. I'll do the 2 options with you too. You either don't know what a traditional man is, or you don't want to say what a traditional man really is, right? One of the 2. But this is like my 4th time trying to get you to be specific, right? What do you think a traditional man expects from a woman? That's what I'm asking you. That's what I need to know. Be specific. What do you think they want?
A traditional man does expect monogamy.
Okay.
He expects monogamy. He expects her respect over her love. And he expects her just to, just be there. Not betray him. Just loyalty. That's it.
Okay.
That's what a traditional man expects.
So what is different from a traditional man versus a modern man? And that if that's what a traditional man is, then what's the difference? Do you think traditional men? You think
a lot of these modern men not even loyal to themselves? First of all, they're not trying to provide for a woman. Second of all,
time out. You don't think modern men expect a woman to not cheat on them, to treat them with respect, and to love and honor them? You don't think modern men want that from a woman?
I think modern men do.
Real. You don't think that?
I think modern men do, but they don't know how to vocalize it.
That's
that's where we came into the point where I said, anytime a traditional man vocalizes what he says, it's looked at as misogyny.
No,
because you got to really understand.
So I'll help you out, and you tell me if this. So first of all, traditional men, historically speaking, especially in this country, right? Like, so let's think about like my grandfather. I don't know how old you are. I'm 42. My grandfather, who was an 80-plus-year-old man, he cheated on my grandma, right? Okay. He started a whole new family across town. He was a traditional man. He worked, he provided, protect all that shit. And he definitely expected my grandmother to not cheat on him and all of those things. Meanwhile, he broke his back and let my grandmother nurse him back to health and then left her for another woman while he had 6 kids and didn't fucking pay child support or nothing like that. And I'm just using because I could speak to it from a personal perspective and I could talk about it statistically, but I think that
just hurt my feelings to hear that, brother, because I grew up in a traditional family. My mother and my father was married. My grandparents were married. My great grandparents were married.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. So my point in bringing that story up wasn't to play on your heartstrings. It was just to let you know how I seen it with my own 2 eyes. Right now, I'm not speaking about something I've never seen. But traditional men typically. Now, as far as I know, none of my aunts, none of my uncles, my grandma, nobody has ever said that my grandfather was abusive, thank goodness. But he was neglectful, and he definitely abandoned his family, his 6 children. Young children, too. They wasn't old. He didn't wait till they was grown people. They were little babies, some of them. My uncle was little baby. Anyways, so he left my grandma. He moved to the other side of town. Not to the other side of the country, other side of town. Started a whole new family, right? Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that with that being said, That to me is a traditional man. When I think of a traditional man, I think of that. I think of a man that wants all of the benefits of a woman while simultaneously not giving her anything beyond financial stability. And that's pretty much what it is to me, right? So if you can tell me something else, like that's not what it is, then I would love to hear it. But that is misogynistic, by the way. And that's why we think traditional men are misogynistic, because that's what they want. They want a woman to be monogamous while they practice infidelity. They want a woman to cater to them and do all of these things for them while they ignore all of her needs. That is misogyny, because he doesn't see her as a human being. Because if he did see her as a human being, he would do those things for her, right? So that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm not trying. That's what I'm not understanding about your statement. Why do you? How can you not see that as misogynistic, right? But go ahead. You're muted, by the way. You need to unmute to talk. Can you unmute yourself? I don't know if you can. Hey, y'all go make sure. Are we there? Y'all go follow Ayana. Yeah, you good now. You unmuted now. Go ahead. Go follow Ayana Banks, please. Hopefully we.
No, I was saying I've never been privy enough to witness any abusive relationships with a man and a woman. Like I said, my grandparents, my grandparents, my parents were married. I've never witnessed a man trying to overpower a woman on some misogyny or whatever, or just being abusive and overpowering anyway, overbearing anyway. Most of the women I know, they was the ones, being mean, running their mouth to the to their husband, my grandfather and my father and stuff. So I never saw that.
So you don't think? Wait. So you're saying that the women were mean? All you saw was the women being mean. Let me ask you.
My daddy, my granddaddy, they never raised their hand, raised their voice, and none of that.
I got you. So can I ask you a question? Why do you think? And these women, so your granddaddy and your daddy, I'm guessing, are related. They father and son, right?
On both sides.
Both sides. Okay.
Grandfather.
Yeah. Okay. So these men didn't know each other from the other side. The other men, they were connected, they're familial, right? But my question to you is why do you think these women would just be mean? Do you think women are just mean?
No, that's not the point. What I mean is they're not mean. No, I mean when things went, when there was strife, when there were times of strife, the women were more abusive than the men. Is what I mean. When there were times of strife, the men went.
The men weren't abusive at all. So were they more abusive or less abusive?
I mean, what I'm trying to say is they would never put that out there. I would never know if they argued. I never witnessed it.
So why were the women being mean? All the women are just
they're not just mean.
For no reason.
What I mean is this. I just know that the men were being extra nice.
Once again,
I'm not saying that the women are just mean.
Now you're an adult. You saw it as a child. Now you're an adult. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I know what it is. As an adult, I know what it is. It's basically, as a husband, my father already told me, sometimes you gotta let your wife just win.
No. Back it up. See? Perfect. So your daddy told you that. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I be talking about when I be talking about men having fathers in the home. That is terrible advice. And I'm not saying that in and of itself.
You want to argue with her.
Instead of your father acknowledging his role and the reason why your mama was mad and validating her feelings and saying, really, son, your mom was mad because I was falling short of my duties as a husband, right? And that's why she was upset. She wasn't upset for no reason. She was upset because I was falling short of my duties as a human being, right? In this relationship, right? He didn't tell you that. He said, sometimes you gotta just let your wife win, which is fucking stupid, which is terrible advice.
But
I never seen him yell at her. Raise his voice at is what I mean.
The red flag so far listening to you, Debo, is the fact that when public asked you to look at it from like a grown man perspective, you were still looking at it and stating it from a little kid perspective because you know as a grown man, and I'm pretty sure you've interacted with women before, you've at least had one relationship under your belt. You know that it takes two to be active in a relationship. So the fact that as a grown man, you're still saying like it was the woman because my dad said it was this, like, don't argue with her. Like, he
asked me as a grown man, did I realize that was valid advice? Yes, I realized that's valid advice.
I'm gonna let you go. Give me a minute. I'm gonna let you go, bro, and you can go off. But as a grown man, why in your mind did you not at least ask the question of, well, what was his participation or lack thereof on his end in the relationship? I mean, like, nobody's just sitting there having a one-sided relationship and your dad's just sitting there and your mom's just coming home or the only active participant, you know, yelling at him or arguing with him, right? Like, that's not even logical. It
Would
takes
your
two to be in a relationship.
hey Debo, was your mama mean
Correct.
to you? Was your mother mean to
Correct.
you?
No, not like that. No,
No. So your mother wasn't mean to you.
I never said she was mean as
no,
a person.
you did say Debo, stop.
I
You
said
did say she was mean.
I've only witnessed the women being mean to the men. Is what I said.
That is you saying that your brother. Come on, bro. I'm not saying you. You didn't say your mom was
Right.
mean to everybody. You said your mom was mean to your daddy, and I'm asking you, as her child, was she mean to you? And you said no. Okay. So
You correct, brother. You said it already. They had problems because he did things he wasn't supposed to be doing, and yes, she corrected him on the whatever.
You didn't say it.
why did you wait? Then why were you playing stupid this whole time?
I wasn't playing stupid. You said it, and I agreed with it. I said, yes, sir. You said, so your daddy did something, and your mama didn't agree with it. I'm like, yeah.
But Devo, why you couldn't in your big age explain that and put that in your words? Because he asked you from an adult perspective. Now
He asked
looking
me,
at
and he
it,
said it, and I
why you
agreed to
couldn't-
it.
But why are you letting another grown man speak for you and you can't
He was
articulate
already
that
saying
in
it. I
your
wasn't cutting
own
him out.
words?
Look, people not perfect. My father wasn't perfect. No, nobody, no man perfect. Period.
Why is that so hard for you to say though? And
It's not hard for me to say that.
It
It
is.
seemed like it was though.
No, I wasn't
It
trying
really
to fight
did.
against that.
Look,
My
Debo,
bad, y'all, if I gave y'all that impression. I'm sorry.
No, it's all
However,
good. I'm gonna tell you why though. I'm
I'm
gonna
not
tell
fighting
you
against that.
why how we came to that conclusion. Because I asked you several times to define what a traditional man expects out of a woman. You were vague in all of your responses. I asked you to be specific several times. You were very, very, very vague. But then I even went, because this is what I like to do. I will go along with what you guys are saying, because it doesn't really matter what you say. I'll go along with it to help you understand so that we all come to the same conclusion, right? And I'm trying really hard. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm really just trying to help you. And I want us to I want us to arrive at a point of agreement, right? And it seems, and here's the thing. I said it before. I said you either don't know what a traditional man is or you are unwilling to articulate what it is, right? And I think that you do know what traditional man expects.
Yes, I do.
It is true. I do think that, and I think you're proving it right now. Because when I asked you about your dad, and about your dad and your mom's and whatever their relationship, you said, "Oh yeah, the women in my life are just mean to the men, pretty much." That was pretty much what you said. I know you go, "Oh, that is what you said, though." Cool. So you were saying that the women were mean. I was like, "Well, why would they be mean?" And then you were like, "Oh, you know," and you didn't offer up an excuse. You didn't offer up a reason. And then you said that, and then you said that your dad gave you some advice and said, "Yeah, you know, son, sometimes you just gotta let your wife win the argument or something along those lines, right?" And that's when I stopped you and was like, "No, bro, do you not?" And then I asked you, "Is your mom mean to you?" And you said no. And I said, "Okay, so is it not safe to assume that the reason why she was being mean to him was because he was falling short of his duties?" And then you finally agree. Like, but you knew that the whole time because you're not
I knew it the whole time they was arguing. You heard the whole argument through the house. Yes.
Debo, are you not hearing what you said, brother?
My man, I never denied what you said. You just didn't hear me when I said yes.
Admitted it either, Debo. You never.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm admitting it now.
This is top level gaslighting. This is top level gaslighting. The line by omission has to stop. The saying I never said it.
I wasn't trying to lie, y'all, and I wasn't trying to omit it.
You weren't trying to be honest.
Let's put it all on the table so we can have full transparency. Yeah, my daddy was fucking up. Full transparency.
Sir.
He was fucking up.
Wow.
My granddaddy was fucking up. My granddaddy had another kid across town too. He was fucking up.
Wow.
Yes. So the thing is, don't listen to me though. See, we want to have full transparency. We're not finna sit up and act like I'm just going to say men just perfect and women just devils because y'all not.
Wait, Debo.
I'm not going to put my perspective out like that. I don't want people to think I believe that. I don't believe that.
Putting 10 on 5, bro. We didn't even say that. You putting 10 on 5.
I don't want that perception of me to be out there. I don't believe that.
But Debo, the craziest thing in this whole scenario, right? I'm going to point out your misogyny. The craziest thing in this whole scenario is you are still defending the men who hurt the women in your life. Hurt your mama.
I'm not defending them. I'm not defending them.
Wait, sir. That's another lie. You are defending them. That's literally what you're doing. This is what defense looks like. Like, here's what I'm saying. Whether you know it or not, I'll even give you that out. You don't know it. You don't know you're defending them. You are defending them, though. That's literally what you're doing right now. Stop defending them. Stop acting like you don't know that the reason why your mom was so mad at your father was because your dad was fucking up. Stop acting like you didn't know why your granny was so mad at your granddaddy was because your granddaddy had a fucking kid on the other side of town. Like, come on, my guy. You know what it is, bro. You know men be fucking up. And the root cause of that, to me, the majority of the time, is misogyny, brother. That is the whole point. That's why I brought you up here, so that we can come to that same conclusion. Now, you're gonna ask me, how is that misogynistic, sir? Okay, cool. So the reason why your granddad, right, believes that it's okay for him, same with my granddad, it's okay for him to fuck another woman most of the time, is because of our ego, right? We are driven by our ego and by our lust. We think that that every woman is a woman for us to have and to control. We look at women as property. We look at women as objects. We objectify women, right? Okay, cool. That is in large part why men do the things that they do, as far as, you know, cheating on their wives, cheating on their spouses, cheating on their girlfriends, so on and so forth, right? Okay, that is rooted in misogyny. Traditional men and modern men both still hold on to that ideology. Because truth be told, modern men and traditional men are exactly the same men, except for the modern men now know that the women got to go to work. That's the only difference. The modern man now, the only difference between the traditional man and a modern man is that the modern men now just know that the women have to work because the economy has changed. He knows he cannot afford to pay for everything in the house. He knows it. That's the only difference. But the expectations he has of the woman is exactly the same as your grandfather's expectations of your grandmother. It's cook, clean, suck, fuck, shut the fuck up, let me cheat in peace. We have the same expectations, bro. The same shit. Nothing has changed. The only difference between a modern woman, because just so you know, they've been using the term modern woman for 100 years to describe women. It's nothing new. The term modern woman is not a modern term. That is a very antiquated, outdated term, and it is not meant to accurately depict or define women nowadays. It is literally meant as a slight against most women, right? So fast forward to now, the only difference between modern women now and the modern women back, or and the traditional women from back then, was they didn't have the option to opt out of those relationships. They had to be married to that man. They had to put up with the abuse. They had to put up with the neglect. That's the only difference. So we're not so modern and we're not so traditional after all, right? It's just, it is what it is, bro. I mean, if you want to say we're all traditional, cool. You can say we're all traditional. I would say that before I said we're modern. There is no modern. Men are stuck in fucking 1766. We think about
I agree
women
with
the same
that.
way that
Men have not changed for 1,000,000 years. The only people that have changed are the women in 60.
No, I don't think the women have changed. The
The
women
have changed.
No. Their options have changed. They always felt this way.
But our options have always been the same. That means we've never changed.
Our options aren't the same though, because we don't have option. We don't have the ability to get these women anymore the way that we used
No,
to.
I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about as far as us being able to take care of ourselves financially. Men have always been able to take care of themselves.
Yes, absolutely.
That's never been a issue with men. It's been a new revelation with women over the past 100 years. However, with that, men have, like you say, men have remained the same, but women are starting to change. But women are asking men to change because they are.
Because they have more options, yes.
Right. And that's not going to ever happen.
We're asking y'all to
It's not.
because we
Like,
have. So I don't.
I'm sorry. It's
I don't want you
it's
to
in our
say
DNA.
like we're asking men to
go ahead,
change
Shan, I'm sorry.
simply because. Yeah, we're not asking men to change simply because we've changed, and it's like, oh well, I'll change too. Like you said, it's been over the last 100 years. So society has evolved. We all should be evolving with it. And I don't know why men think that it's perfectly logical for women to evolve and grow with society, but you're supposed to still be stuck 100 years ago.
No, it's not that. You got to understand, societies have
Does that make
come and
sense?
gone over the past millennia. It's like over the few millennia, we've had societies before, and modern societies with women had rights and everything. This is not nothing new. But men still have remained the same through all those.
Wait, what society? What modern society we've had where women
We've
had
had Greece, Rome, all of those were advanced societies. Women had rights in those societies. Those women had political. Yes, they did.
I'm sorry,
Look, England,
what?
England had queen. Hold on, listen. How can you have a queen of England? How can you have a queen of anything if women didn't have rights? Women had rights.
Wait, brother, do you know that?
A lot of those societies failed.
Time out. Do you know that let's talk about ancient Rome? I know Greek. Do you know that they used to rape and beat their women like every year? Like they had a holiday for it.
That's not what I'm talking about, brother.
But that is what you.
What I'm talking about is the fact that women. What I'm talking about is the fact that women have head rights. This is not nothing new. The modern woman is nothing new.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Or the modern man.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying, in a society where there was a day set aside for men to go out and grape and beat their women, which would that in and of itself would signify that society did not cater to women or where women had rights, like had these rights that you speak of, right? I'm not saying they had no rights. They had some rights, I'm sure, right? But by and large, they did not have enough rights to reach any real level of autonomy. I haven't heard or read of that. I'm talking about in the modern world, I would say in the industrialized world, in the industrial age, I haven't heard of women having those rights ever. Like in any country. In some countries it was better. Actually, I used to be obsessed.
Some countries, you're right. Only in certain countries.
Personally, I used to be obsessed with Nazi Germany. I'm talking about how the shit happened. Not with Nazis in general, but with like before. I used to study the fuck. If you go look at Germany pre-World War I, go look at gay people had more rights. Like they were like how we are now. Like back then, they were like how we are now. Like the women had rights. They had a lot more rights. Gay people were cool. Like you could be gay on the street. Like it was way different. Right? And then the Nazis took over.
Exactly.
And then it went, you know what I'm saying? It went to the fucking dark ages overnight pretty much. But I'm just saying like that
keeps happening in history, brother.
I know, but the thing is that women are now at a place in the world, but specifically in America or in the West, if you want to say, that it has reached an unprecedented level of freedom for women. And this sounds crazy because women will tell you that they still don't feel that free. You see what I'm saying? So just like black people, you could say that. So since we've been slaves, this is probably the freest we've ever been, quote unquote, if that makes it. Because you're either free or you're not, right? But this is the freest we've ever been. Okay, cool. Are we free though? No, of course not. Same way with women. But women have enough rights to exercise their right to say no to men. And as soon as they got that right, women turned away from men in droves, and that number continues to go up every single fucking day. That's my point. So the more freedom men get, the more freedom women get, the more economic freedom women get, the more you will see, until men change, the more you will see women abstaining from relationships with men. Period, point blank, right? And it's because men expect the same. Men are traditional by and large. We expect the same things out of our women that our grandfathers did. But add to that, she got to go to work. What fucking woman is signing up for that? What woman is signing up for you to make $10,000 more than her? She still got to go to work. She paying 50% of the bills or 40% of the bills or even 30% of the bills, right? And she still has to cook, clean, suck, fuck, let you cheat in peace, let you play video games in peace, let you watch sports in peace, ignore the kids, ignore her, don't eat her pussy from the bike. Like, what woman is gonna, like, what? They're like,
I agree with you 100,000%. But I don't believe in no 50-50 bills. I believe in paying all my own bills. And if you come live with me, you come to live with me. I'm not going to live with you. So the bill's going to continue to get paid. I don't believe in all that 50-50. And if you want to go to work, go to work. If you don't, you don't have to.
So I guess you're going to just eliminate your dating market. You're going to eliminate the women that are homeowners then. Is that what you're saying?
We're not going to get married and like live in her house. She could do what she wants, but
why not?
I'm not going to.
I know, why not?
I would never live in a woman's house. I would never live on nothing my name is not the sole leaseholder. No, ever.
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, why not?
Because there's certain things that I would never do that a woman would do. So I would
That didn't answer my
never
question.
do that. I
Debo,
would
think
never
about it.
do that.
Think about it for a second.
Put it this way. All right,
Think
I'll
about
just
it.
tell you, in my opinion, because I don't want nobody to think that this is fact, and I'm just dissing all women. In my opinion, in my history with women, women can wake up and feel a different way tomorrow as the wind changes, and you don't want to be living under somebody's roof if they feel a different way when the wind changes.
So
Why? Because
yes,
you would do that. Because you
So
would
I
do
would
that
never
if
do
you were
that.
because you would do that if you were the leaseholder. You would
No,
have
I
that
would never
power.
do that.
But
That's what I'm telling you. I would
that
never do
option,
that.
that
So-
ball would be in your court, though,
Mhm.
right?
It don't matter if the ball is in my court. I would still never do that.
Mm.
If
Let me
I'm
ask you a
with you
question,
like
Debo.
that, if
Let
I'm
me
with
ask you a
you,
question.
I'm
No,
with you for real.
Let me ask you a question. So if you think that if the reason why you wouldn't move into a woman's house is because also, you could just ask her you could get put on the mortgage if you wanted to. Especially, you get married, why not get put on the mortgage,
That's
right?
always an option too, right?
I
They
It's
say
don't
always
want to. I don't want to fight with nobody about nothing.
That's not that's not a fight. Once again, you're just making don't assume the worst.
Oh,
Okay?
my God.
You're right.
Don't-
I am. You're right. I am.
Don't assume the worst. Let's live in
I'm using
reality, right?
extremes. You're correct.
Because I don't think most women who gets married to a man, has kids with a man, would have a problem with that man going on their fucking mortgage. That's what I'm saying. So let's be real. So let's say you go on the mortgage with her. Now you're on the mortgage. Problem solved. I'm gonna tell you why I think you don't want to do that. Because I think your misogyny has led you to a place to where you feel threatened by women who already own houses. You think you can't.
Not really.
Wait. You think you don't have anything to offer. You what else can you offer them if you can't buy them a home? You can't help them buy a home. They already got a home. So you don't. What can you offer them? What good are you to them? If it ain't money, because you all excited to be like, if she come live with me, if she comes to live with me, she don't have to pay none of the bills. You think that's like a badge of honor when it's not. No woman even cares about that. I won't say no woman cares about that, but you do realize that most women, literally, this is what we're talking about. Most women are perfectly okay and I think prefer to work and earn their own money, right? But they just want somebody that's a partner. They just want you to contribute and help them out. And be, you know what I'm saying? Help yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Like, I don't think they're looking for you to be your granddaddy level of a provider in 2024. That to me is unrealistic. And I for me to assume that is what most women are after, I have to assume that most women are stupid. And I don't think most women are stupid. I do know that there are a good amount of women who that's what they want, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I think that's a small demographic of women. I think most women understand the economy just like I think most men understand the economy when it comes to this. And I think both parties know that y'all gonna have to work. You're going to have to work. Unless you want to live on Debo's $75,000 a year, you probably should go and get a job too, ma'am. And contribute and make 60. And now y'all got 135. But you got work-life balance and blah, 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 blah. Now you can afford a babysitter, and now you can afford to go on vacations, and you can afford to buy a home. You can afford to fix up your home, maintain your home, put your kids through, like, that's what I'm saying. I think most women are perfectly okay and want that, right? And to protect themselves. I also want a woman to work because I want her to protect herself. Because it ain't about me leaving her one day, but what if I die? What if I get sick? What if I can't work? And she been out of work for 10 fucking years because she been watching these kids. That's crazy, right? So I want a woman needs to me. I think women should work for I don't think it's financially prudent in this economy for a woman to not work for many reasons. I could tell you why. So that's how I look at it.
I grew up with that thought too, brother. I mean, like, as far as a woman working, I've never been that misogynist. Like, oh, women shouldn't work; they should be barefoot and pregnant at home. I never thought like that. As a matter of fact, when I was a little bit younger, I was in the streets, and I knew any day I could get caught. I need my woman to be at a job because once this stops, everything stops, and we can't have that. She needs to keep it going legally, not like I was doing it. Somebody needs to still be able to keep the house, in order. So,
but see, here's that thing though. Why I asked you why you wouldn't choose to move into a woman's house if she owns that house, is because I personally think it's about you not feeling like a man moving into her shit, right? Versus her moving into your shit makes you feel like a man.
Yeah,
That's what
misogyny, bro. That's literally.
I agree. I'm not going to tell you that. Hey, like I said, sometimes traditional men come off as misogynist. This is a perfect example. Yes, I'm misogynist.
No. Debo, you almost there. You don't come off as misogynist. You are misogynist.
You
I'm
are.
there. Hey, I'm misogynist then because I agree with that. I don't
That's
want
what
to
I'm
move in
saying.
with no
Like, and
woman.
that's what I mean.
Even women told me, my mother told me never move in with a woman. I was taught this stuff by women,
So
not by
I
men.
mean, women can be internally
yeah,
misogynist too.
yeah.
Women have
That's
told
Your
not.
me
mom and
don't
your
move in with
dad,
no
look,
woman.
your
A
mom
woman
and
would
your
change
dad
like the
both
weather,
give you are
son.
both giving
Nah,
you terrible advice.
but
That's what
that's
I'm
not
saying.
just like a man can give you terrible. Your father gave you terrible advice, talking about, well, you just got to let the woman argue. Like that's terrible advice. Women give it too. There's like women have internal misogyny as well. That was bestowed upon them from what they saw as well. So it's no different than you being misogynistic. They are.
Well,
She
I've
is
tested the
too.
waters,
That's
y'all.
not, but that's not a good. That's not good sound advice that she even gave you. So that's not something you can go by on Bible because she got the same lady parts as other women. Like we all got the same lady parts, so her advice must be solid. It's not. The simple thing is the mature way I would have said is what public suggested, which is what you felt like was so strenuous to do, was to have a fucking conversation with that woman about what it looks like if I move in. Am I going to share this responsibility of this house with you by putting me on the mortgage? That
Yeah.
it's crazy how many
You know
men
what?
don't
No,
even want to
I told you
have
Wait,
personally.
AP,
conversation.
I
AP,
told you
wait.
personally. I've been
You
through
know
that
what I was
before,
saying to that
and
AP?
I got
Me
personal reasons.
personally, wait, I wouldn't
I got
even move in
personal
with a
reasons.
woman that wouldn't put me on the mortgage. You see
I
what
got
I'm saying?
personal reasons.
And
Right.
Like for
I
me,
understand
that's
that.
like you're not gonna put me on the mortgage. I'm out.
But I feel but public though, if that was your requirement, I could understand that because then I'd feel more secure knowing that you are willing to sign up for that responsibility in maintaining this house with
Yeah.
me, right? Like
If we get
that
married, you
that's
gotta
way
put me
more
on the fucking
solid.
mortgage. And by the way, only if we get married. If we dating, I'm not expecting none of that shit. But if we
Right.
married, oh yeah, you gotta put me on that fucking mortgage. That's
Right.
crazy. That's crazy.
That's what I'm
Get the fuck
saying.
out of here. Or we gotta move out and buy another house and we
But
both
I'm
on the
not.
mortgage. Like, I'm not
I'm
about
not going to disqualify. But to reiterating your question, I wouldn't just automatically disqualify a woman because she has her own house. Like you said, it wouldn't be no transition where I just moved in. No, no matter even if I got married, that'd still be a stumbling block for me.
I mean,
I
cool.
do agree with that.
But you would have to think about for a woman who has her own home, you would need to think about the option of marriage because you're not just going to date. And if that's not something you're willing to share, if you're not ready for that commitment, then your relationship already going to be at a standstill. It's going to be at a
What's your name, sister?
AP, man. It's right there.
Oh, her name AP. I can't really see you. I don't have my glasses. I left them in my car. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, AP, you good.
AP. I'm sorry, sister. I just like to address people by their name.
That's good.
I agree with you, but I agree with you 100,000%. And I want the world to be like that. I wish it were like that. I wish I could just say, hey, I got this woman. She's wonderful in every aspect, and she meets she checks all the boxes.
You can.
She has her own everything. Let me go ahead and just add to this empire that she already has. But the problem with it is, in my personal experience, this is not all women. I just say my personal experience. I'm still a little scarred. My misogyny kicks in. I'm sorry. In my personal experience, I've either witnessed or been one of the niggas that motherfucker just want to put out or something. And I can't have that no more. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear mine. I would never say mine in my house. If y'all can see my last name, y'all see I'm Muslim.
But Debo,
So I never hit that mind.
But Debo, wait, go back.
When it comes to a man.
Debo, go back. Why would they just put you out of their house? They did, and don't
because she might find somebody better at work. She might get a. I've seen women get rid of this because she got a promotion.
Time out, sir. You said that you are scarred because you experienced.
I'm scarred.
So I'm asking you, why did that woman just wake up? Did that woman just wake up one day and you was doing everything you possibly could do to make this woman happy? She just woke up one day and then she just put you out of her house. Is that what happened?
She didn't wake me up and put me out of her house.
I'm just saying, I get it. I'm saying no. Is that what happened though?
She woke up and she woke up with different feelings about me, and the transition for me to move had begun that day. Yes.
Why? And why did she have
because she was very insecure. To this day, where I am, the city I'm in, I live in a small town, and if I were cheating on her, she would know about it. Everybody that
cheat. I didn't say you were cheating on her.
No, she was very insecure. That's why I said the word cheating. She was insecure, thinking I was cheating.
Can I tell you what this sounds like? This sounds like a gentleman who came up to this panel and told us earlier that the reason why his grandmother was mean, the men he grew up seeing, the women were mean to the men. This is
Right.
what that's what it sounds like. You're giving us that explanation. That
No,
same
it's not the explanation. She just had some insecurities, and it had nothing to do with
no,
me
it
or
sounds
her.
like you're saying it's the
It's the
woman's fault
past.
again. Cause I don't know. It just happened. I don't know why the women I saw growing up were just yelling at them. They were
I didn't say I didn't know why.
until we got it out of you, it was, oh yeah, because my grandfather, my dad, they was some cheating ass niggas. Now, Debo, again, before you answer, thoroughly talk about what you did. Don't talk about, oh, she was insecure. You're not telling us your own. Cause nigga, ain't nobody fully fucking 1,000% secure.
I worked two jobs.
Okay. Hold on.
Listen,
Hold on.
I'm
AP,
gonna tell you
let
what
him
made her
go.
insecure.
Let him go. He gonna tell us right now.
I worked two jobs.
Okay.
One of those jobs was my own business.
Okay.
She figured that I can adjust my hours to fit her so she would not be insecure. She figured because I was coming home at 5 a.m, I must have been with a woman. But she had keys to the business. She could she had the address. She could hit her own car where she could easily pull up and check on me. But she chose to accuse me.
So she was not satisfied with she didn't like the lack of attention that you were. That's what I'm hearing. Just so we could be clear. She didn't like the lack of attention that you were giving her. And that's what
I took that girl on trips to New Orleans, Houston.
No, wait. You
Mexico.
Sir, you just skipped it right. Now you going to the things you did for her. I hear you, brother. But
I mean, when it came down to attention, you're right though.
On a day
most time I couldn't, as a business owner and as an employee, no, I couldn't give her as much attention as I possibly could.
Wait, y'all remember? Didn't I just have a dude telling us this 2 days ago? D got up here telling us exactly what happened to him. His oh, she should just suffer through it for 5 years while I build my business from scratch. And y'all remember? He just said it. Another dude just told it. It's the same broken.
It's the same story.
It's the same broken record. And at the end of the day, brother, you're not taking any accountability for what you did. And what you did was ignore her needs. That's what you did.
No, I made sure I was there every night with her for every need, going out every weekend, whatever.
5 a.m.? You were there every night and you didn't get home till 5 in the morning?
It don't make sense.
I had two jobs. I'm trying to support our house. What am I supposed to do?
You weren't there every night. That's the point. So you weren't there every night. If you didn't get home till 5 a.m., you weren't there with her every night.
But I was working though.
But
it's okay. I'm not saying you weren't working.
No, you weren't.
You can't have it both ways, baby.
You wasn't, but Debo,
you just weren't there. You just weren't there.
For whatever reason.
You should have been saving the world. You weren't there.
Time out. Debo. Nope. Look, Debo, I want you to understand. Nobody thinks I'm not accusing you of doing anything malicious when you were away from home. You was working. That happens. You were working. I'm saying, listen, if it was your baby, if it was your kid, if your kid came to you and said, Debo, Daddy, you gone too much. I need you here more. Just like that. What would you do?
I would say, I'm trying to build a legacy for us. Come with me.
Oh my God.
Come with me.
I'm sorry. That
come with me.
Come out.
Debo, I don't believe you. I believe you came home once or twice at 5 in the morning and you was out there doing something, but you gonna stick to this story.
Here you go.
Take it to your grave.
Here you go.
I do.
That's crazy.
I do.
Don't do that.
I believe him.
Yeah.
I know. Because first of all, sweetheart, it was every night.
Came home once,
I came home that late every night because I worked every night that late.
You came home at 5 in the morning every day?
Yes.
Okay, so
all right.
I was working I had two businesses. What you think I'm supposed to do?
Ocean, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying we don't even have to assume.
But he right though. She was suffering through it with me, and she shouldn't have had to suffer through it with me.
That's what I'm saying. We don't even have to accuse.
Like you said, like the last dude.
What time did you go to your first job? You came home at 5 in the morning. What time did you have to clock in at your other job?
I clocked in my other job at 10 in the morning, and then I had clocked out like about
3 hours
10 at night, and then I worked until 5 in the morning from 11 to 5. It was part time.
Oh, so you was functioning on 3, maybe 4 hours of
4 hours of sleep every day,
single night.
Yes, every single night. I still do. I work now and go to school.
Okay.
I do.
Yes, excuse me, as a truck driver. I'm sorry, guys, not to interrupt. As a young man, I've been listening. Well, I'm 38. I currently, and for the last 3 years, I have been working Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. until 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I can function. Your body gets used to it.
Yeah,
it sounds crazy. It shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be done, but it can.
You're not driving a truck.
Hold on, wait a
But
minute.
wait,
Hold on,
y'all.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm a fleet. I deliver fuel. Okay, so at my night job, I deliver fuel. It's called
Hey,
fleet
I'm gonna drop
fueling.
something. I got
We
it.
go to different companies that have fleets of vehicles. So I'm very active. In my day job, I fill and deliver compressed canisters of gases. So it's a mix. It's not like I'm driving a full 16 hours. Okay, but like I said, as someone, and I'm a chef by trade. I graduated from the Harvard of Culinary Schools. So, as someone who has had to make a career, and as someone who is starting, I am in the process of starting my own business. I get it, Debo. As men, yes, we got to do what we got to do. But I'm gonna go with the ladies. You might have been out there slip slide once or twice and came home at 5 o'clock in the morning, and sis got pissed. So yes, that might have been why it happened. But it
No,
is what it
it
is.
didn't.
Okay,
I
brother,
don't want
I
to
don't know you.
assume this man.
Look,
Wait,
I'm not.
real
Yes,
quick.
I'm not assuming. I don't know him from a can
OT,
of paint.
wait,
I'm gonna
brother,
just take
wait.
his
I
word.
got
Yes,
you.
sir.
I hear you, bro. Calm down. I got you. I just want to be clear. I'm not going to put a jacket on this man that he was a cheater. I don't
Exactly.
know. The thing is, though, what I'm saying is that what he's describing is terrible in and of itself.
Yeah,
That's
it
what I'm
is.
saying. Like, you don't need to add anything extra to it. The nigga
Yeah.
wasn't showing up for his girl for
Every
20
night.
hours. Like, what do we need to assume? Oh, he was out cheating. Whatever he was doing, he
It
was
doesn't
doing.
matter. Yeah, exactly. He
Whatever he
wasn't
was doing,
there,
he was
and
doing.
and
I
that's
don't
the
know. I wasn't there.
accountability. That's
Exactly.
it. That's it.
But all
Exactly.
I know is that she told him
So
repeatedly, I want you
I
here
need
more.
something. I need,
And he was
when
going,
she
no, I got to
wasn't.
build a business. And she said, I need you here more. No, I got to build a business. And then finally she
Yeah.
left him and he's going, oh, I was scarred. No, brother. You
No, you
scarred her.
exactly,
You
exactly,
scarred
Hey,
her.
exactly.
put it this
She
way.
she
I would
she
never. I
decided.
never would have broke up with myself. I just know one thing. I ain't moving my furniture out of nowhere unless I'm moving. Put it that way.
But
I'm
you
not
can't
moving out because
expect
the person here to change her.
get it.
you can't expect you from other people, my brother. You can't expect
Exactly,
you
and
from
that's why
you.
I'm only going to
Okay, so
depend
we
on
get
me.
it. Hold on, we get it. That's hard to deal with when your woman decide, okay, I can't take this shit no more. You gotta go, and so now that makes you feel like ain't nobody gonna put me out of nowhere. It's gonna be my shit.
Exactly.
We get that, okay?
That's been
But
his
also,
experience.
yes, but also you have to say, I created such a situation for myself. Don't say that women just wake up one day and change her mind. Cause you know
There's an
damn well she didn't just
accountability.
wake up one day
Yes.
and change her mind.
I
She had
understand what
been
you're saying,
telling you
sister,
that.
I understand her
She
perspective
had
too.
been telling you that
You
over and
started
over
I
off
and
this
understand
whole
her
over.
minute saying
perspective.
she
Don't
was insecure as if you
I
didn't have
understand her
anything to do with
perspective, but it
her.
was insecurity because I
Debo.
wasn't
No,
doing
Debo.
nothing.
You wait. Look, brother. My wife told me about this a long time ago. She was talking about her insecurity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she told me that I can feed into her insecurities, right? I could
Correct.
so yeah, you can say, well, it's on you to be secure. Like, but you do realize that people can make you be insecure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they can contribute to you being insecure. And
No,
then
there were red flags in the relationship. It had nothing to do with me. I just ignored them. She
I'm
had
not
scars from
saying
her
there
previous
wasn't.
relationship.
I'm saying if a person brother, it's
She's
like
already
this.
scarred.
If there is a fucking hole in the wall that's this big when you see it and you start fucking picking at it, it's gonna get bigger. So yeah, she had something there, but you didn't do nothing to help heal it up. You kept fucking picking at the shit. You
No,
was
I
doing the shit
didn't.
that was making the hole bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay.
And then she finally was like, okay, I can't take this anymore. You gotta get out. And then
Devo,
instead of you taking any accountability for what you did, you're here trying to tell us that she was just insecure and your intentions were so virtuous, right? That we should just accept the fact that, oh yeah, we can ignore the fact that you didn't see this woman for days.
No,
and
don't
say,
ignore that.
for
Don't
days.
ignore that. But my intentions were virtuous. Yes, they were. Because it was for both of us. That's for one.
No, it was
It
for
was both of
you.
our
It
ideas. She
was
invested
for
money.
both of
See, the
y'all. You
thing
were
is,
satisfied with
she
it.
also invested money into those businesses. So, of course, why would I even let anything fail when she got money in it also? So, yeah, of course, I'm going to work double time because she worked a regular job. So I'm running two businesses while she works a regular job. I'm not bothering her. But I told her you are free to come anytime you want. You have keys. You have access. You got the phones. You got the emails. You got everything.
Did
She
you
got
ever get
access to
that woman her
everything.
money back?
Huh?
Did she ever get her money back from investing in these businesses?
Yeah, I still send her money. Like, even though we ain't together, I just send her money just because. I'm just cool with her like that.
Okay.
On the holidays, I send her money. I send her money for her kids, everything. I'm not even like that. But yeah, I gave her money back.
Okay.
I'm
And she still
gonna
gets,
drop, but
like,
I just want to say
even
this.
profits. Even if I still get a profit margin, she doesn't even know about it. I still give her money off of stuff that I still make.
Okay.
No, we're not
I just
together.
want to say this right quick. So the stuff that, because that was a whole emotional roller coaster, Debo. It was from beginning
It was,
until we
man.
getting
But
ready to
y'all
drop.
talking about me talking about it.
But
Think
wait a
about me
minute,
living
Debo.
through
Hold on, Debo. Hold on,
it.
hold on, hold on. This is the kind of stuff that makes a lot of women be like, never mind. We just don't even want to get into no relationship because that's just something that we don't want to. We have a lot of peace going on, a lot of peace of mind, a lot of solitude, a lot of serenity. You know what I'm saying? We're doing a lot of stuff for ourselves and we're making it so that we don't have to deal with everything you just took us all through. And that's why a lot of guys are like, well, why these women, blah, blah, blah. Because what you just did is the shit we don't want to deal with.
Hey,
We
Mm-hmm.
don't
Polo,
want to
somebody keep
deal with
calling you
that.
an NIGR in the comments.
I think Shan blocked him.
Okay, I was about.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with that. Like, it's like pulling teeth, just getting some simple stuff from you. And you are not alone. It is not uncommon. That is the experience that we running into with the majority of these fellas. Just that. Just that. We're not even finna get into the cheating and all the other kind of shit. I'm talking about just the plain communication. That shit is a headache. That
Mm-hmm.
shit just drives us wild. And we say, never fucking mind. So I just wanted to let y'all, fellas, this is right here. This is a perfect example of it. And that's why. This is why
And he
we
a good
tapping
man. Wait,
out.
and Ocean, and he a good man, right? I
And he a
mean,
good man
and he
with
a
two
good man.
jobs, his own business. I mean, that kind of shit right there.
That's what I be
No,
saying. I'm like, bitch,
sir.
the good men be fucking terrible. So
Yes.
what
Baby,
the
that
shit?
shit
Hey,
was stressful. This little
Imagine what the
last one,
shitty
five,
niggas
ten
is doing.
minutes. That shit
hey,
is
look,
stressful.
all I know
No,
is
thank you,
I
baby.
just got certain
But I'm gonna drop. I'll be
obligations to
back up later.
myself.
All right, appreciate you.
You have a
This
good
shit
Can I
day,
crazy,
say
bro.
sis.
something real quick?
Go ahead, please,
Um,
man.
Yeah, because I was just listening to you, Debo, and we listened to this story, a few times. I feel like a week.
A good amount of times we've heard this story. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not
Yeah,
even trying to
that
be funny
happened.
because I just kind of made that connection in my brain of like why so many men are so against the whole modern woman who prioritizes her career and prioritizes money and prioritizes education. And I just put it together that it's a projection because y'all believe that women are going to treat you the way you treat us
Nope.
when
That's
career and money
it's
is.
really the
Hold on,
exact
let me
opposite.
finish, Debo.
No,
Let
calm
me finish.
down. Don't say
I
that.
get
Don't say
I get
that. Don't
really.
punish.
Can I
Don't
please
punish. Don't
finish?
punishment.
Can I
Don't punish
please
men
Hey,
for a system that
finish?
we didn't create.
Can I please? Y'all, that
go
pisses me
ahead.
off
Go
so
ahead,
bad.
Shane. I got it. I got it. Go ahead. You good.
Damn. I'll
Jesus
be sitting
Christ.
here quiet for 45 minutes. But anyway, please let me finish because I lose my thought really quickly.
Yeah, I got you. I'm on it.
Um, if at the end of the day, I do feel like it's a projection because sometimes men think that because y'all are, chasing money and, you know, running after capitalism and trying to get to the bag and trying to build a legacy and all of these great things that, we're just supposed to accept that that's going to come with a certain level of neglect that's going to just like public just asked why what would you say to your kid, and he said I would tell my kid I'm trying to get this money, come with me. And we see that so many times that men feel like as long as I'm chasing money, it's okay to neglect you. It's okay to neglect my family. It's okay to neglect my responsibilities at home because I'm trying to get us some money. And I think that that is the projection that we see against the modern woman because if I'm neglecting the family to chase money and you're neglecting the family to chase money, then that's not going to work out. It's okay for me as a man to be able to do that, but you as a woman, you should never be prioritizing and focusing on a career and money. Your focus needs to be that family that I've already neglected because somebody's got to do it. So I just kind of made that connection that we hear all the time. Men say, well, I was trying to get to the money and she just couldn't deal with that, so she left me. And they're not getting that, no, you literally neglected this person and you neglected the relationship, and you thought that she was supposed to be okay with it because the reason for your neglect was you trying to get financial gain. And
Yeah.
that's why y'all don't like the whole modern woman because you don't want to be just as neglected as you do the neglecting.
Yep. Because it's all just because society was built. I'll let you go. Truna, go ahead, man. Because you were saying what were you saying before? The system wasn't built. What were you saying? Repeat that, please. You muted. Truna, you muted. You got to unmute, brother. We'll wait for him to unmute. Go.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
there you go. There you go. There you
I'm
go.
sorry, brother.
No, you
Thank you.
good.
I was my hands are tied.
You good.
in the reference, and I'm sorry if I interrupted her. Like you said, the projection. I don't like the generalization of projections when it comes to men because,
Why not?
well, because and several reasons. Like we said earlier, as women can eternally adapt to a system and give bad advice, being raised by a mother who at 38 I'm realizing was a pick me, uh, and a grandmother and four aunts. Me being, like I said, I got 15 sisters. I respect women to the utmost ability. You know what I'm saying? But as far as when James Brown said it's a man's world, I don't think that he was speaking to black men. We live in a system in our culture, in our society. It's been proven from an economic standpoint that the races between the economic gap, and I feel like black men, like you say, yes, it has been instilled in society that not only men, we're supposed to be providers. So as black men, I can understand and empathize with a young man or any man that is saying, hey, I got to get this for my family. I got to do what I got to do. But yes, there should not be any level of neglect because
Um,
in reference to that, I totally understand that and I totally respect
wait.
that.
Wait.
Dumb.
So I don't think you didn't really state why you don't want them generalizing. Secondly, I would ask you. I would say that you're making a case for why black men shouldn't uphold patriarchy, and we all know that. We all know that. We exactly what you articulated is the reason
Mhm.
why we say black men shouldn't uphold the patriarchy. But the
And you're right.
reality, but wait, sir. The
I'm sorry. Go
reality
ahead. Go ahead.
the reality is most black men do uphold the patriarchy. That's the problem.
I
So you
think
can
it's a
get mad if you want
subconscious.
to.
You're
You can
right.
say you
No,
don't
no,
want to
no.
hear. Wait, you can say, "Oh, I don't like generalizations." Why not? Why don't you like them when they apply? They apply. If I said Chinese people love rice, I'm not being Chinese people eat a fucking bunch of rice. If I say that Nigerians love jollof, fucking Nigerians love jollof. They make some of the best. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not. I'm not fucking like it's a generalization, but it's also true. Like what the fuck are we talking about?
Yes, sir. If the shoe
True.
fit, lace it up. I completely agree. But I think, like I said, in reference to the generalizations, because there's not all men that are neglectful and are still, even with me working two full-time jobs, me and my wife and my partner, we have a system. I left work yesterday, went home, made a dish for family night for,
Sir,
for, for the kids at
I'll be
school.
honest with you. I really don't
Hmm.
care about your personal. I don't in this
And, that,
particular aspect
and
because
that's great.
we're speaking in general. So it's sir. If the shoe don't fit, don't put it on. Right? It's okay. We're not talking about you, but so you don't need to say not all men. Just know in your heart it ain't you, and keep it pushing. You think I give a
Yes,
fuck?
sir.
I don't care if we generalize all black men. I don't care if all these women up here say all black men are like this. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, nope, not me. Da-da-da-da. I don't give a fuck. Let them think whatever the fuck they want to think. To me, the only people who do that are the people it actually applies to. Because you're trying to lie. You're trying to fight because you know it applies to you. Because why else would you care? I don't give a fuck. If they got if Shan said black men don't love black women. I'm not gonna be like, nah, me shit. I love black women. I got 15 sisters. I love black women. I'm not gonna say that shit. I'm not.
Hmm.
If she don't think that I love black women, if she don't think, if she don't feel that love for me personally, then I'm doing something wrong. It ain't about. She can say whatever the fuck she want to say. She can believe whatever the fuck she want to believe. That's the thing that I don't be. Y'all got to stop doing that shit. If it truly don't apply to you, why do y'all talk about it? If it doesn't apply to you, who are you fighting for? Who are you trying to protect? I don't get it, bro. I really don't get it. If it doesn't
They
apply to you, who are you
I,
they
I,
fighting?
see they
oh,
feel
I'm sorry.
he simply felt like Debo was getting ganged up on and he just felt like Captain Save him. So essentially that's what I
Stop.
noticed a lot of men do. They run up on these panels and they want to say, "Oh no, not all men. Y'all ganging up on the brother. Hold on. As a man, let me step in like y'all got to save somebody." He
As
was a
if I'm
grown
not a fucking man
he
myself.
right. And
Like,
he and
nigga, I'm a
Hey, do
Debo
man
y'all do
too.
y'all do y'all mind
and
if I
then
respond back
Debo
to shenanigan?
wait, but
Hold on,
then
make K go.
Debo is a grown ass big bike man. he can take care of himself. Like that. I mean, he don't need no nigga running cover for him. But
That's true.
I came up here because Debo, you exhaust me. You exhaust me real bad, and I'm on my sick bed today. And I also wanted to shout out Bad Boy Entertainment. They had your girl locked up, but fuck everybody, free me. I'm free. I'm out this bitch. Period.
Backwards.
Right till it's backwards. Period. But no, but so we
Oh,
have to
Trina,
think of.
I'm muting you because I'm sorry, Kay. Oh, Trina, I'm muting you because you got background noise, brother. When you get ready to talk, unmute yourself. But I got to mute you. You got a lot of background noise. And I'm not muting you because I don't want to hear what you got to say. You just got a ton of background noise. Go ahead,
Can I
Kay.
respond to shenanigan? No.
No, let Kay finish, and then we'll go, and then we'll
Oh,
get to you.
my
Go
bad.
ahead.
Yeah. Hold on, Depot, cause she read you down. It really ain't nothing else to say.
Whatever.
But I'm gonna let you be great. But
When women talk, y'all believe everything they say. She read me my rights. Okay.
And wait. You see how weird that statement is? You think it's because she's a woman or it's because she actually made a lot of fucking sense?
She didn't make no sense. First of all, she projected something that's not factual. And that's what I want to
Wait,
respond to.
whoa, Debo, hold on. Before you even respond, I'm gonna let you respond. I don't know if it got mixed up or it's unclear. I wasn't even talking to you. Like my statement was very general. I was talking, and that's why I prefaced it with saying we hear this story about once a couple times a week on this app. So it wasn't about you. It wasn't personal. Please don't take
I'm
it
not
personal.
taking it personal. I'm about to speak in general terms also.
Wait.
You were
You most
definitely just
certainly
about to
did just
go
take
in
it
because you
personal,
thought
brother.
I was talking to you.
You
I
literally
was
just
not
took it
Can I tell
personal.
y'all what I was about to say, please?
But you started off by saying that don't even apply to me.
Yeah, 'cause-
Therefore, you took it
It's not
personal.
even about me. It's about men and women, period. So
but
it is
Debo,
general.
but
No,
okay,
go ahead.
I'm gonna let you.
Let it, Kay,
No,
let him
I'm
go.
gonna let him go off.
Okay.
But you ain't finna be out the way with Shan. Not on this panel, so I'm just let you know.
That's just
Tread
crazy.
light.
That was
Tread
wild.
light.
What you talking about? I'm not finna attack her at all.
No,
I respect the sister. I refer to y'all as sisters and brothers, right? I'm not disrespecting
Debo,
anybody.
you got the floor, brother. You got the floor. Go ahead.
All right, my thing is this. She said that I want to live by myself. Well, most men, because we generalize it, she generalized it. Most men want to live by themselves because we don't want to treat women. We don't want women to treat us the way that we going to treat them. Basically, she's saying, oh, you want to live by yourself because you going to have all the power and want to put her out. And which that is far from the truth.
I wasn't talking about anybody living by themselves. I don't think you actually listened to me.
I was
didn't say
listening to you.
anything.
That's not what she said,
I
though.
didn't say anything about living arrangements at
That's
all.
not what she said.
You said I don't want to live under no woman roof. Why? Spit it again.
I didn't say anything about living arrangements. I literally said sometimes men project, and I'm gonna try to shorten it and not say the whole thing over again.
All right, repeat it.
Sometimes men project on the whole modern woman, progressive woman focusing on her career and money because they don't want to be neglected in the way that they think it's okay to neglect us when they're focusing on their career and money. I didn't say anything about living arrangements.
Great. Now let's go with that. Now let me respond to that.
Debo, you have to first, let's be clear. You have to acknowledge that A, you were wrong in what she said. You should apologize. Like, oh, my bad. I misquoted you because you did. Secondly,
I did misquote her, but I do remember that is what she said. You're right. That's exactly what she said.
That's not what she said. So with that being said, with this new bit of information, it seems impossible for you to respond the way that you were going to respond because she didn't even say what you thought she said. And you
Oh no, it's not impossible because it's still the same answer that I was going to give.
That's
the
crazy.
thing is this with men. I just want to explain how men operate because this is I don't know how you might operate, but this is how I operate. Yeah. And this is how I was raised. I was raised in a Muslim household. I was raised to believe this. As a man, I go out there into the world, I get my life together, I create a house for a woman, and then I bring this wife into my house. I go out, most men across the world, we go out into this world to go create resources for ourselves and for our family, including a grown woman who isn't our blood. However, women do not do that. There's not one woman on the planet that said, I went to school, got my master's, got my life together, go take care of a man.
Oh, goddamn.
That has never happened in history. What woman is getting hurt? What woman is being advised by her parents? What parent is telling a woman that? Tell me.
My guy, it is 12:34 PST, Pacific Standard Time.
What parent is telling a woman that?
At lunchtime. That's crazy.
What parent tells a woman that?
First of all, sir, first of all, the amount of men who abandon their families would say otherwise. The amount of men who abandon their families would say otherwise will be contrary to what you're saying right now. The amount of women who actually stay and contribute and take care and hold down their families would prove
Are we
otherwise.
speaking about men or boys though? I'm a man. I ain't no boy.
Brother, we all men. I don't care what you say. How weird you. If you have to make up, I will say this until I'm blue in the face. If you have to make up stuff, then you don't have a point. Because if you're a man, you're a man, bro. Once you are of a certain age, you are a man. If you can't be a 30-year-old boy, stop putting that shit on boys. Boys don't even think like
Their
that.
mentality is below standard. It's remedial.
Debo, boys listen, men don't. Boys will listen to you. I can talk to my son. I coach my son all the time. Easy. Easy. And he got ADHD and everything. That nigga be like, he listen.
It's ADHD and everything.
ADHD and everything. That nigga listen though. When I talk to him, he listen, right? When his mama talk to him, he listens. You, on the other hand, you don't listen.
So you disagree that women, you disagree when I said that women go out here and get their life together for a man?
No. I think women get their life together for
themselves.
For themselves, right?
Do you disagree that men go out here and get their life together before they go engage women?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, just answer that question. Do you agree that?
What?
That men get our lives together before we go out here and engage women, and we are expected to.
Men don't get their lives together before.
Are we expected that though?
Debo, stop, bro. Men use women to build themselves up. They need the woman to help build him up. Most men aren't fucking ready to go. Most men be broke when they meet their women. Most men don't hit their financial stride till they 35, 40, but we get married in our late 20s. So what are you talking about?
Again, I was raised in a different household.
Brother, I don't care how you was raised. We talking about me. You said I'm talking for men in general. You said I'm gonna tell you how men think, how men operate. So you ain't talking about Debo now. You talking about men. And I'm telling you that men don't operate the way you trying to fucking lie to us about right now. That's what I'm saying. You are doing it again. You keep doing it.
So that's a lie, huh?
Gaslight us, bro.
And to
It's
add,
crazy.
Debo, I wouldn't finish with my thought. So you go back on mute because I let you get off. Now
To say nothing.
Right.
Shit crazy, bro. Y'all be, oh my God, y'all be, ugh.
He really aggravated me, and I'm on my sick bed today. But
Crazy,
I had
bro.
to come up. But no, for real, because what y'all want to weaponize is your money and what you feel like you've achieved against a woman. But what you've now found yourself, the modern man, the today man, you've found yourself now in competition with women because we're doing that thing and we're doing it at an excellent level. So yes, we are going to college. Yes, my parents told me you go get an education. You got to be able to take care of yourself. Don't depend on no man. So yes, women are being taught that don't you go into a situation without your own money. Don't you go into a situation, even if I go on a date, I make sure I have my own money, because what you ain't finna do at that table is ask me to go Dutch or some bullshit or act like you ain't gonna pay the check. Like,
no, or Kay, how about this? He paid for the check and now he expecting you to give him some neck.
exactly.
Check the neck.
So there are all sorts of things that women have been socialized when it comes to men. Like, y'all are the biggest predators, and not just in a way that you automatically think sexual, but y'all are the biggest predators. Y'all prey on women who have their shit together just to turn around and say, I don't want no independent woman that I can't tell nothing. Okay, so why y'all get on a different panel and say, no, she got to have her own car, she got to have her own money, her own this, her own that. But then y'all despise the same women who have all that and say they're disqualified because they have their own house, because they have their own car, because they make more money than you.
Yep.
Y'all shit on those women every day. So again, when you can't weaponize the amount of money you make because you make less than me, that makes you feel away. That's why you couldn't move in that house with that woman. That's why you scarred, because you knew that if you weren't working those 2 fucking jobs, you weren't bringing much to the table. And you went hunching that lady who comes home 5 o'clock in the morning every night. I'm pretty sure Sis Libido was so beat down. She ain't want you no more. She wasn't attracted to you no more. So the only option was, okay, yeah, he getting money, but at the same time, he's not giving me what I need. So I don't give a fuck about the money because I got my own money. I got my own house. That's what ate you up. That's what fucked you up. That's what keep you up at night and you still be thinking about sis.
and
'Cause
sending
you
her money on the weekends. That shit
yeah.
crazy. On the holidays.
Hey, I
real
agree with
quick.
you 100%, sister. I respect your opinion
But,
1,000%. Everything you just said was correct.
real quick, real quick. I brought up Marley because Marley said I shot down everything Debo said. Yeah, Marley, you know
But
why?
stop saying compete. Men don't compete with women. Not real men.
Debo, brother. Jesus Christ. Marley, yes, I shot down everything Debo said. Do you disagree? You want to add something to it? You think what he said was valid?
I think both of y'all had a point, you hear me? But you're just like you're shooting down what he's saying just because. Because Brody's saying a lot of valid points. He's speaking in
What's
general.
valid?
He's speaking in general for man as far as man and woman dynamic setup,
What's
right?
valid?
When men go out, we do for ourselves and for others also, our family and extended, right? When women do, they're just doing for themselves. That's the
Right.
only part I'm going at. When
Okay,
women
so
do, they
time
do
out.
for
So
themselves.
time out. Like I said, this out of the scenarios that I gave, who is more likely to abandon their family, a man or a woman?
A woman.
A
You
woman.
about to get dropped, Debo.
Listen, because the choices they made, man is either getting locked up, going to
Lying,
war. We're doing stuff, bro. Like, come on.
Marley. A
Men walking
man,
away from their kid, bro.
Marley,
No
Marley,
manners.
Marley, Marley. You do realize there are statistics on this, right? Like I'm not
Well,
asking
that's
this.
why I'm shocked that you're speaking this way, because black men, we being forward. That's why I'm
I
shocked
didn't
you're
even say
saying this
nothing
stuff.
about black men.
But I'm black, so I only can speak that because I can't.
Marley.
It's
Hold on,
general,
hold on,
but I
but
only can speak for being black, bro.
stop. I'll ask you the question again, right? Who is more likely to abandon their family, a man or a woman? That's all I'm asking. A mother or a father? Who is more likely to do so? Go ahead, you can answer. Unmute.
He probably hollering and breathing in the phone. And
They happen more with men, yeah.
Say
Time out.
what?
I would
Selassie?
say I would say a man was more likely to walk away. You get what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so
I
a
would
man
give you
is
that,
more
yeah.
likely. Wait. So a man is, and it ain't even close, by the way. A man is significantly more likely to
Walk from
abandon
the kid,
his
he doesn't
family.
carry the kid. Yes, I would
So
agree with
let's
that.
make
Yeah.
it make. So wait. So let's make it make sense. Let's make it make sense. How can it be so that same group of men who are
Uh-huh.
way more likely to abandon their families economically and financially and physically,
Mm-hmm.
mentally, emotionally, all those other things. If a man is more likely
All right.
to abandon, how can it be that same group of men are
Uh-huh.
also the same group of people who sacrifice everything for that family? Make it make
All
sense.
right. All right. Make it make sense for you now. See, when you leave it in general and just let it hang like that, that's not being fair or honest to the question. You get what I'm saying? Because when we say man is going to walk away, is that, or man going to have a kid and walk away? Yes, that's more likely because man don't have to stay with the kid, right? But in certain demographic, our community, that's why I only can speak for our community.
Don't
That's
speak
not the
for just our
scenario.
community because
I'm black, man. I don't
it
know
is a
about no next
man problem.
community. In
It's
our
not a black
community,
sir. You're being
it's not set that way, bro.
sir. That's
I
that's
can't
very
jack what you're saying.
Marley,
It's not.
Marley, Marley. It is very anti-black to act like these things are only happening in the black community. That I'm trying to help you out. Y'all that proclaim to love black people so much, right? Why is it that I have to keep reminding you that by repeating these tropes, like black men are stop doing that. I'm trying
You
to
want
help
me to
you
speak for
understand.
other people,
Stop
bro?
doing
When
that.
you
If you
saying
care
it
about
in
the black
general,
community, Marley, I'm
you're
gonna
throwing
drop you.
giving women
Marley,
excuses,
okay.
bro. You
I
can
brought you
drop
up
me, bro.
here. I brought you up here and I wanted you to say your piece, but I'm trying to help you understand something. Stop saying that it's a black man problem. It's not. It's not. I promise you it's not, bro. Men all around the world abandon their family, not just black men. White men abandon their families, black men abandon their families, Asian men abandon their families, Mexican men abandon their families, Puerto Rican men men abandon their families versus women, not even close. It's not even close. Versus each other, okay, it may be different, but versus women, not close, not even close, right? That's my point. So stop saying it's a
All right, I
black
get all that.
problem.
Let's talk about our community, though, bro. Like the
Brother, you
issues
don't
in
know
our
shit
community.
about our community. You just live
I'm
in it.
black. I'm part of it. What you mean I
You
don't know
not.
shit?
You
Now,
just black, nigga. You don't know nothing
whatever,
about the
man.
black community. You sound like a
What you
white
know
man
about me,
talking
man?
about black people. That's what I'm trying to help you
Now,
understand.
no, you
You
sound
don't
like you're
sound like you
enabling
understand
them,
much
bro.
about
Like
the
when you're
black
giving them.
community because you
I do. I'm
yeah.
actually going through a specific situation like
A
this with my.
Pacific brother, be quiet. Sir, you guys who proclaim to love the black community, it's so crazy how often you get up here and start sounding just like a white man. Do you not you can't don't do that. You're not about to come up here and let's talk about the black community and then say all the shit that racist white people say about black men. And then y'all be the ones telling me I hate black men. That'd be the craziest shit. I'll be trying to save y'all from sounding like racist white men. But you say that I hate black. Like, nigga, shut. What? Stop, bro. Stop getting up here talking about it's a black man. No. It's a man problem. White men do the same thing. White men are way more likely to abandon their families than white women. Mexican men are way more likely to abandon their families than Mexican women. Like, what are you talking about? That's the point. Stop saying it's within our community. That's dumb. That's dumb. I fucking can't stand that shit. Y'all got to stop doing that. Go ahead,
Man, yeah,
Celeste.
man, yeah, man.
My
Yeah, man,
homeboy.
the lady before, when she came in and she spoke, that was some real positive things, when she spoke and said that certain vibe. But the virgin that come in after that says, a woman really, a family, they make a woman go to study so that she can pick up a man. And I think the brother point with that, because yes,
I don't got the patience today. I'm sorry. I can't deal with the island men today. The American men got my blood boiling today. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. I can't. The American men are annoying me today. I don't have time for the island men. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. I don't got time for the Africans and the island men today. The American black man got me upset today. I ain't gonna even lie. So I don't got time for the island men. Go ahead, big fish. What point of mine is bull? You said that I made a bullshit point. What point is bull?
Welcome everyone. Please just let me just say what I'm saying. I know I have an accent, and you don't
Okay,
want to deal
I'll
with
let
Africans
you go,
today.
brother.
Okay, all
I'm gonna
right.
let you cook. Go
So
ahead.
the thing is this: there are 2 points that I want to discuss. I love my black women, but we got to pay attention to what's happening around the world, not just in your little corner in America, because that's what America is compared to the rest of the world. So with that being said, you talking about men abandon the men that build the world that we're living in. They were never even home. That's really how the world was built.
World? Wait. What men built? What world are you talking about? Because I just want to be
The
clear.
world that you and I living in.
No, wait.
It was built by
So
men.
what world? I know, brother. You in Africa, right? What world built?
I'm
What
in
men built
America. I've been
Africa?
here for 30 years. I'm in Silver Spring right now, Maryland.
Yeah. Oh, you been in America for 30 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Got three
You're not even
kids
in
here.
that. You're not. So wait. So you're, sir. You do understand that you got up here acting like I was just talking about America when I wasn't, and then you got up here talking about the men who built the world. What work? What did
I'm
they
making
build?
your point that you make, saying that men are more likely to abandon their families.
They are.
And because of that, those same men that abandon the family cannot do nothing for people. I'm
That's
trying to
not what
tell
I
you
said.
that the men that built the world were
Mhm.
never even home. That's how they were able to build the world. Every big project the men are doing, the men that are responsible for those projects are never even home. You do not hear women complaining or crying about those men. We need to stop doing this to
What
ourselves as
men?
black
Wait.
people, bro.
What men are you talking about? Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos' wife left him. What's the other rich dude? Microsoft dude. His wife left him. They do
Well,
complain, and they
that's
do
not the
leave the
point,
men.
though.
What are you talking
The
about?
point, you're missing the point, brother. The
No,
point is
I'm not missing,
men
sir.
that are not
Big
men
Vic,
that are
I'm not
leaving their
missing shit.
families cannot do nothing for the community was your point.
That's
And
not what I
my
said,
point is all the
sir.
men in the whole world.
Sir, that's not what I said. Okay, I'm gonna say it for you again. Though I'm gonna tell you again what I said. Y'all be so mad. Why you drop? You was yapping. I just wanted you to stop for a second. I wasn't gonna drop you. Damn.
Yeah, this is the problem with like we want to talk about relationships. This is a microcosm of them right now. Men get so triggered with what they think that they heard that there's no point in continuing the conversation after that. This is what it's like to communicate with men in relationships.
They
But
just
they
making
also
up.
lying.
Go ahead.
They did not. They
That's
did not
BPG.
build the world.
Thank you. Because I was about to say these niggas just making up shit. It ain't even that they think they heard something. They literally are just lying. Like they just make up shit. They just, oh, this is what you said. I didn't say that. I
That
didn't
nigga,
say that.
that nigga act like he built it personally. Like he took
They
that
no.
shit
They
so
really think
personal.
that. They really think they built the world. And the laughable part is about black men participating in those kind of conversations. Sir, you were a hostage.
What are you talking about? You built the world. You built the world by force. You didn't build the world because you and some white man got together and y'all looked over some floor plans and decided to make a home together. You built that world on blood, sweat, and tears involuntarily. And now y'all want to stand there together like the doggone Power Rangers and act like you literally, you helped him build this, and you didn't.
And
You were there by force.
if men built the world, especially black men, if men built this country and built this world, especially in this country, where are our statues at? Where are we at? You see us on the side of Mount Rushmore? Where are our faces at? Where is it at? That's what
That's
I'm
literally
saying.
where the logic gets lost, because you built the world, but if you look at a history book, you're not even in it. You're in it as far as Frederick Douglass and doggone Martin Luther King, but
That's
you
all they
built the
got.
world. And if you ask any random person in America, name a man from an African country that has made substantial advancements in America, they can't name one. And it's not that there isn't one. You built the world, and you forgot to put yourself in the doggone book. You forgot to sign your name at the bottom after you got done constructing the world. You know why? Because during that time you were enslaved. During that time you were building the world by force. And if you had chosen not to build the world, then guess what would have happened? And they don't want to admit that part. They don't want to admit that part. They want to leave that part out intentionally because they are perfectly fine with ascribing to the ideas of patriarchy so long as they get to be big, strong men. But then when you add in the part where racism comes in, and now you have another oppressive system working against you within patriarchy, now you go, well, I mean, yeah, I was a big, strong man, and yeah, I was kidnapped by a white man, but, I did help build it. Like, okay, black women were beside you while you were doing that, and you keep leaving that part out, so now you look stupid.
You big dummy. Hey, real quick, can y'all please bang the cash app one time? It's 500 and some people in here. I really need. Can y'all bang the cash app one time? Poor favor. Keep the live alive. Give the pen.
That's true. If they did read, they would know that. But I don't think that they want to know that. I don't think that they want to accept that idea, because that takes them from being the conqueror to being the conquered. Like they don't want to be the victim in the story. They want to be the victor. But if in order for you to be able to be the victor, you would have to admit that you are also participating in oppressive systems. Because the moment that you go, no, 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 because the white man is holding me down. Wait a minute. Hold on, because 2 seconds ago you were big and strong and you were building the world. You were. How does a man that built the world get trapped by a man who, you're saying that is your equal? You're saying that this man is just as big and just as strong. They tell us all day long about how women cannot fight men and how women aren't strong enough and how men are big and brave. But somehow you ended up here. How'd you get here? Because I don't remember you being a ship captain. I don't remember you and Ahab, sailing the seven seas and getting
Big
to
Fish said,
America.
Big Fish said, who said that? Did he just
He
get
just
his
said
dumb
that.
ass
He
up
said
here
that
and say
men built
that?
the world. He said that.
Yeah.
And I want to,
We ain't
and
making
I
that
want to,
up.
and I want to be clear, real quick, y'all. Hey, can y'all bang the cash app one time? Keep the live alive. Please support the live. I would greatly appreciate it. Y'all see the cash app right there is dancing. Yeah, go ahead, bang the cash app one time. I appreciate all the new subs. Thank you to all the to all my mods. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all the old subs, new subs. Bang the cash app one time. Keep the live alive. Y'all know what it is. Big Fish. I don't know why you dropped, brother. I didn't drop you. I was gonna let you speak your piece, but you was just a little bit too puffy in the chat, so I had to mute you, fam. You did say that we built the world. Men built the world. They was never at home, and those women didn't complain. How do you know? Have you dug up their corpses and asked those dead women, those the dead wives of those women, and asked them, did they mind that those men were out quote unquote building the world? Like, how do you know?
No, he assumes that because social media wasn't around for us to hear them complaining, that they weren't doing it.
Shit is crazy. And then the
And the
men that are
crazy
built
part is, if you read newspapers, if you read magazines, if you read books, you would know that those women were complaining. For centuries, women have been complaining about the same exact thing.
the same shit. So I find it odd that and this I'm sorry, and the statement that I made that I didn't get to finish articulating, I was just saying that how can it be? Because here's what men like to do all the time. Men say we are the protectors. And then I always ask, well, if we are the protectors, then how can it be that we are also the largest purveyors of violence against women and against men and against children? How is that possible? Okay. So same thing here. Men, we do everything for everybody else. Okay. Who's more likely to abandon their kids and their family? Men. Okay. Then how can we be the people who are more likely to abandon their kids and their family, but also be the people who are doing all of this stuff and sacrificing all of these things for their kids and their family? Does that make sense to you guys? That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't the logic doesn't track. And you guys don't ask yourself these questions because you're not being honest. You're not being honest with yourself. You're not being honest about the situation. You're lying, and you're lying to us, and you're lying to yourself. You guys are coming up here acting like men are these selfless, virtuous human beings, and we just do all of these great things because it's the right thing to do, and men are raised to sacrifice themselves and blah 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 blah. The only thing that men are told to sacrifice themselves for is for capitalism. That's it. For capitalism. You will die on the altar of capitalism before you die on the altar of your family, doing it for your family. Cause y'all can't even listen to women to keep them around. You got a woman, you got a family, you got a wife, you got a whole fucking family, you got a woman, right? This dude, I'll give you an example. There was a dude yesterday on a panel who kept saying he loved black women specifically. I love black women, I love black women. Whole time he kept cutting black women off every time they tried to speak, and I was like, it's so crazy. And then he went on this rant about how he'd do all these things for black women. I'll lay down my life and I'll do that. And I said, I find it odd that you were willing to lay down your life, but you're not willing to listen to these women when they speak. Y'all just be saying shit that sounds good. Nobody believes you. Nobody, and that's why people like me don't believe it. I won't say nobody believes you. Some unwitting woman is gonna believe you someday, but I don't believe you. I lay down my life
It's
for you, but I refuse to listen to you. I refuse to be a better person. Are you like it doesn't make sense? It doesn't make
it's
sense.
because it's very easy to be willing to do something you most likely won't ever have to do. So anybody can come up here and say, I'm willing to fly to the moon if somebody needed me to. It's just very easy to be willing to do something that realistically you may not ever actually have to do.
Speaking of
And
flying
they,
to the
more than
moon,
realistically, they know that they're not going. They know that they're not going to have to do it for a fact, and they know honestly, even if given the opportunity, they wouldn't do it. Like, and it's much easier to say because it sounds much braver. If I say to you, Shan, I would lay down my life for you. If I saw you in the heat of battle, I would pull out my sword and I would slay any enemy that tried to dare come against you. That doesn't sound. That sounds much cooler than. Shan, when I hear you talk, I think I'm gonna take some time and I'm gonna actually listen to what you're saying, and I'm gonna hear you out, and I'm gonna try to, reason with what it is you're saying and empathize with what you're saying. That sounds less fancy than pulling out a sword and slinging dragons for you. And honestly, one is just so much easier. And the truth of the matter, like they know this. That's why their only talking point ever is that I am willing to lay down my life for this woman. When I marry her, I have made a vow that I'm going to lay down my life for her. Never mind the fact that I ain't never heard no vows that say that. I've never heard any man say that in any vows. Like, unless you write them yourself, you've never actually said that. The only thing you have to do is listen to that lady, and you would rather sweat, bleed, and scar from slaying dragons than to just shut up and listen to what she's actually saying.
How about instead of unalive and for me, you live for me? And by that I mean you said to the moon, whoever said to the moon. So the women who the from Hidden Figures, because they were building the world, which going to the moon is part of building the world, they still went home, raised children. They still went home, cooked and did all that kind of stuff. The women who are always doing all kinds of things that actually build the world, the women who build the algorithm, all of them still manage to go home while doing world building things
Hmm.
and take care of children and such. Now, in this particular paradigm, world building isn't a flex because we got a whole bunch of wars and genocides and digging up the earth and pollution and inequality and human trafficking and like is this the flex that you like? I don't think it's a flex that you think it is. And the other thing, the people who were essentially the tools in building can't be the you can't take credit for the people who built the schematics. Okay, that is like the hammer taking credit for building the whole boat. That is not how any of this works. So before you puff out your chest and talk about men build the world, y'all built one full of a whole bunch of misogyny, patriarchy, capitalism, ableism, racism. It's not the flex that you think it is. And why are the men so emotional today? What's going on?
They hurt, honestly, and
I,
it's not a flex. You talking about building the world, but every time I look up, it's another sinkhole. Sir, you couldn't even build the street correctly, and you talking about how you're willing to put your life on the line. Like you gotta stop this.
I do think the sinkholes is fucking sick in LA. I do want to say that it's
Complimenting your
crazy, but
people.
I don't know what the fuck's going on out here. It's nuts. Um, but I do want to just say that the world building shit is not important. I don't really give a fuck about who built the world at this point. The point is that men are the ones that are predominantly upholding it. That's the point. Okay, cool. Some white man built the world before us. It ain't even okay, cool. But nigga, you the one holding the shit up. You the one. They playing Monopoly. They playing the game of Monopoly on our backs. You know what I'm saying? And there's a good amount of people in the group saying, hey, we should all just stand up and flip the fucking game over. But there's too many. You niggas in here talking about nah. What's better than this? What's better? If we all stand up, then we all equal. Nah, I don't want that shit. It's people. Y'all just want to be. As long as you feel like you got a leg up on some group of marginalized people, whether it be women, children, LGBTQIA, don't fucking matter. As long as you got a poor person, whatever. As long as you got a leg up on a motherfucker, you good. You don't want to disrupt it because you think that you might end up being on the bottom at some point in time. That's the thing. You fear that, but the long and the short of it is you already on the bottom. They smushing you down like a fucking panini. You getting smushed like all day long. Like, Jesus Christ, bro, wake up. Just on some real shit. It's really frustrating. And the reason why the men are so emotional today is because this shit is extremely accurate. It is extremely accurate. No matter how much they try to fucking kick and scream like a petulant child, it is extremely accurate. They know it to be true. They know they be using this shit to manipulate women, and they fucking try to will monogamy as some bullshit ass tool to drive women into their arms or whatever the case may be. And hey man, we had a good run. We had a good run with monogamy. With the fear of like, oh, you either gonna have one person or you ain't gonna have nobody, right? And we had a good run of that. But the women don't want it. They don't want it anymore. I'm not saying they want to be with multiple dudes. I'm saying there's a lot of them. They're just going, I don't want to be with any of y'all. The thing about it for me is the wildest concept to me is to think that women would want to be with multiple men. Not because like I think that women, you know what I'm saying, like on some like, no, it's different for women. It's because niggas is terrible. I'm like, you want 3 terrible niggas in your life?
I be
Like,
telling my husband that, like, bro, look, one thing you don't have to worry about is cheating. Men at this point are so
Shame.
unbelievably dumb that
I barely won't
I
cheat.
wouldn't do it. That's not something I'm invested in because for one, women have to do too much to be with men. Okay, I don't want another man to have to take care of that's expecting me to clean for him, that's expecting me to cook for him, that wants sex. I'm already look. I'm tired enough, and that's with a good husband. Like he already know what he. I got a ready made dude. He know what he doing. He know how to act right. Ain't no way I'm taking another chance on another dude, especially in this climate. Especially in this climate, because for black men, the most laughable part to me about black men invested in patriarchy is that it's like playing a game with somebody who's winning, but they really sincerely still believe that I'm sorry, that they losing, and they sincerely believe that they have a chance at winning. Like they playing Monopoly, they got doggone the first three spots on the board. You know what I mean? They got those spots that really don't mean anything. They ain't got no hotels, they ain't got no houses, they can't pass go again because they done lost all their doggone money. The only way they getting money is if they pass go, but they got to get past Boardwalk and Park Place, and they don't even realize that they have run out of money and run out of opportunity. But they still believe that they could possibly win the game, and the reality is like they don't realize that the game is rigged, and they don't realize that they losing. And it's like, bro, give it up. You've landed on go to jail. All of your things are gone. Like, and you still believe, no, let's just keep playing. Sir, I got work in the morning. Like, you have to let this go. But they don't want to let it go. They sincerely believe that they still have a shot at winning.
And we have zero. We have a zero. We don't have any. We don't have any shot. We don't have any shot. We don't. And I'm just at the point to where now, I don't know, man. I don't know what it's gonna take. But you know what? I ain't gonna get into that right now. I was gonna go on the tangent. I don't want to do it. What up? What up, system?
Man, I'm just enjoying the conversation. I was trying to figure out from the little piece I heard, is this like a lane for like bashing or division? You know, like
Wait, no, wait, y'all. Hold on. What? What are you saying?
like are we bashing men?
Who?
Or
Why would we be bashing men? What have we said that's bashing men?
let me ask this then.
No.
Is this about
What have we
is this
said?
no, just from me picking up the
System.
reception. I've been on here for maybe like 6-7 minutes, right?
Okay, so
And
system.
so
I'm asking system. Wait, what have we said that makes you think we're bashing men?
what men are incapable of doing, or if they ain't got enough of this, or if they not able to
No, be
have
specific.
this.
No. Be specific. Be specific because we didn't say that. So be specific. What did we say?
Now I can't be specific because I kind of dove in a point where, like the sister just said a while ago, it's kind of like it's a game, and she choose not to really have multiple men. Her husband is enough, and she can't kind of deal with certain things. No, I
Okay.
kind of caught
Yeah, that's
that
not.
much of.
You think that's man bashing to say I don't
No,
want to cheat on my husband?
that's no. I was letting you know that's the part that I kind of could clarify in what
Okay.
I caught. So I was asking, is this a platform where that's being done at, or is it like kind of division, like dividing men from women? The women view it this way, the men view it this way, or y'all coming together to like get on one accord on what will make the situation and lives better?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course we're on that. And here's the thing. It says that when you come into my room, when you come into my space, it says exactly what it is. But the crazy thing is that I, a man, am talking to 1, 2, 3, 4 women right here and hundreds of women in this chat, right? So obviously they don't hate men. Obviously they're not bashing men. It's my platform.
Right.
I'm not gay. I'm not a gay man. I have no, like, whatever you would assume about a man that talks honestly about men. None of those things. I'm married. I got kids. I fight. I play basketball. Like, I do the same shit every nigga do, except for I stop lying. That's it. That's the only difference between me and most men. I stop lying. So what division are we sowing in here? What division could I be sowing by telling men to stop lying and stop lying to themselves and stop lying to these women?
No. I don't want to be the topic. I don't want to be the topic of the subject, man. I was
No, no, no,
asking.
no, no,
Is
no.
that
No.
what's
You came
going
in here with your
on?
whole chest
No,
and
that's
asked
okay.
us, were we man bashing or causing division? So we're gonna need you to
Right.
either expound on that.
Or what was the other question I asked?
Or
Or
we
is
bring it.
this
Or we bring it. Look. We'll do it like this, system. We'll do it like this. You got it. I don't want to center you. What do you think about the prompt?
I mean, I'm not with monogamy, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's used to control women. I think it's just a lustful dive in, be comfortable, be secure in the situation with the man. I think it's more like if he has this going on and this going on, he can be more persuasive to add more women to his caliber. I don't see niggas that ain't really got it like that, and it's just a big flood market for
Wait.
monogamy.
Wait. Monogamy means you're with one woman.
Oh man, I'm tripping. I'm
Yeah, you
thinking
think
of
about
polygamy.
you think about polygamy. Yeah, no. So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
with monogamy, you with one woman. You saying?
I don't even think women want to be with one man. I think women want to pick and choose.
Sir, he asked you.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, so do you want? Because you said you're not with monogamy, but you thought monogamy meant to be with multiple people, right? So I'm asking you. You want to you're okay with being with one woman? Like that's your thing, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. And why do you think
But
women don't want to be with one man? What benefit is it? Let me ask you this way: what benefit does a woman have from being with multiple men?
I think we're held on the caliber of perfection. So if you have five things that's going good in your life and you drop the ball on one, you can be held accountable for that. It can hang over your head for days and weeks and years to come. And it depends on how you react to it depends on how you react to her feedback on whether or not she's gonna accept you with that flaw in your game or she can get past it.
So you bashing women.
Now I'm going from experience.
No, so no.
I'm
So you woman bashing.
I'm not bashing. I'm speaking. When he asked me, I dove into my caliber of life and I looked
Exactly.
in.
So what the fuck you
And
think we was up here doing? Talking about experiences,
that's why
right?
I asked. I said, is this for bashing or is this for like bringing things together? Because
But
I
then you
want a
got up here bashing
resolution for
women.
why. I want a resolution for why, like I've encountered these situations through my 40 years and it hasn't changed even in our children.
But
It's
okay,
like
but that's because of you. That sounds like a you problem. Why you need to choose better, system. Choose better women, vet better.
that's a good answer. You know,
Okay, because if you
that,
still picking the same type of woman, sir, you choose poorly. Y'all
no,
women, men make bad choices.
I dated
Y'all are
variety.
poor choosers.
So would I look at that as bashing or would I just receive that?
You receive that because clearly you're bad at choosing.
I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. Okay.
I think the part that makes it annoying is that most of the time when men, first of all, the idea that men have to be perfect in order to be in a relationship with a woman is laughable. Cause yeah, that's not what y'all doing. But also, most of the time when men are talking about being perfect, and you make one mistake and that's it, they usually talking about cheating. They usually talking about misusing finances.
Hey,
They
Legion. Hey,
usually
Legion,
like
a
the
goddamn Legion, a goddamn animal.
you know what I'm like
From this country, from this planet.
See, it's starting to come out.
What did you when you watched it? What did you think of it?
Nah, I had somebody run it down to me like this woman, like real quick,
Uh huh.
like real fast. I was
oh,
like,
that's public talking to somebody. I'm
Public,
like,
you got to
I
mute.
thought I had another live going. Lord have mercy. Yeah, but most of the time that's what y'all like the dropping the ball is usually the ball has completely deflated. Like, and you have to stop expecting women to be able to withstand blatant neglect and mistreatment and essentially, honestly, what I consider abuse. Because if you cheating, I take that as a direct threat. But you have to stop expecting women to just deal with that just to be with you. And I think that men have a huge issue because of the fact they watch their daddies. And I get it. They watch their daddy. mistreat their mama and she still came home and cooked and that's her man and she gonna stick beside him. They watch their grandma do it and now it's their turn to do it and the women is like, hell no, I ain't doing that. And I feel bad for y'all because y'all, that's all y'all know. That's what y'all watched happen and you would thought that this was gonna be your shot. And the women said, you know what, how about I go read this book and sit in peace and be in my house and I can look cute for me. I don't even need a man to look cute for me. And don't let a rose get involved because I done heard women talk about that doggone rose. And now y'all really don't stand a chance because you didn't take the time to figure out how women's bodies work. So you don't even have that going for yourself. And I think that that's the hard part. So for a lot of men, they think that they just dropping the ball in one area when the reality was you had never learned that lady's body. You had never learned to keep your own body to yourself. You wasn't making a whole lot of money because this is how oppressive systems work. Capitalism had us all in a bind. So you wasn't making a lot of money and you hadn't educated yourself. So now all the things
So
that
we
your
start
granddaddy
with
could
abuse. We
use,
start with abuse, and
Why
no, that's
then
not
did
what I
the
said.
beginning of your sentence interrupt the middle of hers? Like she
I'm
was
sorry.
literally in the middle of a fucking sentence.
She
Mute.
was. I apologize for that.
And it's not what I was talking about isn't directly abuse. Like I said, cheating to me is abuse because it's nasty. And I take that as a direct threat. I understand why other people don't consider that abuse. What I'm saying is that your granddaddy and your daddy had a shot at mistreating your mama, whether that be working extensive amounts of hours where he didn't have to come home and he could still get a hot meal and a press shirt, or he had a family on the other side of town, or he, wasn't actually spending time with her, or yes, he liked to knock her between the washer and the dryer and she couldn't leave because the police didn't consider that abuse. Like these things where men thought that they were going to have a shot at that and they didn't because the new women, the plot twist is that whole time that y'all were out playing cops and robbers, our mamas was in the kitchen giving us the tea, and now women ain't dealing with that.
To pick it off of
Man,
Leisha,
this is crazy.
Leisha was out there sleeping with prostitutes and possibly exposing that lady to wild stuff. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Like, you have to take accountability for yourself as a man before you ever poke your chest out and go anywhere in saying what women can do better. The call is coming from inside the house. So you work on you as a man, you show up as the best version of yourself that you can be, and you won't have a problem choosing the right woman. You won't have a problem attracting the right woman. What happens is y'all go out into this world broken and making poor choices, and
Hmm.
just so happens choosing the wrong woman is part of those poor choices that you then reap the consequences of. And I'm willing to bet somebody hurt your feelings in 5th grade and you still stuck on that.
It was in the 9th grade.
Okay. Okay. Well, sir,
I mean, well, we can't sit on her and act like
he
everybody ain't
ain't.
had their feelings
He
hurt.
ain't.
See, we can't sit on here and act like everybody ain't had their feelings hurt. We can't sit
No,
on here and act
you gotta
like
let
we
that
But
ain't never
go.
hurt. We ain't
in the
never hurt
ninth
somebody's
grade,
feelings. No,
Mr.
I
Cisco.
just threw that out there just as in
But I'm
I
just
can
saying,
relate to
Mr.
what she's
Cisco,
saying.
at some point, even if it happened when you were 21, at some point, you have to get past that. And just like y'all don't want women grouping y'all together and saying, oh, not all men like that, you can't walk around saying all women are a certain way because you haven't encountered all women. Go to
I,
therapy, unpack your stuff, build that bridge within you, and find your healing, and then you'll be able to build that bridge with a woman. But until then, you're
no,
just going to completely just revisit the cycle.
I understand that. I feel like I'm healed. I think that as I begin to date, or when I do date, there's always expectations, and so I had a mind frame of expectations can lead to disappointments. I think once she has in her mind that she's for me and she needs to show me that she's there for me, the better that I can accommodate the situations. when I deal with women these days is with expectations. It's more like, what can he do? What can he provide? What can he say? And that's understandable. But she's not saying that same shit.
But why does she have to show you anything? Aren't y'all the leaders? Aren't you supposed to be
So
showing?
now in that direction, we the leaders. But when it
No,
comes
but
to
no,
other
that's
things,
because that's
it's kind
y'all
of like,
rhetoric. That's y'all's rhetoric. So I'm just using your rhetoric back on you. We the leaders, men supposed to be in charge, men this, men that, and all of a sudden you gotta wait on a woman to move a certain way in order for you to feel a certain way, so then you
no.
can move a certain way. You
When
the
it
leader.
comes to leader, it's more like, am I leading my life into the direction that when she come in, she can be comfortable. I don't know about leading her like, I mean, I'm leading my life in a direction that I want to be honest, I want to be truthful, I want to be healthy, I want to be good. And when she come in, that's the direction that I'm going to lead her in. I don't, the other
But
type
you
of
got
leading,
but
I
you
don't,
have to learn how to lead yourself first.
but I'm doing that.
Okay, so then what we
That's
talking about? You healed,
No, you
you
threw
got
that in when you threw that in, like give like this is what you need to do and this is what you need to do, and I'm just like, I'm doing that.
you got what?
Well, you got it together, sir, so just choose better. That's all you gotta do. You got it all together. You got all the answers. Can we hear from Jody just right quick?
I'm sorry, what?
Would you like to add to this conversation, huh?
Yeah, I think that you know, men having the emotional capacity and the emotional intelligence to be that safe refuge for their female partners is huge. And I think that when men perpetuate the patriarchy based on what their dads, their grandfathers, etc., who came before them have passed down to them, they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. I think it would behoove of men to realize that the goalposts have changed. Earlier in the conversation, there was talk about how women have evolved, men have not. There are still standards and goals from yesteryear that are being applied today, and I think when men can realize that their influence, their impact, the quality of life they can have for themselves and also with their partners, they have a better shot at that when they realize you have to balance, providing, protecting, etc. And you have to move in a more emotionally, mentally, psychologically safe way. Does that make sense? Like, you can't just say that men are the providers, they're protectors, they're doing whatever, and expect to have, good women, good relationships and be better men. They have to now factor in things that in the past are traditionally not for
No,
men.
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Because everybody is responsible for being a complete human being.
No,
So
that's
you're essentially saying that because they provide, protect, blah blah blah, that now it's hard for them
no,
to
that's
be
not at all what I was
emotionally
saying.
intelligent.
That's not at all what I was saying. What I'm saying
That's
is,
exactly what you just said.
okay, then let me try to put it to you a different way because that's not what I believe. That's not what I think. What I'm saying is, earlier in the conversation, there was a snippet about how women have evolved. Okay, feminism has been great. Women have independence. We have freedom, and our society has changed based on that. Okay, we don't need men anymore to have bank accounts, houses, jobs, or to even have kids. Men are still stuck in just being providers, protectors, whatever. But when they get in relationships where they are partners, where they are fathers, they need to start incorporating the emotional needs of themselves so they can be better men. But also the focus needs to be more on evolving emotionally, mentally, psychologically, and not so much being a provider and a protector. Does that make sense?
You sound like you saying that they can't do both, and women do it all.
No, I think she's saying, Kay, that they need to learn to do both because they can't.
Yes.
they're not.
Right. So
So
why
I
Who's
do
feel like
saying
I'm
that we
hearing her
can't
say
do
that
both? Who's saying that
no, no,
we
no, no,
not
no.
already doing that?
But what I'm saying
you
is,
aren't though.
you right, you're not. But what I'm saying is that expectation, that
On your
work.
level, we're not meeting the
Wait,
Hold on,
wait.
expectations of
system. Let
that. So
K
you can
finish. Let
say,
K finish. Let K finish, and then you can say whatever you need to say.
That work should be done before engaging someone in a relationship,
Yes.
because you know
Yes.
what you stand to do is damage them kids and
Yes.
aggravate the shit out of that woman.
Yes, yes, and I'm agreeing with you on that. When men come into relationships and they have partnerships, marriages, they become fathers, but they are subsequently the additional child in that household. I mean, men just need to quit focusing on I'm a provider, I'm a protector, I'm going to do this and you're going to do that. No, men need to evolve to be better men
you would
to
not
and then come
survive
to
without us.
relationship and be
You would
fathers.
not
You know,
survive without
System,
us. So
system,
how can you
system,
just put us
system,
down?
Stop
system. Why are you
interrupting,
so
please.
emotional? Stop throwing a tantrum up in here. You're
It's okay.
absolutely
Relax.
hysterical. I need you to stop acting like you got sand in your vagina and just calm the fuck down.
but
Nah,
does that I just want
listen.
to make sure
It's
that I'm
more
clear on
like
what
you
I
got
was
to
saying.
have the mind frame of
Hold
this
on, real
is
quick.
Talking system.
Okay, let me reset the room real quick.
Thank you.
Yes, Jody, we understand what you're saying. You're saying
Okay.
that this is something that they need to learn how to do, or they
Yes.
need to be better at doing, and they
Yes.
currently are not doing that
Correct.
to the level that they should be, to the
Yes.
level that women need them to. Got it. System, please stop interrupting everybody on the panel. You can speak. Nobody's dropped you. Nobody's not allowed you to speak. You've been allowed to speak freely this whole time, but you cannot talk over people. So if you hear somebody talking, wait until they're done, and then you can have your turn. Also, just
yes,
take a
ma'am.
couple of deep breaths, okay? You're not up
Yes,
here
ma'am.
to be Captain Save a Man. You do not have to speak for them all. Take a deep breath, listen to
No, it's
what's
like
being
y'all
said,
speaking down
and
on us
you're
all.
listen, you're talking over me right now, and I just said, stop talking over people and wait until they're done.
I
You're
know, but you
40 years
saying
old.
something
You
about
know how
me,
to,
and
hey,
then I
hey,
got
hey, 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 hey. I don't want to start treating you like my 4-year old, but I've given you instructions twice now. So those are your 2 warnings. Third time, you have to get a consequence.
Oh.
Stop talking over people. Wait until they're done, and then you can speak. I don't care what I'm saying to, about, whatever. Wait until I'm
okay,
done.
okay.
Now go back on mute because I'm not done. Like I said, you do not have to be so defensive up here and be the Captain Save a Man and, unmute every time you hear something you don't like or every time you hear something that makes you uncomfortable regarding a man. You can speak, but stop being so defensive about everything these women say and maybe just listen to them and you may learn something. Now I'm done.
Go off, system.
I'm sorry, Vanity. That's especially if you're saying it doesn't apply to you. So it's like, why you care so much and why you want to argue so hard for shit that you saying don't meet your demographic,
Right.
you as a
I'm just
person.
on here to learn. I apologize, ladies.
But also, I think that it must be noted, women can survive without men, dear.
Here,
Um,
here.
and honestly, men prove that point all the time. How many times have you heard the example that if you put um 100 women on the island, I'm sorry, 100 men on the island and one woman, that only one baby will be made that year. But if you put 100 women on the island with one man, then there'll be 100 babies. Like, we know that that math is stupid because it makes the assumption that all men are virile, and we know that y'all not. But it literally takes one man to be able to impregnate multiple women. So the fact that y'all have set up this dynamic where you really only need one man in order to make it all happen. And again, it would be gross for a whole lot of reasons because everybody would be related and it wouldn't make sense and all the points would run into each other. But this is the example that's used.
That's
Women can still balance both themselves and the community, like at the same, and they always have. Women can do both construction and kids. They can build things, they can make things, they can build computers, they can build canals, and then they can go home and they can cook dinner and they can figure out how to read bedtime stories and play games and get kids to the point where they're calmed from whatever boo-boos they get. Like women can do that, and women have proven to do that multiple times. But we see on the opposite end that men struggle very deeply when they're trying to balance both, because of the fact that
Yes.
they haven't been socialized in a way where they understand how to be both logical and emotional, and know how to nurture and understand nature. So they find themselves in a place where if you leave a man with a kid, his own kids, he's confused about what it is he need to do. He don't know where the pajamas at. He don't know the bedtime routine. The kid
And I say,
runs into something and they don't
it's
know
talk
how
to
to
me.
calm that child down. Like, these are the things that happen with men, and on the opposite end, it's not happening with women.
I'm a single father, man.
Oh,
Like everything you just described is like, but I understand your reason for that. When it comes to survival, I mean surviving without computer systems, without any of that. I'm just saying a natural instinct to survive. They had a show where they put women and men on an island, and women could not even produce water. They couldn't get their food and clean water. So when I speak on survival, it's more of the demographics of without any things that we have now. I'm not saying that women are not important. It's we're just as important. And if we can't fulfill emotional needs at the time, sympathize with that and find another way to get on with us or to tolerate us.
It's
You
not a
know,
woman's
it's
job. It's not a woman's job to bear this mental work and this mental load for men. It's the sole responsibility of men to do this work. Women are done doing the mental, emotional work that men think we should be doing. We can't do it for
you
you.
do it naturally.
Hold on,
No,
But
sister.
the other but the
it's
other
not
thing
our
is
job to do
too,
it.
I didn't
don't
say it
don't
was your
use a
job.
T don't use a
You do
TV
it
show as a
automatically.
reference. Don't use a TV show as a reference, because this is why I emphasize books. And men get so pissed off at me because I emphasize books. Because books would tell you that when we were living off the land, women hunted.
Yes.
Women absolutely were able to care for themselves. There's a book that I read that talked about
My
how
goodness.
women single-handedly took society out of barbarism because of the fact that they could balance both participating in their community and hunting and gathering. But because of the fact that a lot of men are offended for whatever reason, they think reading is for women. Because of that, they really don't know that these are things that are like, there's data to prove this. There was another interesting thing that I read, and it talked about how they had these they had all of these like artifacts from warriors that they had found scattered across Central Asia, and the entire time they just assumed that it was men, because they assumed that men were warriors. And when they actually went back and looked at the bones, they noticed that it was the bones of women. So when they went back to do further research, they started finding out that 60% of the bones that they had been finding across Central Asia was women. And because of the fact that there were male archaeologists and male I forgot the other word, but those men were finding those bones, so they just literally made that assumption. And then when people actually went back and looked, that they were women. So y'all sincerely believe that y'all were out here hunting and
We were.
chucking spears at people and all of those things. Women were doing that.
No, you were
Women
doing
were
it
doing
too.
that.
You were doing
No, no,
it
no, no,
too.
no. Women were doing 60% of the food was found. And yes, anthropology. Women were getting the food. Women were hunting. 60%.
Right. You
Like,
might be
that's
talking about
not
in one part of
that's
the world.
majority.
You might be talking about one part of the world.
Multiple, no,
Women were
multiple
doing it.
parts of the world.
Women
Multiple
were
parts of the
doing it.
world.
So you saying men was at home chilling and women was out
I'm not
hunting.
saying that I'm not saying that men were at home chilling. Nobody was at home chilling because the concept is very hard to grasp when you don't understand anthropologically how that was set up. These societies were
No,
very egalitarian. They were very
System.
much whoever
Quiet.
whoever could get in wherever they fit in, that's what they did. So when they looked at these societies, they saw that there was a very real balance of power. But when they looked at the hunter-gatherer societies and who was doing the hunting, it was the women.
So we're gonna hear from a brown pearl next. System. I know you itching to say something, but
no, no,
she
no. I'm
hasn't
on. I'm
spoken
on.
at
I'm on
all.
mute. I would love to hear her.
Okay, go ahead. A brown. Is it a brown pearl? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Hey, everybody. I wanted to say that I'm kind of glad somebody brought up this topic about men kind of being, it's kind of like a form of hypocrisy, and it's not all men, all right? But I keep hearing on TikTok, right, a lot of conversations about men judging women for having a high body count and saying that that's their expectation. And not saying that I don't believe in purity, right, and encouraging young people to save themselves until marriage, because I do. But the funny thing about it, right, is that while all of these expectations have been put on the woman, right, to be this virtuous, wholesome woman, the whole time the common culture of man has been to encourage men to go out and hunt and manipulate as many women as possible, right? So I've always felt like it was very hypocritical. This is new as far as the monogamy. This is actually interesting because I would like to know more about who invented monogamy, because I always thought it was just, well, people started being really jealous, and so then they decided, okay, everybody needs to be with their own person. So I never really have had any conversations about the history of monogamy. But I think this is a very interesting topic about men kind of using it as really a manipulation strategy to basically push and hold women into being monogamous and feeling like they have to be monogamous while they are still doing their own thing. To me, it just seems like just from the beginning of history, even until now, it always ties back to me that men are the ones that always end up in the upper hand with all of these women, right? So you had your kings that had multiple wives, right? Even in biblical times, which I am a Christian myself, I'm struggling with that concept of the Bible. Why were these men allowed to have all of these wives? And then the women were never really allowed to have multiple husbands, right? And so then it transpired into monogamy, supposedly. But then we had everybody cheating. So you had all of these women that were in relationships, but they couldn't work and really didn't have rights. Or if they did work, it was difficult labor, right? And they didn't really have a voice in politics and the government. So they were stuck in these marriages with these men who cheated, and they just had to take that silently. It was accepted to just be with a man knowing he has all these outside babies and bringing home STDs and outside babies, right? And then we go through history again, and now we're into poly. So every time I look up, I am seeing a bunch of men that are living with 2 and 3 and 4 women. So it's just, I don't know what to say.
So, let me say one thing. As men, we're dogs, and it sounds like you want that same privilege or you want that same energy. We're considered dogs. That's just what it is.
Sis,
The
I'm
the
sorry.
thing.
You are too old to be talking like this. It's really
No,
bothering me and my homegirls. I'm gonna
I'm
be so for real.
speaking. I'm speaking on the aspect of
It's
how we're
upsetting me and my
viewed,
homegirls.
and how we are. Like that's what it is.
You just said that men are dogs and women want
Right.
that same privilege to be dogs too. Do you
Because
hear yourself?
that's what it sounds like. She's kind of disappointed in. Like, how can they be able to do this and do that, and then we have to, do something different? What I'm saying is, especially like when it comes to the Bible is for men, in my opinion, to get right so the woman would know how to follow and get closer to God. So as men were doing all these wrong, 3, 4 wives, kings and things, that's why Jesus came and he gave us a new law as men to follow. So that's why it's like a lot of stories about men in the Bible and all that, because I feel like it's a revelation for us. Because where we're leading her, that's why we're having this conversation. We've led you to the point where y'all don't feel like y'all on equal playing fields. And we're being misleading, and you're willing to follow just to get a taste of that power. Where the Bible is saying you shouldn't be this way. Check yourself, brother. This is not how you can lead your children or your woman. And we're not picking up the Bible. We might be picking up the internet. And so I guess what I'm asking is her debate, men shouldn't have all that privilege to themselves. If women want to have multiple husbands, she should be allowed to, or she should, have more husbands. Like, what is the thing with that?
Sir, are you aware that the Bible is available on the internet, as well as other books that people can reference?
Yeah, ma'am. I was just trying to prove a point, as in, don't look at it like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because, like, saying that men are dogs, okay, but then saying that women want the privilege of being treated like dogs. That's
Not treated like. Like, if we doing the wrong things that y'all consist, man, of doing, or are you saying that we should be able to do the same thing as men? Because I stand on, like, we are dogs. We can be dogs. I don't think all women cheat. I think we push or persuade, or we just go out on a hunt and we do the shit. So I've been that way before. So I don't.
Real quick, system. When you first came in here, you was talking about man bashing. Do you not think calling men dogs is man bashing? That's what man bashing is, by the way. You just said men are dogs.
Listen, but
That's man
I'm
bashing.
taking accountability. I'm taking accountability of looking at my life and some of the partners' lives around me. I got partners now that's married with wives, and they still do the shit that they do. So when she say men are X, Y, and Z, I can't say, nah, we ain't like that, because I've been like that. So the question is, well, what the lady just spoke, Brown.
So system, real quick. It's cool if you do it. It's a problem when we do it. Because if we were men bashing, like he said, I'm pretty sure you would have had a problem
It's
with that.
not
That's why you
that
came
I'm
up to
man
ask us.
bashing though.
But if
It's
you
I'm
let me
I'm
finish.
speaking.
Let me finish. If you
Okay.
say men are dogs, or the men that I've been around, and I have homies and I've done this before, if you can say it, then when you say it, it's not man bashing. You're just speaking on the truth in your experience. But when we speak on our truths and our experience, the same truth and experience you have, it's man bashing.
I asked, was this the conversation that was going on when I first came in? I asked a question. It's like now it didn't flip to, like, I had a problem with it, or I'm in disagreement, and then I'm agreeing with it. I'm only speaking on something that the lady spoke on, and bringing the relevance of a lot of men with wives, multiple wives, and she bringing in the Bible in that situation, to how I view that the Bible, to me, is specifically for men to get their shit right in order for her to get herself right with the Most High.
Right.
That was my reason for speaking on that. I speak highly of niggas. I speak bad about niggas because I'm in the midst of the realm of it. Some of the things that they've done, I've done. Some of the things I do, they've done, good or bad. I don't know if it's like I need to mute my shit for a minute.
To Pearl, her question was, she wanted to know where monogamy came from or how it all started.
Yeah.
I'm just have been reading on this, and it seems like monogamy throughout like Eurasian communities, and this is a long ass time ago, through Sweden, basically through all of Europe. It seems like it's a result of cultural processes. And back then, monogamy seems to have come about because lands and titles would be passed down to offspring in a nuclear family dynamic. And I think that is one of the influences behind the formation of, the concept of monogamy, FYI, and farming as well.
Okay. So, yeah. So what I wanted to add was that the scare tactics, we've been talking about this repeatedly this morning about how the scarcity tactic that comes up in these conversations a lot, like, men telling women that they're not going to get coupled off, they're not going to be married, and then they're going to be lonely, is because in reality that is a scary possibility for a lot of men in today's society. The male loneliness epidemic, which also gets blamed on women for some reason. I mean, it's a scary reality for men, but they're not understanding the reason we say all men is because from a woman's perspective, it is all men that are horrible until proven decent. It's this the way we perceive the world around us is that threats come from every direction, and those threats come in the form of men. And saying I'm nice and I'm good, and just trying to separate yourself from other men, saying I'm not like that, that doesn't apply to me, that's not proving anything. Plus, when your men's group meets up, tell us the meeting schedule for your men's group that you reach out to other men and talk about men's issues. Tell us about the men that you've held accountable. To explain to us why anytime I've asked any guy on these panels, are you acquainted with any SA assailants or grapists? They say no, of course not. I don't know anybody who's ever done that. Unfortunately, you do. That's just the long and short of it. And if it doesn't apply to you, why be so defensive?
And to kind of piggyback on that, men are protectors. Well, men are protectors to women against who? Other women? No, other men. So I totally agree with you on that.
But the other thing is they aren't protectors, but also when it comes to monogamy and marriage, that was a tool created through patriarchy intentionally to privatize what was really just simple biological differences because of the fact that a woman had a baby, she had to be with the baby for an extended amount of time. So that was conflated to an actual like gender difference and oh well on the breastfeed, blah blah blah, then that must mean that she's meant to be with the baby forever. She's meant to take care of people because that's what she just naturally does. And men privatized really a service that was meant to be something that was temporary for their own benefit. That's why you saw, and you see it now where men are talking about vetting, and if you have a dad around um to properly vet a man, then that means that you can choose the right husband. Except they never want to add the fact that men are perfectly fine with selling their daughters to men. Like they are perfectly fine with selling their daughters to other men. So that protection essentially is something that's they create the danger, and then when they create the danger, they protect women from the danger, but they don't actually protect women from the danger because some of them are the like it's a loop. It's a figure eight that keeps going in the same cycle, in the same pattern, backwards and forwards, where you're trying to figure out which way is up. But the reality is it's a system that's designed in a way where women depend on men in ways that they don't actually get the service that's supposed to be rendered.
Well
Yeah,
put, UVG. Exactly. I agree completely. I think also the you know the idea that men are naturally protective is completely false. Everything that we've seen is that women are natural protectors. Women are naturally logical leaders, even though the men that claim that title and want credit for, taking leadership, which they actually take, by conquering rather than earning, that's where the entitlement comes from. That's where male pathology comes into play. That's why there are men in all of these comment sections saying, yeah, but men built the world. Men built the phone you're on. No, a child slave built the phone I'm on. Like, come on.
Anthony,
Can we
into the
hear from
conversation.
Can we hear from Anthony?
Anthony D. I got this system.
Okay.
Go back on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Go ahead, Anthony.
Is it my turn? Sorry. It's a very. First of all, I'm Anthony, and I'm streaming from the UK, and it's a pleasure to be on your panel. And this is a very interesting topic that is monogamy, because it depends how you look at it. Do you look at it as a ethical way or a biological way? Because women seek a superior, which is one man, but men seek to spread their seed, which means men like variety, and if women are only seeking one man, it's basically eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap. So when I'm hearing monogamy was created by men, in a way it was, but it was created for the 80% of men who are invisible to women, because there's only top 10% of men who can get all women, and they get a variety of women. So when they can do that, monogamy isn't really created by men, because it doesn't really make sense if the woman biologically wants a superior because she's hypergamous to provide resources, protection, and security provision, all that stuff. No woman can't deny that, because in the real world, that's what women seek in a man. Where men, like I said, men want to procreate, so when they pass away, their family tree is still going on. That's just the reality of the world, and I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Anthony,
Okay,
do you,
so
do you converse with women
hold on,
often?
hold on. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
let me start real quick. I'm sorry. So Anthony, you kind of contradict yourself a lot, but the biggest contradiction was you said that monogamy was created by men, but not really, because it was only created for the 80% of men that women overlook, because women only want the top 10% of men. So it really wasn't created, like, it was all over the place, because if it was created for 80% of men, then that means it was created by and for the majority of men. Like, what? Yeah, monogamy was created so that the majority of men, like you said by your own words, would be able to get in a relationship and find a woman. And all of this, like, women want to be monogamous because they look for somebody who is superior to them, that can protect them and provide for them. And men look for variety. That's a red pill talking point. That's a dead giveaway. And for two, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because you're assuming, like, let's think about this in your terms, and let's be logical about it. If women want somebody who can protect them and provide for them, wouldn't three men protecting and providing for me be better than one? Versus men, you want variety because you just want to sleep around with a bunch of women. Which one sounds dumber to you?
Yeah,
That's kind of
very
bashing.
so. We are biologically
What?
hardwired
Shut
to
up
be
before I
like that.
drop you. You got one more time, I swear.
That is not. Wait. Time out. Wait. Hey, that's not bashing. You don't know what bashing is. You're the only person up here bashing men.
But
Just so
she
we're clear.
said when we want all we want to do is sleep around.
She
Is
didn't
that
say that. He said that. Once again,
no?
he
But
So
said
I'm
did
that.
saying
you.
It's a
I'm
it's
saying
it's
that's
a
what she just said verbally out her mouth.
No, wait, time out, y'all.
What
Time out.
he said.
Wait. I got it. I got you, Shan. Shan
Come on through.
repeated what this man said. She didn't even say that. Also, you said the same thing he said. Now, since you thought that's what she said, like she called you out earlier, now it's man bashing. But when when you said it, it wasn't man bashing, and when this dude said it, it's not man bashing. But when she said it, it was. So that's what it is. So I'm glad you're up here, system. You're literally exposing what men do when it comes to quote unquote man bashing, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not about man bashing. It's not about that. What you don't want is for people that aren't men, typically speaking, to say honest things about men, right? Like if a woman says it, then it's man bashing. That's what in your mind. If a woman says it, it's man bashing. If you say it, it's perfectly okay and it's rational. When you said all men are dogs, it wasn't man bashing, but it was because that is man bashing because all men aren't dogs, right? You a dog, and the niggas you know are dogs,
That's
right?
how they. That's how
You can even
society
say
views
look,
us.
you can
Society
even
view.
say no. You said most men are dogs. You didn't say society views us as dogs. If that's what you meant, you should have said that. You said most men are dogs. So you think that. Then you said, and then it was going to contradict even what you was about to say, is you said your friends are dogs. That's what you said. So it wasn't society. You think your own friends are dogs. You said that they don't do that they aren't honest. They don't have integrity. They cheat. They got whole wives out here playing. That's what you said. So your friends are dogs. You dig what I'm saying? And this man just said, Anthony said, that men want to sleep around, aka men are dogs. Y'all both said the same thing. When he said it, it was okay. When you said it, it was okay. When Shan said it, it was man bashing, and she didn't even fucking say it. She just repeated what Anthony said. So y'all got it, y'all. You be telling on yourself, bro. Y'all do this shit all the time. And Anthony, I'm gonna let
yeah.
you answer the question because Shan asked you the question. Please ask him the question again, Shan, just so we can make sure.
Have you ever
Yeah.
cheated? On
Anyways, my question was, by your logic, wouldn't it make more sense for me as a woman to want three men to protect and provide for me? Isn't that better than just having one versus your logic of men wanting to be polygamous simply so they can sleep around with a bunch of women? Wouldn't it make more sense for me as a woman to be polygamous versus you?
Well, if sorry, if a woman's polygamous, right, and she gets with a man, sorry, and then she gets pregnant, then she ain't gonna know who the father is, and that one of those things, yeah,
But it wouldn't
one of the
matter, right?
biggest
In
threats.
a polygamous relationship, would it matter who's the father? If we're all in a relationship, we're all a couple, we all are married, we all live together, we're all gonna take care of those babies. So why does it matter who the father is?
Well, men and women are different. We think
No,
differently compared.
Anthony, stop. You're not answering the question. Okay? She asked you. The question is yes or no, pretty much. Which one do you think makes more sense or less sense? Please answer the question. You don't have to go roundabout and do all this other stuff. Because look, here's what I believe, Anthony. I believe you know that what you just said is illogical. I think that you know that Shan just exposed the fact that what you said is illogical. And so you are going to dance around her very logical question because you know that it would expose the fact that what you said didn't make sense. So can you answer the question honestly or not?
Yeah, of course. Ask me the question again, and I'll give you a straight up answer.
Wouldn't it make more sense for me as a woman or women in general to be polygamous since men protect and provide by your logic? So it would be more logical for me as a woman to have more men to protect me and provide for me versus a man being polygamous where all you're ideally getting out of the situation is more women to sleep with. Wouldn't it logically make more sense for women to be polygamous with the idea that men protect and provide?
No,
Okay, why not?
You're just adding bodies onto you're just adding bodies. It's basically to do with procreation. The more bodies a woman has, less likely she's gonna want a partner. That's just a biological fact.
Wait, okay, time out. So you can't answer her question logically. Let me help you out. So Shan, to answer your question, it would be stupid for with the scenario you gave. It's more dumb for men to sleep around with a bunch of different women. It makes more sense for a woman to have three husbands, right? Who all know
Right.
each other, who all live together. Anthony,
Right.
all live together, all work and provide and do everything in the house. She's gonna get pregnant by somebody. So everybody knows that. Everybody is in full accordance with that, right? Nobody cares that her body count or any of that bullshit you're talking about. Everybody has an understanding. It would make more sense. It would make more sense. It would be more productive. That the child would be more protected and more provided for based on your logic, Anthony.
Correct.
That's the answer.
And
That would
and
be the honest answer.
to add to what he just said about it's less likely for a woman to find a partner if she has like more body, whatever. That's in monogamous relationships, right? It's less likely for her to, going by that logic, bond with one partner. But if she's polygamous, she's already sleeping with multiple people at one time. So again, that logic flies out of the window. So give me a logical reason that's not based in like fairy tales. Give me a logical reason, because we're not worried about monogamy, right? We're already polygamous. We're not worried about pair bonding with one person because we're already doing it with three. So take that out your head. Give me another logical reason why it makes more sense for men to be polygamous than women.
Well, men, like I said, men like to procreate. We're just hardwired like that. We're hardwired like that from the day we pop out of our mom's womb. We're just
So you don't have a
hardwired.
logical reason.
Anthony, you
You
can't
don't
go
have a
back to
logical
that
reason.
same
That's a cop
flaw.
out.
Like she just
It's not
exposed
a
your
cop
flawed
out.
logic. So why are you going back to the same flawed logic? Like just all right. Look, here's how you have a healthy conversation. That's why these conversations don't go anywhere. Because when your logic gets exposed, you can never just say, "Oh wow, I didn't think about it like that." Oh wow, that's a fair point. Okay, let me take a minute to sit with it, right? Instead, you go right back to this talking point, and then now we're stuck, right? Now we're stuck trying to get you to understand something that I already know you understand. You just don't want to accept it right now because it's in public. So why get up in front of 500 people if you're afraid of looking stupid? If you're afraid of not accepting a new truth? You see what I'm saying? Like you really thought you was gonna get up here and be the smartest person in the room and make all of these points, and we were just gonna be like, Anthony, you know what? You're so correct. No, you had to know that there was a chance that you were going to say some shit where somebody will push back and it might not be accepted, right? You see what I mean? Like I don't know, man. It's at this point it don't make no sense. I don't want to keep going around in circles with you about it, but it don't make no sense. Your logic is flawed. What you said didn't make sense. The first thing your whole initial response didn't make any sense whatsoever, like none whatsoever. You were contradicting yourself left and right. Men don't naturally. Here's one thing y'all got to understand. What you think is biological is not, right? Because there are societies all around the world that are different, that function differently. You think it's natural for us to wear clothes. There's societies where women don't wear clothes, where men don't wear clothes. There's societies where there isn't money involved and people live in a resource-based economy. You know what I'm saying? Like there are a bunch of different societies that have existed and do exist. So there's no need for you to get up here and try to act like you understand biology when you fucking don't. You don't understand it. You don't know. I don't know where you got that from. You just made it up because it sounds right. It sounds okay to say, yeah, men just want to fuck any and everything moving, and women only want to have sex with one man. That's the bullshit that y'all tell yourselves, right? Because that makes sense to you. Yup. Because it justifies me being shitty. Yup. Cool. And it's not. It's dumb.
Okay, Anthony, come on now.
Ain't got nothing to add.
I'm
Real
just
quick, I
telling.
gotta
I'm
go.
just telling the biological facts. And I mean,
You
you said to
all right?
me,
All
I
right. All right.
don't
All
know
right. All right. Yeah.
biology, but I do study biology. I've been studying biology in college for years and science.
Cap.
So it's like when I tell the truth,
Cap.
it's like
There's nothing.
I
There's
get
nothing in
attacked.
biology that says that men want to sleep with a bunch of women. and women only want to sleep with one man. Nothing. You just made that up. I don't give a fuck what you tell me. You just lied. You just lied right now.
Women are
That's not
biological.
biological.
Women
That's a made up
are
bullshit.
women are hypergamous, which means they seek a superior.
Also, you don't even know. Never mind. Princella, welcome. I want to get the new person in. I don't want to go back and
Yeah,
forth with
yeah,
Anthony
that's
too
cool.
much.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll drop so you can let her in.
Yeah.
Oh no, Anthony,
Go.
stay. Anthony,
No,
stay.
please.
Look. Okay. Hey, how y'all doing?
All right.
Doing great.
All right. I was just told about the live. I do want to chime in a little bit. I see that the title is "Men Invented Monogamy as a Way to Control Women," and I don't know what everybody's position is, but I would like to give a little bit of my perspective. I do have a background in biology. I went to school for cell and molecular biology, and it is a major part of my teachings to women. And I'm going to have to say that based on what Anthony said, that men are hardwired to seek multiple partners under the understanding of sexual conflict, which is a biologically wired in inverse relationship between males and females, that would be correct. However, what is not correct is that the female just wants to sleep with one partner. That is incorrect because there are multiple species who choose or engage in multiple sexual partners to get the best sperm. This is the reason why the human penis is made in the way that it is made, to actually scoop out competitive sperm. So for a male to sit here and say, who says he's about biology, to deny that fact of biology, this is the reason why you're getting pushback. But the truth is that men are hardwired to seek multiple sexual partners so that they have more of opportunities to produce offspring, specifically male offspring. So the fight that everybody is trying to have for equality is a dead end fight. There is no equality between the sexes. Men and women are not the same. They ain't never been the same, and they ain't never gonna be the same. So for a woman trying to have multiple husbands, that she jumps from Peter Whacker to Peter Whacker to Peter Whacker every other night, is illogical and it's irrational, especially if it's not on the basis of having sperm compete against each other to produce the most quality sperm. So that's pointless. In terms of a male being able to have multiple women, it's a reason for that, but the male's access should not be as abundant as it is. In order for the male to actually have an abundance of women, he would have to work his behind off. The average male doesn't want to work and earn any females. They just want to be able to have access to women, which is the unnatural part. If a male competes successfully to gain access to sexual rights or procreation rights, then he would get access to multiple women. But the truth is that the majority of men will never make it. The majority of men would never, ever even be able to get outside of being a virgin, let alone having multiple sexual partners. Now, this is from a biological point of view. Now, when you go into a psychological and a sociological point of view, now we have something totally different. Because each society may be different, but they're different not because of the biology, but they're different because of the environmental circumstances or whatever government officials wanted to create for the rules. But it's not solely based on the biology, because the biology is what it is. Males are going to seek in every single species an opportunity to mate with as many females as they possibly can. That's just a
So I have a
biological
question.
fact.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Priscilla. If this is true, which I'll be honest with you, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. But so if this is true, then I think that I would be curious to know, why is it that in our society, if women also want that, right? Like, if I'm saying biologically speaking, why is it so that women have a much easier time, right, being monogamous than men do? If it's bio, I'm saying, so I'm just, because I'm trying to understand, if it's biology, if we're going biology for biology, then then why do women seem, and I could be wrong about this, but this also seem like, I know women cheat. So before anybody says, I know women cheat and all that stuff. If it's biological, if the drive is so biological, then why is it that women seem to have a much easier time accepting, like, yeah, one partner is good enough for me? Why is that?
Can anybody answer that, or was you just specifically asking
No,
her? I wasn't sure.
I was asking Princella, but she's on
Yeah, I
mute. I don't
just
know if
got
she
Okay.
knows
back.
she's
I'm
on
like,
mute.
somebody talk.
I mean, I can answer it. I mean, if you wanna like
Oh Lord.
disagree, then you can disagree. But basically, it's like this, and everybody on this panel knows it's true. Yeah. How many women do you know, right? Yeah. And this is to do with pair bonding, and this is real. Okay. When women are in a certain age, is a certain phase, yeah, they will sleep around, yeah, right? And they will seek the right partner. And if one man isn't good enough, they'll jump from that man, like she was saying, to another man. If he's not good enough, she'll jump to another man. But the more
Okay,
men
all right,
she
you don't know what
jumps
you're
from,
talking about. Okay, okay. I disagree. So yeah, I want Priscilla to answer the question, because I'm sure that she has a much better response. And the reason why I'm asking is because I really want to know. If it's not, like, I'm more than open to changing my mind, but I disagree that with the notion that biologically or whatever, that's a reason for us not to seek equity, maybe not equality. Because I'll let Furby actually answer that, because he said something very accurate. Go ahead, Furby. Because you said a response. I liked your response to that.
I didn't really agree with what she said about equality. Like, when women are like asking for equality, they're not stating that they are equal or to men and or males, like biologically. They just say they want equal value, equal rights,
Equity.
equal
They want
and
equity.
equity. Exactly. They're not
Yeah.
stating that I'm the same exactly like you biologically, and I don't like when people do that, because that's not what they're just saying. Like, you're
Yeah.
conflating their argument and making it about something else. So we're not comparing like our genes and chromosomes. We're just we want the same rights. They want the same rights. They want
Yeah.
everything to be on a level playing field and not treated like a second class citizen.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not.
what I
It's
was
not.
saying. That's
Yeah.
why I
It's not
don't.
fair.
That, and I
It's not fair.
don't. To me, I'm not in the. I think to say stuff like, biologically speaking, to fight for equity or equality is a like a dead end. I think that's dangerous, and I think that's a very defeatist mindset. So that's why I'm trying to understand, like, why, like, where's the need in saying that? Where is the need in, perpetuating that, right?
Complacency.
And I think that honestly, those societal norms are conflated to biological differences because of the fact that, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, somebody just cut me off in my road rage, I almost flared up. But I think that those societal norms are conflated with biological differences because of the fact that men are fully aware that they are playing a game, right? Like, they know, because if it were biological difference. If they really held on to the belief that the reason why they are sleeping with mass amounts of women is because they want to spread their seed, quote unquote, then they would be honest when they get into these relationships with these women. They would say to themselves, they would say to the women, hey, my goal right now is to make sure that I'm procreating at a specific rate, because I want this amount of children, because I feel like, socially, this will do this. I plan on teaching these children this. I plan on having a kid that's a scientist. I plan on having a kid that's a sociologist. I will be grooming them to do such. I plan on having a kid that's a psychologist or a neurosurgeon or whatever. Like, they would be upfront about what that goal is, where their plan is and how much they plan on giving this quote unquote protection and provision, because they would have a financial plan. There would be some form of fiscal responsibility with that, and they would have that plan outlined as well. But because of the fact that they really want the ability to be able to lie to women, to sleep with them, to lie about who they are, what they do, when they do it, how much they earn, to get into relationships with women. Forget sleeping with them. They'll sleep with women, but they'll also lie to them to get in relationships with them, have children with them, and become a completely different person, and then say, well, I'm a man biologically. Sir, biologically, you was the same man 6 months ago that you are now. Why weren't you honest with that lady about what it is you desired? But they use that as an excuse in order to gain access to women. And I think that that's where it goes back to that whole game of monogamy. Like, the game of monogamy is to acquire women for social standing, so that they can have the ability to go in front of their family and friends and lead them also to believe that they are something that they not. This is why they want a specific type of aesthetic for a woman. She needs to be fit, friendly, and whatever the other F is, so that when they go to their friends and their family, that they believe in them as much as the woman is supposed to believe in them. But they know that that's not actually in them. They use her for social status.
And you also have to take in consideration with like social conditioning. Like, people always forget that's like a big aspect in our society, and we are so used to it, we don't even acknowledge it half the time. And they assume that women are naturally this way and men are supposed to be naturally this way, when it's not. That's just how our society decides to raise men up and raise women up, and then it just becomes the norm, and you just forget. It becomes like second nature. You don't even have to think about it half the time. Did it get silent?
No, everybody just got quiet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, we heard you. I don't know if Priscilla is still there and she wants to say anything. I'm just kind of staying on mute because my kid's in the back and he's a bit loud. Okay. I don't think she's there. So I'm gonna accept a couple of other people, and then if she is ready to come,
Yeah, we should do a mic drop and never come back.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Go ahead. Who was it? Nina or I don't want to say it's Debo. Please, Nina, go.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, can somebody repeat the question? It was why. Sorry, somebody posed it to me one more time. I'm sorry. Why are women better at monogamy, supposedly? I think it's
Yeah. So my question.
go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Nina. You got it.
I think they touched on the points. I think it has to do with socialization. I think it has to do with little girls being told, what they deserve and what they're going to be blamed for, and those things all revolve around the actions of men. So little girls learn from a very young age that what they wear might interfere with their male counterparts' learning, which tells them from an early age, myself included, that the boys in their class have to have their education prioritized over their own. For example, I think from an early age, we're over sexualized. We're looked at based on what our bodies look like. We're looked at Maeve, I can't stop the ticking noise. It's my heart. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I have a mechanical heart valve. I'll hold the phone away, but that noise is my actual heart beating. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't realize you could hear it. But yeah, the problem is that the conversation that we can't get answers on is why is it okay? Like why are we telling little girls that they're responsible for the actions of grown adult men? Why are we telling adult men that it's okay to you know not be safe for women to speak to? Like we're perpetuating the problem by saying in these situations where men don't know any of they claim to not be acquainted with any SA assailants or any rapists or anybody who commits violence against women. That's just not true. And then at the same time, those same people are talking about the false accusations, and how dangerous those can be in conversations where we're not discussing that. They're talking about anything to derail a conversation, an otherwise productive conversation. We so often have to slow down the conversation so that we can accommodate men. I saw Princella cam up, so I'll mute. Thanks, Princella.
All right, brother. What was the question that you was gonna ask me before I took that call? We were
Yeah,
talking
no, I
about
was
the
asking.
Bible.
Yeah. I was okay. So I'm asking that if it's a biological thing, right? And I mean, I don't even whatever. I don't even argue over if it's being biological or not. That's fine. But I think what I'm trying to understand is that if why if it's a biological thing, and I can agree. Like I'll agree with you that like women, it makes sense for women to sleep with multiple dudes, to so that they can have the best sperm and all that stuff. Because also I understand that about nature in general, and I really try not to compare humans to other animals in so many ways. But like in that way, okay, I can hear that. I respect that. I'll without a doubt, men want to sleep with a bunch of women, same reason, whatever. Cool. I'm with all of that, right? Now I'm at the place where I'm like, now, why is it that women, it would appear, and I don't know if you agree with this, but it would appear that women have a much easier time with monogamy than men do?
Well, here's the reason. Women have been sold fairy tales, right? Women have been conditioned. So in order to analyze human behavior properly, you have to do it in a specific order, right? You first got to start with the biological program, right? Everybody is under some biological program which is rooted in your DNA. Those are genetic. Those are genetic codes that aid in behavioral function, right? Number two is the psychological program, which is rooted in the philosophies that people follow. We can't discount any stimuli. Women have been heavily conditioned through the church, through music, through movies, and through social conditioning to stay with one male. Okay? Then when you give women to men and you have men being able to continuously penetrate women, it causes women to quote unquote attach themselves to a male, right? So there is a psychological and biological thing that is happening. Most likely a woman will not get attached to a male by sleeping with him one time. Women can engage in one night stands and go about their business and not have any effect. The effect comes through continuous penetration from the same male. And how did that happen? Through conditioning to keep women attached to men, selling them fantasies and believing that they have to stay with that male. That is how women end up being quote unquote monogamous, but not through some biological point of view when a lot of women don't get attached to men by sleeping with them one time. You have to
Yeah,
continuously do it.
yeah, and I don't think, and I just want to be clear. I'm not implying that women are biologically monogamous or and that men aren't and all that. I'm not implying any of that stuff. And I agree with you. I put it like this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I knew the answer you would give because I know you're smarter. Like it's through social conditioning. So my point is, if women can be socially conditioned to be monogamous, then so can't men.
No, no, because men and women are not different. Men or women are not the same. There's
But
a
you just said
reason.
we're the
Whoa,
same
whoa,
though.
whoa, whoa,
But
whoa. No,
Priscilla,
no,
you
no,
just said we're the
no,
same
I
though.
didn't.
You just said we're wait.
No,
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 okay,
I
go ahead.
didn't. Because here's the thing. Let's keep it a buck because you're trying to say that men and women are the same. No, they're not. Look at the church. The church is filled with women. The preachers preach to women, not men. You know why? Because men cannot be taught. You can't program men. Men are disagreeable. Women are agreeable. So anytime a business wants to market, who do they market to? They market to women. Who do they target to preach to? They target women. There is a reason why men ain't in the congregation. Here's the thing. The truth of the matter is the Bible was written for men, by men, about men. But guess who everybody's preaching to? Everybody's preaching to the woman when you should be preaching to the man because the Bible is about controlling his behavior. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's look at it like this. I like to use this as an example all the time. Take your phone. Your phone has a port at the bottom, a hole down there. If you into electronics and you know anything about electronics, what is that hole referred to as?
A port.
It's referred to as the female end. The
Oh, okay, yeah.
cable that goes in there is the male end. Which one do you program? Do you program the cable or do you program the phone? Do you program the cable or do you program the phone?
I'm sorry. This just sounds like a long way of saying boys will be boys. That's
Well,
all.
Yeah, I know. Wait, real quick, Priscilla. I just want to be clear, and for anybody that was listening, if I'm not mistaken, initially you did say that women want to sleep biologically. Men want to sleep with a bunch of men because it's it makes sense because they want to get the strongest sperm. Okay. Then you said men want to sleep with a bunch of women. I'm just boiling
No,
boiling
I
it
didn't
down.
say want to. No, I didn't say want to. What I said is what the guy said is that women don't is biologically incorrect because there are species that do procreate or sleep with multiple males with the intent to cause the sperm to fight against each other to get the most qualified sperm. They also do it to prevent infanticide. Infanticide is where the male kills the offspring that don't belong to him. So they'll do something that is called paternity confusion. So they'll sleep with multiple males to make them think that the offspring might be theirs in order to keep them from killing the offspring. So there are multiple reasons in biology why a female would sleep with multiple males. The
Yeah, I
idea,
know. Yeah,
right?
and I agree. Yeah, no,
So
what I'm saying is, Priscilla, I agree with you. Once again, I agree with you. I'm with you. I'll accept that. But my point is that men also, just boiling it down simply, men want to sleep with whatever need, biological need, driven, whatever. I'm just saying, want in this particular instance, they want to sleep with a bunch of women biologically, and women want to sleep with a bunch of men biologically, right? That's all I
no.
was saying. I'm not. That's not what you were saying. Again,
No,
because that is what you. Okay,
no,
I'm so
no,
confused. Go ahead.
no. Of course, you're confused because you're trying to get to a point that I'm not making. My point originally was speaking to Anthony to say where he was correct and where he was incorrect. Okay. This is a lot deeper than just putting it as absolutely, because here's the thing. One of the reasons why women try to sleep with multiple males in this day and time, there are two reasons, and neither one of them have to do with infanticide or anything biological. What women are doing is a psychological thing. One reason women will quote unquote cheat back with a man when he cheats on her. Why would she do that? Because she believes that if she does that, that she's getting even with the male. This is one of the reasons why women are sleeping with multiple males. Number two, women jump from relationship to relationship looking for fulfillment out of those males, and as a result of trying to get that fulfillment, she ends up sleeping with the male. So this is more of a psychological behavioral pattern than as opposed to a biological relationship pattern, because I can guarantee you that when women learn the truth about men, who men are, women pull out of dealing with men sexually or relationship wise. They just close it up. So what is keeping the woman sleeping with men? That's the question. It's not rooted in biology.
Yeah, I hear that. Hold on.
Psychology is not biology. What group of people am I talking to? Because I'm seeing a lot of people in the comments section that don't know basic sense. They don't know basic things.
Well, to be clear, Public has a nice little red pill fan base that kind of comes
Okay, I
into his
got it.
live.
Okay, so it's a bunch of
Just
delusional
just
people.
just for kicks and giggles.
Oh, it's a bunch of
They're
delusional
not here
people. I
as
got it.
family. They're here for a good time. So that's a lot of what that is.
Oh yeah, okay, I got it. I'm just trying. I don't know. Somebody sent this to me in my inbox, so I clicked on it and I just went on ahead and clicked. I don't know what the audience is, but based on some of the responses where a lot of people seem to be lost, I'm assuming that I'm dealing with a lot of people that don't know nothing about nothing, no science, no nothing. Because when I gave the example of the power cord and the phone, a lot of people look lost. Girl, what is it? I don't understand. What was we talking about? Okay, so that lets me know that I'm dealing with people that don't understand analogies, that people who can't connect dots mentally, where the synapses ain't coming all the way through. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because my conversations are rooted in biology, psychology, and sociology. And if I'm talking to people that don't understand that, then we just talking in circles. We just
Oh no, it's okay. Wait till
yeah,
you hear Debo say something, then you'll really be in for a good
yeah,
time.
we gonna be jacking off in here. That's what that's about.
Stupid. That's all I say.
Yeah, we gonna be jacking off. That whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it is, again, these conversations are always very heavy for most people because of the fact that it deals with a lot of ideation. It deals with a knowledge base that most people just really don't have. When you're talking about societal norms in general, like forget even getting to the point of biology, because I believe that that's a very specified area of study that people, you do have to study biology to understand innate biological differences between men and women. However, I think sociologically, you can find books, you can find information, and educate yourself much more easily, I would say, or maybe it's just me because I'm not into science, but you can find this information. However, people honestly, they prefer to be dense and they prefer to have these conversations from the lens of, well, I got a homeboy that likes to sleep around, so men must like to sleep around. Like it always boils right back down to their own personal experiences as opposed to something that they really could read up on and study. And of course, um it'll come off as arrogant or whatever, but a lot of it has to do with a very heavy topic with that requires a very heavy knowledge base that most people just they can't latch on to. It's very, very difficult to.
Yeah, they ought to feel ashamed. They really ought to feel ashamed that the society that messed them up this bad, where they can't grasp even basic concepts, even basic ones, right? Um, try to take people above the waist and they lose their mind. If you ain't talking about sex, Peter Wacker and vajayjay, they don't get it. And and a lot of them, right? They would rather go in a back and forth conversation trying to make something that really don't make sense try to make sense. Women want to believe that men can be like them. Baby, no, they can't. That Y chromosome has traits to it. That Y chromosome is missing a whole lot of genes that that X chromosome has. So if you can't comprehend that difference, right? That the male's perception on reality and his biological purpose is opposed to yours. If you can't comprehend that, then you just gonna be going back and forth trying to make something happen that ain't never gonna happen. Ain't no equality for the sexes. You got Jordan Peterson up here telling everybody that men are disagreeable. Jordan Peterson saying, now it's a bunch of black folks here, right? Thinking that, you know, white supremacy and this, that the black male is so different. Meanwhile, you got white men up here having the same conversations. You got Scott Galloway. You have Jordan Peterson. All these dudes up here talking about the crisis in men, trying to figure out why it's so hard to teach men. But we got people who don't study nothing, don't read nothing, be out here watching baddies all day and on red pill content all day, and they don't know nothing. So why are companies hiring more women as opposed to men? Why are so many people deciding to hire women? Why is it that everybody is saying in the industries that women are trainable, they're more teachable, they're more agreeable? Why is it that Andrew Carnegie, I don't know if y'all even know Andrew Carnegie, but why is it that Andrew Carnegie specialized in trying to teach men through consequence and reward to be more agreeable? His whole thing was trying to tell men that they had to be more agreeable. Why are men trying to tell men that they have to be more agreeable like women?
So we can function better. I mean, that's, you know, for me, that's what I do. I tell men to be more agreeable, but like, or I try to.
What I'm saying is, why do you have to tell the male to be more agreeable? Because to be more agreeable means that you can train them and coach them. So if you have to tell them that they have to be agreeable, but women by nature are agreeable, then now you understand the difference between men and women and why women can be taught and men cannot.
Well, I don't. But that's what I'm saying, though, Priscilla. I think. Okay, and I like this conversation too because people say I'm extreme, right? But I'm listening to you, and you sound way more extreme than me because my thing is like as a man that is like that does a lot of like try to understand and have these conversations and unpacking and work on myself, whatever you want to say, right? I am, and I'm not some special, you know what I'm saying, like specimen of a man. Like I grew up freaking terrible, you know what I mean? Like I didn't had it all, but like so I'm like, yeah, no, if I can do it, I know any man can do it. Like I'm not the smartest, I'm not the dumb, like whatever. I'm average intelligence, all that stuff. I feel like I'm an average man for all intents and purposes, right? And so to hear a person say that men just can't be taught, I'm like, that's really extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's very, very, very extreme rhetoric, right? Like it just, I'm like, so what's the end game? You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
Do you know who Galileo is?
yes, I know what Galileo
Do
is.
you know that Galileo said you can't teach a man anything, you can only help him find it within himself? You know, that's a quote from Galileo. So you can't teach a man anything. Train a child in the way that he should go, and when he grows old, he will never depart. That comes from y'all's Bible. So,
but I'm not religious though.
well, hold on. But a lot of people are. Okay, so so I just want you to understand. You just said that you think you're the average male, and if you can do it, then any male can do it. Well, second of all, I want you to understand over 55% of the globe is of a patriarchal religion. So for you to say that you're average, that's a lie because most people are a part of some major religion. So already that take you out of being the quote unquote average person. Okay? So for you to judge yourself and then use yourself as a measuring stick for the rest of the men, that is not the way that you analyze any form of society. You don't take quote unquote exceptions to the rule and then cast a broad brush to paint them. Well, just because I could do it, that's just like Whitney Houston saying, well, I'm a great singer. Everybody else should be able to sing like me. Prince out there playing all these instruments with no training. Well, since I can do it, everybody else should be able to do it. That is not the way you analyze society. So you take yourself out the equation and you look at it for what it is. So now, Galileo, who's a man, looks at the world and say, you can't teach a man anything. You can only help him find it within himself. Okay, now you say extreme. You say I'm extreme. Let me ask you this. Is chattel slavery extreme?
Absolutely.
All right. Is what's going over there on in Palestine and Israel, is that extreme? Because what we talking about is extremism. What I'm about to tell y'all is gonna shut you up if you got any sense. It took extreme measures to get the world into the current state. Let me tell you about colonization, how colonization works. When you colonize a country, you strip them of their language, you murder them, you force your language on them, and you force your religion on them. That is extreme. So to speak on me telling you the truth when everybody is extremely delusional, of course the truth would be delusional when or extreme when the people who are products of extremism and normalized into dysfunction begin to hear it, right? So I ain't saying nothing that's extreme. I'm saying the truth. And the only reason that you think is extreme is because you have been normalized under extreme dysfunctional conditions.
But that would, but Prince Teller, just so we're clear, you do realize that you would be contradicting yourself, because if I'm the exception, right? And my extreme,
I didn't say you are the exception. I'm saying that from your perspective, right? Based on you claiming to be average, I'm telling you that you're not average because the average person is a member of a religion. So for you to say that you're not of a religion, you would put yourself not in the average category, you would actually put yourself in the above average category or in the anomaly category / the exception to the rule. You would put yourself higher there. So with the simple fact that you stated that you were average when you're not a part of a religion and the majority of people are, that already skews your perception on reality and your commentary on what men are capable of doing.
yeah.
Because
But Priscilla, just to be clear, I said that I was of average intelligence, and I did, and I was, and also I was just saying, like, I don't think my upbringing was average. Like, I think my upbringing was below, because I lived in poverty. You know what I'm saying? Like, my upbringing wasn't average. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying it wasn't above average. It was below average. So I had a below average upbringing, and I have an average intelligence. And that's what I was saying. I'm not really comparing like every single aspect about me to be like, oh, I'm not average because I'm not religious. Like, I'm not, of course, there's a bunch of things we could say that you don't apply. You know what I mean? Like, where you're average in certain ways and you're not average in certain ways, right? One thing doesn't disqualify me from being average, and one thing doesn't make me average at the same exact time. I hear the thing about religion, but I was religious though. You see what I'm saying? Like, I deconstructed my religion. Most people don't, to be fair. I hear you. Most people that begin religious or you know, they stay religious, but I deconstructed my religion. My only point in saying all of this was, I think, once again, I do think that viewpoint specifically, that men are not malleable, men cannot be taught. That is an extreme point of view. I mean, it is what it is. It is. That is extreme to say they can't be taught. You see what I'm saying? Like, not like literally, men can't be taught is an extreme point of view. I disagree.
Let me ask you this question. Let's ask the ladies this question. Ladies, how many of y'all have tried to teach your man something, like teach them how to treat you? How many of you have been teaching men forever and they still ain't learned? You got men still asking, what do women want? Even though women keep talking. How many of y'all have tried to teach men and you came up short every time.
All the time, and we know it's all the time, and we know, and to your point, and that you brought up about it being conditioning. Yes, I agree. That is pretty much the main reason why it's almost impossible to teach like the majority of men what, you know, the things that we're trying to articulate right now. And I talk about that all the time. You see what I'm saying? So it's not, we agree on a lot of those points. I just think where you lose me is when you say men can't be taught.
Wait a minute. The question is, okay, you just said, which I don't think you heard yourself. You said the majority of men can't be taught because when I asked the women, they finna tell you the truth that they done sat up here and tried to teach men and they come up short. So now you got to acknowledge that they can't teach them. So now when we submit to that reality that they can't, you want us to have hope that they can be taught because the evidence is showing that they can't be taught. And for you to have somebody like Galileo who said this, let's see when Galileo said this quote. For Galileo to say this fucking centuries ago, okay? And it still rings true. When are we gonna stop pretending or stop hoping that men can do something that they keep showing you that they can't do and ain't willing to try to do?
So yeah, once again, I'm talking about I said the conditioning was the problem, right? I do think that men can be taught. Once again, I think that and I've talked about this many a times. I think that most men is going to be. Here's what I'm saying, just to make it clear. I agree. I think most men will not agree to listen to any of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that to be true, right? I don't think it's going to take all men to get on board or anything like that. The same thing, it's like talking about racism. Like, can racism ever be ended? Like, well, you can't teach white people. You know what I mean? Like, no, of course, you don't need to teach all white people. You just need to teach a good amount of white people so that we can change the system, so that we can, so that we could change the system, so that we can implement the changes needed to be made, so that we could start you know, whatever you want to call it, the deconstruction of the patriarchy. You know what I mean? Like, that's what needs to happen, right? That's where I'm at. If you think that, but what I'm hearing from you is that's impossible because men aren't teachable. Do you see what I'm saying?
Give me 3 minutes. And it might not even take 3 minutes, but I do want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this.
They hadn't picked a major that had a destination, a career destination at its end. So you can imagine those people they have an ambiguous relationship with the idea of education, and they're not oriented specifically towards a goal. They're not very motivated. Now, why did it have a differential effect on men? That's a good question. Well, first of all, the women are doing better. So it might just be a matter of the fact that it does better for people who aren't doing as well, and at the moment, most of them are men. I think that might be part of it, but I don't believe that's all of it. I think that part of the reason that women are doing better is because they're agreeable. And so if a system sets out a structure and says, here's a pathway to attainment, the women won't rebel against that. They'll go along with it. And that's working very well for them at the moment. The men, especially the men on the disagreeable end of the distribution, and there's way more men on the disagreeable end of the distribution than there are women, right? That's what you get from, if you look at overlapping normal distributions. Female distribution for agreeableness, male distribution for agreeableness. Tremendous overlap. Okay, women are higher. All the really agreeable people are women. All the really disagreeable people are men. And maybe the real differences occur at the extremes, right? And it's a very interesting side effect of overlapping distributions. So people can be mostly the same, but that can still produce radical differences. Disagreeable men won't do anything they don't want to do. They just say, up yours. I'll go home and play video games. I'm not listening to your stupid classes. And why should I work for you? I'll just go have fun. I'll do my own thing. I don't think they're motivated. And so then if you take the men who are like that and you say, okay, what do you want? You can have what you want, but you have to figure out what it is.
So I'm not going to play the whole thing, but that's a 10-minute video of explaining men being disagreeable and trying to figure out how to get through to men. You literally got to sit up here and figure out how to get through to men because men are so disagreeable. Men will disagree even if you're right. The whole thing is to move the goalposts. Women can't teach them shit for damn sure because men don't even respect women. Men only respect other men.
That's
So
fact.
if men are having a problem even teaching men,
Yeah.
why are we even having this discussion with women to have hope for something that they have no power in doing? When men are sitting here trying to figure out how to get through to men, and men only listen to other men. So
Priscilla, real quick. Me and you are 100% in agreement on that. Like, I'm not, that's why I do this. Like, I'm not doing this to like make women be hopeful. Like, I'm literally doing this to talk to, you know what I mean? Like, you're right. Like, I'm with you. I 100% know that men don't listen typically, right? Generally speaking, men don't listen to women. They don't listen to anybody in general, but it's virtually impossible to get women to listen, to get men to listen to women. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, I know that. A big part of what I say is, hey, y'all should start listening to women because most of the time they got the answers to the things y'all got the questions to, right? Especially as it pertains to men and women. Like, why are we like this? What's going on? What's the disconnect? I'm like, women are telling you what the disconnect is. You should probably listen to them. They're telling you straight up and down, right? You ain't gotta read 10,000 books. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're literally just laying it out for you every single day. I'm all on board with all that.
Hold on just a second before you
Yep.
say that. Because you got people in here who don't understand. A person that's being willfully, quote unquote, disagreeable, just being willfully, that don't mean that you can't teach them. How you gonna teach somebody who is biologically wired to not listen to you? How you gonna teach somebody something who is biologically wired to not listen to you? When males get testosterone, at some point, the reason why men keep saying that a woman can't raise a boy into a man, because at some point that boy stops listening to you because they don't listen. This is a biological or a neurological thing that happens. So how you gonna teach somebody that is biologically wired to not listen to you? The reason why you can't teach males and you have to train, there is a difference between teaching and training. You train dogs, you teach humans. To train somebody like a Pavlov dog, you train them through consequence and reward. To teach somebody comes from a verbal communication and presentation to teach. To train somebody is what industries do. To train somebody is what the military does. You can't teach a man. You can train him to behave a certain way through consequence and reward. Now tell me what you gonna teach somebody who don't listen.
Nothing. And Priscilla, the other day I had a prompt up that said men don't learn or listen, something along what we're saying, if there's not like immediate consequences, right? Like, because there's like long consequences to the things that men do to women, right? Like that, and because it builds up and then eventually she leaves or whatever the case may be. But like men will constantly like do stuff to women, and then as long as it's not like an instantaneous, like he did that, boom, and then she reacts instantly, then it's like, oh, everything must be good. Oh, and that's what I talk about. Like all these things, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we disagree on, because I listen to you. I don't think we disagree on a lot of the shit that we saying. I'm just so we understand. I'm just trying to get to like this point where I'm trying to understand. Let me know just straight up and down. Are you saying that there is no need, as a man? I'm not asking for women, right? Because I know you talk to women about this. I'm talking to men. I'm saying, as a man, is there no need? Is it just over? Men will just be pieces of shit forever, or can we change? Because I mean, you said it several times. We can't. So I'm like, is that the answer? Like, are we just give up? Fuck men, leave them alone.
Here's the thing. If a woman. Here's the thing. Everything ends in a logical conclusion, right? What would be the logical conclusion if your tire is on flat? If your tire is on flat, what is the logical conclusion? To hope that it blow itself up? Is that the logical conclusion, or is it the logical conclusion is I gotta change the tire?
You gotta fix it, yeah.
Okay, so there is a logical conclusion to all this stuff. If men don't listen to women, and women can't teach them shit, and men are having issues getting through to men, What would be the logical conclusion for a woman? Because sex is a reward for men. Sex is a reward. It's a consequence and reward. So when a woman has sex with a man, it's telling the man that he's doing everything right, because the male's ultimate biological goal is to have sex and have the opportunity to procreate.
Yeah.
So when she sleep with him, she's positively reinforcing whatever behavior he's currently exhibiting.
Okay.
If there is an abundance of opportunities where women, if you don't do something, if you don't sleep with me, fuck you, because it's a couple women down the road that will. So if reward is readily available and you can't teach men nothing because men don't listen to women, what is the logical and rational conclusion for the collective of women to stop fucking men?
100%, which
That's the
also,
logic, because it ain't on the woman to teach him and hope that he change, because getting in between her legs is a reward for him. She don't owe him to offer this reward. Come here, daddy. Come here, daddy. Why don't you go get a job and I'll let you between my legs? That ain't her damn responsibility. It's his responsibility to see that I need to do better. The male ain't gonna do better. He don't listen to nobody. This is a 10-minute video of Jordan Peterson saying the really disagreeable people are men. You have Andrew Carnegie, who created a reward system on trying to encourage men to be more agreeable. So disagreeableness, there is something in the brain of the male that clicks to prevent him from being agreeable. You know where that came from? Oh, go ahead, please. Where did that come from? Survival of the fittest. Because biologically, men they are in a rough environment up against other males for procreation rights. So if men were very agreeable, or that, it would put them at risk in a natural environment when they're up against this competition in a dangerous environment with other men for procreate. So it's a survival mechanism for males. The reason why they're not agreeable. This entire system, this entire matrix of a patriarchy is anti-natural and goes against the nature of both the male and female. So trying to get men to do and be something that women are wired to do is a losing thing. So no, you can't teach men. And it's unfortunate because the evidence is showing you here. Every time a woman get on a platform and try to reason with a man, how many times did women are the ones who made Kevin Samuels popular.
oh, I know, yeah.
Why did they make Kevin Samuels popular? Because they wasted all their energy trying to reason with Kevin to change his mind on how men are.
So you're saying, you are saying that, for me, I'm saying, right? I'm saying, like, now I'm asking you for advice personally. So you're saying, hey, public, you should stop trying to change these niggas' minds because they're not going to listen, pretty much, right? Now, I will say this. On my platform, and I haven't been doing it that long, but I've already had several men come to me and say, hey, man, you changed my perspective. So I don't know. Like, and once again, I don't expect, I know it's 1 out of every 100. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have like lofty expectations. I don't think that I'm going to get through to 99% of men. I know it's going to be the opposite. But me personally, I'm okay with getting through 1 out of every 100. Like, I'm perfectly okay with that because the patriarchy is so fragile that it doesn't take 99% of men to topple it. It's so fragile that it only takes a small percentage of men to stand up and say, yo, this shit needs to stop, and let's stop it.
Well, you got to understand when you're talking to men, you're talking to scary individuals. Men are afraid of other men. That's the reality. They're afraid of other men. They're not going to have the courage to stand up and fight something that actually benefits them in one way and one way only. And what is that way? Stroking the male ego, making him feel important. The patriarchal system makes the male feel important. That's the reason why he won't get rid of it, even though patriarchy is causing him to lose. right? So when it comes to these dudes, ain't no reasoning with them. What did Malcolm X say? A nation can rise no higher than its woman, which means that it ain't the man that you teach. The woman is the first teacher of the child. So you got Malcolm X saying a nation can rise no higher than its woman, which means that the male cannot do or go as high as the woman. Then you have Galileo saying that you can't teach a man anything, you can only help him find it within himself. Then you have other males that say if you teach a male, you teach an individual. You teach a woman, you teach a nation. You can't teach men shit. The evidence is here. Everybody who has ever tried to work with men has said the same thing. And you see it every day. Every single time women try to reason with men, they can't get through to them at all. There is no reasoning with men. And the desperation of women trying to reason with them keeps women offering up their sexual reward, hoping that they gonna change men. You ain't finna change shit about men. Men keep letting you know, baby, we not changing.
Yeah, I think most of the women, just to be fair, I think you're in the space. And I don't know if you're used to being in these spaces. I think you're in the space where most of the women in here, I know the women on this panel already think like that because we had these conversations all the time. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we're not debating. It's no argument at this point. I just think that the only pushback the pushback for me is I think it's extreme to say that no man can be taught. I don't care what you say. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Because you're focusing on yourself, which is
No,
what
no, I'm focusing on other men who have told me I've learned. So it's not me. It's other men who told me.
What have they learned, right?
They've learned the importance of unpacking their misogyny. They've learned that by doing so, it makes them better people. It helps them out in their personal lives. It helps them out with their wives. It helps them out in their job. Like, they live, this is what they tell me. So they learned the same thing that I've learned from it.
And how many of those, out of 1,000 men, how many of those, Amaya, come on now.
I don't know, 10, 20, I don't know, but to me, it's worth it. So that's what I'm saying. Whatever the number is, for me personally, it's enough men to keep me going. Like, I'm perfectly okay with, because I got a small platform. I don't talk, you know what I'm saying? I get 400-500 people in here. It ain't like I'm on, I don't got no 100,000 of followers, whatever. So if I'm doing that on this level, then I'm perfectly okay with that. Hopefully it gets bigger one day and I can talk to 100,000 people at one time. And then maybe you can get 1% of 100,000 people, which is 1,000 men to like, I'm perfectly okay with those odds. But all I'm saying is that I'm not under this. I'm not so jaded to the point to where and I understand, generally speaking, I understand women feeling like that. So I'm not trying to convince you. I'm trying to get you to give me the advice from your perspective, pretty much. Like, yeah, brother, you should just shut it down and don't even talk to these niggas.
No. Here's the thing. Listen, men are individuals. They are not communal. The male's journey is an individual journey.
But Marcella, wait, because that's a good point. But let me ask you this: if men aren't communal, then why do so many men we're in a cult of men all the time? So I disagree with that too. Men are very communal.
You're in a cult of men because guess what? Males hunt together, right? It's so packed in. Men don't fuck with each other. Like, y'all have bro codes.
Yeah.
A man, you think that you cool with a dude, but he's cool with you and you got a woman or a girlfriend. The moment that you stop fucking with her or your back is turned, what is he trying to do? He trying to sleep with your woman, right?
Maybe, yeah. It's not typical for me. I'm just being. I gotta be real because this is we're talking very personal shit now. Me personally, my homies ain't never got to see my girl.
Songs, come
on. But I know that happens. Yes, that happens.
Yeah,
yep, absolutely.
Let's keep it a buck because what's his name? If you think you're lonely now, and Sam Cooke, come on, you backstabbers by OJ's. This is typically what go on with men, right? They always. So here's the thing. What is community? Community is, Amaya, get down.
Yeah. Men is some thieving, conniving ass niggas when it come to your girl. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, in my personal experience, I know that that's not. I didn't have men trying to sleep with my girl behind my back, but
That's
in
what I'm
general,
saying.
niggas will. But Priscilla, what I'm saying is that I have been. I'm talking about my friends. I'm not saying like men, right? Men, I've been out. Men see me with my girl and then try to get at my girl when I turn my back. No doubt about it. Like that happens, no doubt about it. Men, some sneaky motherfuckers. Like I'm not for sure. We know men is on some weird, wild shit. They do that shit constantly. No doubt about it.
Okay, so here's the thing. You had Pimpin' Ken who was on Hardly Initiated, right? Pimpin' Ken lets you know that you got to prey on broken girls, right? Who come from broken homes. If the men were about community, if they was about community, then they wouldn't be preying on women and children within the community. They would actually be quote unquote protecting the community. But you can see with your own eyes that men ain't protecting shit, but they own damn ego and they own pockets. Okay? Men are not communal. When it's women are the community. Women and children are the community. Community means sharing. Let me give you the definition of community. Okay? Definition.
Priscilla about to make me shut down my page. She trying to convince me to stop helping you niggas right now. She told me leave you niggas in the dust.
Hey,
Just so we clear, Priscilla trying to tell public, leave these niggas in the dust.
what can you do to help them? Right? What can you do to help them? Right? A group of people living together and sharing possessions and responsibilities. Sharing responsibilities. Men don't want to share responsibilities towards the children. They don't want to have no obligation to nobody's children and barely even their own.
That's
But
facts.
a community would, because guess what? It takes a village to raise a child. Who typically does the child rearing?
Women.
Who typically does all of the cooking? Who typically does all of the sharing and collaboration? It be women.
Yep.
While men out there doing their own thing, right? So men are not communal. Women are, right? So all the male is doing is hunting to get his needs met, right? While he knocks up the woman with a bunch of kids, he leaves her to do the majority of the work, right? While he gets to feed off of the benefits of having multiple women who actually do bring value, right? So the reality, the men are trying to save themselves. They see where this world is going, and they're desperately trying to get women to continue to sacrifice themselves for men who can't make it on their own. And as a man, if you really a man, you would mind your own business and stop wasting your energy trying to save men who can't be saved. Because the man's journey is to save himself. Y'all are wired to destroy each other for opportunity for mating rights. As a man, y'all fight each other in the wild. They have something with the deer called a rut season. And during rut season is when the males, the males practice, right, a jousting match, right, to the death to procure mating rights. Their testosterone is pumped up during that time, and they go in for a battle to kill the other male for rights to mate with the women, to possess the female.
So does every male in every species fight violently for the right to have sex with the female?
Not every one of them fight. Some of them grape the female.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying, does that I don't like fucking black widows mate with the, like, they don't fight with other black widows.
No, they don't. But they do eat that male after he done made it.
I know,
After
I know.
he done gave a present, right?
Yeah.
Right.
She
He
eats
wrapped
him.
the gift.
But he doesn't grape her, and he doesn't fight
But
other
guess what?
men. So
That's being a
or male.
But that's being a simp to the average male. Tell a male a simp and he reject that. Because give a gift. Reward the woman, bring the woman gifts so you have an opportunity to be chosen. If a man do that in human society, the majority of men gonna call him a simp. Let's keep it a buck. A majority of men are calling Russell Wilson a simp.
Yep.
Because they don't want to do nothing for women, right? They would rather find a way to game women out of sex, right? Through different aggressive ways or manipulative ways, as opposed to quote unquote gift. Right.
Yeah. Earning
So
it, yeah.
here's the thing. The male behaves similar in all of these doggone species. The male cares more about sex than he do food. They did something with worms. The male worm. I'm telling you, I done looked into a lot of these doggone.
Priscilla, I'm sorry if you. I know you have been on my platform. I personally despise when we talk about all these random species and we cherry pick random species to be like this is what all males are like. When it's, I mean, clearly it's not what all males are like.
We can go down the list. Listen to me. No matter how you slice it and dice it, the male's biological nature is to seek opportunities to pass his genes along across as many females as he can. That is the male nature in all these species. In all of them. Right?
But that's not true though, because there's there's species that practice monogamy too.
Less than 3% of animals practice monogamy. Less than 3%. And humans are not among that 3%. Humans are not among the 3%. So if you look at the closest relatives, which would be chimpanzees and bonobos, you find out, first of all, your DNA, your human genome is about 96 to 98% in alignment with chimpanzees and bonobos. But regardless of that, the male behaves the same way in all of these species. So if you are seeing a consistent behavior across species, because humans are animals too. We're not superior to animals. For some reason, y'all think we are, but we not. We are mammals. Humans are mammals. Mm-hmm. So if the male is behaving the same way, then that tells you that there is a static nature or a consistent behavioral pattern for men that cannot be changed. Okay? So I wanted to say about the worm. What they do to the worm.
I don't know. You said we mammals, which I like. Let's stick to mammals, though. I don't want to talk about worms because worms are insects, right? I mean, they're animals, but they're insects, right? They're in a whole different thing. Let's not talk about
it.
The worm.
Doesn't matter if you're talking about a bird, a shellfish, a human male, a primate, a fruit fly, a dragonfly, a zebra, a lion. I don't care which one of these species you pick. The male behaves in very similar ways in all of these species. So why are we hell bent on trying to deny that reality? We're looking at human males behave.
Because I think that humans have proven to not to have been, you want to say evolved or whatever you want to say. We're just different. We have money. We have all different, like we recreate the tools that destroy our environment. Like no other animal does that.
Worse. That makes you worse.
But it's not about being better or worse. I'm just proving the point that humans are different in a lot of ways. So we could be different in this way as well. That's all I'm saying.
That you're not different there, because it's obvious that humans are so different that the male has taken his static nature that exists all across nature and made the shit worse. See, the duck might try to grape another duck, but the duck don't have the mind to create a sex trafficking ring like men do.
Yeah, because of capitalism, though.
No.
Because of a system that was put in place, or or for money, or for money in general, or for resource, you know what I'm saying? Because we created these systems of oppression, monetary systems, things of that nature, where physical exploitation is like, kind of, it's gonna happen, because that's one of the resources you could sell is your body. A lot of people sell their bodies in different ways, but sexually sell your body, right? Like, so at the end of the day, I think that most of this stuff is conditioning to me. You haven't convinced me that it's biological. I'll be honest with you. And I respect you, but we're going to agree to disagree on that.
I hope you didn't think that I was trying to convince you.
No. I'm just saying you haven't, because I was asking you to.
No.
It was my intention to have. I wanted to hear you make your point, so that for me, I'm saying I was asking you to tell me, like, let me know what was your perspective. I'm saying that I don't agree with that part.
Sir. First and foremost,
yeah.
One, I don't reason with males and try to convince them of anything, because two, men are disagreeable. You a man. You think you was the exception to the rule about being disagreeable? I expect you. Oh, whoa.
But women are disagreeing with you too.
Whoa, sir. You are a male. Males are disagreeable. So if you think that I thought you was the exception to the rule of being disagreeable, you got it twisted. I know you're going to disagree because it doesn't stroke your ego, even though I can prove through all of these scientific studies, I can prove it. You're not going to agree because you are a male and you are disagreeable. So of course, I'm not going to sit up here and waste my time trying to reason with you and convince you of anything. I'm actually talking to the women as I'm talking to you. Okay. So at the end of the day, the male is going to be the male, and y'all can't change. I don't expect for you to now turn around and be agreeable. I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I disagree with that too. That was that.
I mean,
you do realize, but you, it's not. I know this trick of like, you're a man, so you must disagree. But it's really, I just disagree because what you're saying doesn't make sense to me. I know that's gonna blow your mind, because basically you would have to also assume that every woman is agreeing with you, when clearly every woman doesn't agree with you. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's a weird.
Listen.
That's a weird conclusion to come to. It's like, well, he must be disagreeing with me because he's a man. No, it's just because I disagree with you. And Princella, hold on. And I only disagree with you on certain parts. I don't disagree with you overall. I disagree with you about most of it, to be honest with you. It's about specific parts. That's it. Not everything. I actually agree with the vast majority of what you were saying. I agree with the women are more agreeable. I agree with that women are on a higher point. Like all that. I'm with all of that. I agree on all of those levels. The parts that I disagree are we men are biologically unsavable. We just can't. We're just cursed. We're gonna be terrible for, like, I disagree with that. And I disagree with the part that the reason why I disagree with that is because I'm a man. That's pretty much where we're at right now. And I disagree that. And I also disagree that we're different. I also think we're different from worms. And I think we're different from birds. And I think, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a few things we disagree with. It's just, it is what it is. Like, it's okay. You don't like, and you could say you're not here to appeal to me. That's fine. It is my platform though. And we are talking and we are having I think a fair exchange of ideas. And I don't feel like there's any need for you to say, well, the reason why we disagree is because you're a man. I think that's a low blow. Right?
Well, I don't think it's a low blow, because at the end of the day, what you have is principle. Let me tell you something about principle. Principle is a fundamental truth that spans across multiple fields. So what I'm talking about is principle. There is a principle in masculine and feminine operation. There is a principle with this. The fact that you disagree with principle, which is a fundamental truth that spans across multiple fields, the fact that you disagree with that tells me that you're unreasonable in terms of being able to look out into the world and see the fundamentals that span across it all, right? So there is a fundamental nature between the male species. Does that mean that you're exactly the same? To try to put it out there like you're exactly the same as a worm, clearly you're not a worm. You got 2 arms and 2 legs. But your behavior that is rooted in your biological wiring for the male to pass his genes along is the same. It is the same behavioral pattern. And any male that chooses to go against that behavioral pattern is flexing a ungodly amount of willpower to go against it. That don't mean that ain't your nature. It doesn't mean that it's not your nature, which is the reason why the majority of men are failing, because this system requires them to go drastically against what's natural to them, which is in line with the majority of the male species. If you listen to the majority of males, the first animal that they want to tag themselves to is a damn lion. When you look at any of the martial arts forms, where do they get their inspiration from? They get it from other life forms. So to sit up here and say that there is no cross connection, there would be no point for anthropology if that was not true. Anthropology is a science that shows the connection between humans and the rest of the living species. The similarities. Just because you ain't fully the same don't mean that you don't have fundamental similarities across all these dang on species. So to deny that is being intellectually dishonest and just being disagreeable to be disagreeable.
Yeah.
It's either that or you just don't know. It's either being disagreeable for the sake of being disagreeable or you just don't know.
Okay, that's fair. If you think that, that's okay. Did anybody else want to say anything?
I just quickly, I agree with most of the espouse here from both of you. But if I can go back to the point about men not being teachable, if you will, the platform that I hold on here is smaller even than the Good Brother Public. And the things that I relate to fellow brothers is on a mental level. In fact, every Monday I try to do something of that nature where I talk about something different that affects the mental of men. And the conversation you was just having with Public Princella, where you said you don't think and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't think that there's any reason to do that because you don't think men are teachable. Do you think that on a universal level, or if there's something that I'm like what I just gave you an example of what I'm doing with trying to teach through the mental health aspect, do you think that's a worthy cause that can be completed, at least on a scale that makes a difference?
What I will say to you is that women have tried to get women who have been married to men, when their marriages are not going well, who is the first person to ask to go to therapy? It's women constantly trying to drag men to therapy, right? The collective of men don't think that there's anything wrong with them. They think they're perfectly normal. So this idea of telling men that they're broken and that they need to be fixed is not going to fall on the number of men who need to be reached to shift this thing drastically. It's not going to be men to do it. The great Malcolm X said, a nation can rise no higher than its women. So to continue to focus on men to believe that you can train and teach a man the way that you can teach and train a woman is delusion. It's delusion. Now you can do it if you want to, but I guarantee you, because the evidence is out here, it ain't gonna make no difference. The only time you gonna see a difference is when women close their legs. Not because y'all talking. When women stop busting that thing open for them, then you gonna hear some shit from men. And before men try to change their behavior, they'll try to get violent first collectively. So what y'all do with 10 men out of 1,000 or 10 men out of 10,000, that don't even matter. It really don't, right? Because the nation can rise no higher than its woman. And that will forever reign true.
So my only to that is there's not much that I disagree here with. My retort to that is that I'm trying to get the importance of a lot of things around the mental health of men to be taught as early as possible to boys from as early as they could truly absorb and understand a lot of these things. And something which we're seeing now, kids more and more, the generations, they're understanding more and faster than it have been in past generations. So if we're looking at it that way and we're trying to build the collective thought, the collective understanding that we need to understand and appreciate and prioritize the mental health of boys who are going to grow into men, is there change there? Or do you think the society, patriarchy itself, will overtake whatever that teaching is of those boys and, take it to what it has
No,
always been?
no, because patriarchy is literally a system that was created as a wheelchair ramp for males because of all of their impediments. I have a research paper that I found by a guy, by a psychotherapist or a child psychologist by the name of Sebastian Kramer. Sebastian Kramer has a research paper out here that's been out here since 2000, and it's called The Fragile Male. And he specifically speaks on the biologically wired in impediments, right, of males. So what I do, I'm not going to read near the whole thing, but I'm just wanting to give you a little bit of what Sebastian Kramer says to show you that this ain't no issue that can be fixed. So I'm not just saying this out of feeling. I'm saying this because the research backs it up. Okay? This is something that I've been studying and looking into for quite a while. So here's what Sebastian Kramer says. He says the human male is on most measures more vulnerable than the female. Part of this explanation is the biological fragility of the male fetus, which is little understood and not widely known. A typical attitude to this is a typical attitude to boys is that they are or must be made more resilient than girls. This adds social insult to biological injury. Cultural and class make a difference to the health and survival of boys. The data presented here have implications for the clinical management of male patients as well as for the upbringing of boys. Summary points. The disadvantages of the male are usually seen as socially mediated. Even from conception, before social effects come into play, males are more vulnerable than females. Social attitudes about the resilience of boys compound the biological deficit. Male mortality is greater than female mortality throughout life. The causes are a mixture of biological and social pressures. We need to be aware of both in order to promote better development and health for boys and men. So at conception, there are more male than female embryos. This may be because spermatozoa carrying the Y chromosome swim faster than those carrying X. The male's pole position is, however, immediately challenged. External maternal stress around the time of conception is associated with a reduction in male to female sex ratio, suggesting that the male embryo is more vulnerable than the female. From this point on, it is downhill all the way. The male fetus is at greater risk of death or damage from almost all obstetric catastrophes that can happen before birth. Perinatal brain damage, cerebral palsy, congenital deformities of the genitals and limbs, premature birth, and stillbirth are more common in boys. And by the time a boy is born, he is on average developmentally some weeks behind his sister. A newborn girl is the physiological equivalent of a 4 to 6 week old boy. The male brain is heavier with the larger hypothalamus, probably from the influence of a surge of testosterone in the third trimester of pregnancy, which also promotes greater muscle bulk. Similar differences have been observed in chimpanzees. At term, the excess has fallen from around 120 male conceptions to 105 boys per 100 girls. By the time a boy is born, the pattern seems set. Developmental disorders such as specific reading delay, hyperactivity, autism, and related disorders, clumsiness, stammering, and Tourette's syndrome occur 3 to 4 times more often in boys than in girls, although girls, when they have such a disorder, may be severely affected. Conduct and oppositional disorders are at least twice as common in boys. Genetic factors are known to play a part, varying from low heritability in conduct disorder to high in autism. But why are they all commoner in boys? None of these conditions is sex-linked in the classical sense, but Skuse et al. Proposed that the X chromosome does carry some of the burden on the social and cognitive deficits that are common to many, but not all of these disorders. So this is a longer research paper, but this is a biological impediment of men that cannot be rectified. It's a biological impediment. So when you're dealing with males who naturally have communication disorders, okay, they have a lot of men suffer from something called alexithymia, where they lack an emotional vocabulary. Talking about this shit and talking about some therapy is not gonna fix this. So this is one of the reasons why they created patriarchy, which is a wheelchair ramp to force women to help men with all of their biological impediments. And at this time, it is too much of a strain on the system to keep milking women dry to help men do some shit that they ain't capable of doing. So what I keep saying, you can't do it. No, you can't, because we're dealing with biological and neurological impediments that are native to the male. This is native to the male. This is not something that is socially conditioned. This literally is a biological and neurological thing that society is trying to fix by supporting men, giving them jobs, giving them money, giving them access to women, and all of that shit, right? But now that's out the window. And men are struggling.
I gotta let
No, that's all I got. Yeah, that's all I
Wait.
got. I'm about to split. I appreciate it.
All right, Jay, I
Y'all
appreciate
be
you,
good.
bro. I want to go to Ruthie because she was up here first. She's been waiting for a cool minute. I see you, Tara. I got you. Go ahead, Ruthie.
Hey, somebody, one of my mutuals just messaged me and asked if they could be brought up because they said that they have some sources to go, and I quote, toe to toe with Priscilla.
I don't really want to. I'm tired, Joe. I'll be honest. I don't even want to argue.
And I got a show that I got to do on my own.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all can go. If she want to do it, I'm sure you can find her on her own platform, and I'm sure that's what she. I don't even know if she'd be willing to do that on her own platform. But yeah, I don't want to argue. I don't want y'all up here arguing about that. But did you want to say something else, Ruthie?
I can't speak to the biological side of it because my degrees are not in that, so I'm ignorant on that topic. But what I can say is my real life lived experiences in this on this app and in real life. And I gotta say, when I'm on your platform, and a bunch of other people, we all be in the same like circles
Yeah.
basically. We have these same arguments where we're literally the women are pulling up stats, yourself included. We're pulling up stats and facts. You, Mr. Jones, all the ladies in here, and they're peer-reviewed journals, they're government documents, things that are actually like facts, not opinions, right? And the men will either get mad and start yelling, deflect. They will question the sources. They'll say that, right, or they'll bring up their own stats and data, but they don't know how to interpret or read it correctly. So it's kind of like misinformation. So I don't want to necessarily believe that men are biologically wired this way and there is no hope. But from my lived experience, it definitely seems that way.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with the feeling is definitely the feeling. Like I feel the same way. I feel defeated a lot of times. I had a discussion. I think it was this morning actually. And somebody when I was talking earlier, and some woman said that it was hard for her to not, like practice like misandry, right? Which is, we know is made up, but like, I get it, like to hate men. And I said that me too. I was like, even as a man, unpacking my misogyny, I too find myself sometimes like having to check like I'm going too far. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I be on that like, man, these motherfuckers, cause I really be on like when you see it, you can't unsee it. That's how it is. For me, at least. It's the same thing when I was religious and I unpacked my Christianity. I hated, I despised Christians. I despised Christianity. Like, I fucking hated it. I was so mad that I fell for it. You know what I mean? I was like, these niggas done tricked me and da-da-da. And so there are times when, and then I was like, that's not healthy. It's not healthy to hate a whole group of people. Like, it seems more productive to be like, yo, let's just help as many people as you can to unpack their religion like you did. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at. It's the same thing for me with misogyny. It's like, yeah, I definitely get to the point to where with men, I be on some like, these niggas ain't gonna listen. These niggas is lost. They not gonna change. They blah, 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 blah. Definitely I have those without a doubt. Without a doubt. I have those moments, right? But I don't think, I believe that it is possible to stop this shit from happening. I truly believe, because if I don't, then what are we even talking about? Let me just go on and pack it up. And I'm not even talking about my platform. I just mean in life. Like, why am I even trying to raise my son? I got 2 sons. Like, what am I doing? They gonna be fucked up anyway. Just let them be fucked up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, because that's where that logic leads you.
No,
It's like,
you can
well,
do the
okay.
best that you can. Train a child in the way that he should go, and when he grows old, he will never depart. This is how you train males. Frederick Douglass said, it's easier to build strong children than to fix broken men. I mean, how many times does a man have to come out here and say this about men for people to get it? If your sons are still young, you have a window where you can
That's
train
what, wait,
right.
but,
Yeah, but you talking about men. Ain't shit you gonna do for no 45-year-old man. Nothing you finna do for no 35, no 50-year-old man. It's easier to build strong children than it is to fix
okay.
broken men.
Okay.
Y'all
Now,
trying to
but wait,
fix
Priscilla. I'm sorry.
broken men.
Now I feel like we even getting closer in our, okay, cool. I'm with you. That's another part that I agree with. I'm with the kid. That's what, okay, cool.
But boys ain't men though.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. We were talking about males, but yeah, I got you. Boys ain't men. You saying that at a certain age, niggas' brains is like already conditioned and ain't nothing you could do. I hear you.
Well,
Which,
here's the thing: are the people that you trying to help boys? No, they not. You
no,
trying to
they're
help?
not.
No,
They're
you
men.
trying to talk to grown ass men. That's what y'all trying to do. So you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about because you're trying to talk to broken men. All these men keep telling you throughout the ages who men are, but for some reason in our delusional mind, we'll hear Frederick Douglass say that. We'll hear Galileo say this shit about men. We'll hear Napoleon Bonaparte say men are moved by 2 levels and 2 levels only: fear and self-interest. You hear this over and over. You see this. You hear Jordan Peterson saying this. The truth is the truth. It ain't changed. Throughout centuries, men keep saying the same exact shit about men. And in this day and time, you see with your own eyes and with your own experiences that those things that Frederick Douglass, Malcolm X, Napoleon Bonaparte, all these men say. Mark Twain said this. Mark Twain said that he said in so many words that you can't teach a man nothing either. And he said, maybe nothing will ever convince. Oh, he said it takes much to convince the average man of anything. This is what Mark Twain says. It takes much to convince the average man of anything. And maybe nothing will ever convince him that the average man is, that the average man is, or that the average woman is the average man's superior.
I mean, I don't even care. That's what I mean. I'm good. I'll be honest with y'all. My brain is shutting down. I'm gonna let y'all talk real quick. I'm gonna let Katie go and I'm gonna let Tara go. Priscilla, I appreciate you coming on. I gotta end this live soon. I'm fucking dying. I got a plate of food here. I'm about to pass out. Go ahead. I appreciate it. My blood sugar is doing something. I ain't even diabetic, but my blood sugar. Wow.
I did want to say that when I see in the comments people saying like, oh, Prince Ella's just saying boys will be boys, it just really shows and highlights the issue because women are taught to train men to put your life on My bad. My bad. Am I muting? Am I? Okay.
No, you're good.
All right. Our life on the line for a man. You are nobody. You're not anything without a man validating you. So when you live in a society like that, it's important for that to be deconstructed, that they are who they are, regardless of if you believe about the biological or whatever. But even with your own lived experience, you can see that when we talk about the problems in the community, men are constantly putting it on women. Constantly. So what's not clicking? That if they have an external locus of control, i.e. they blame everybody else for their problems. When you're dealing with that type of person, no matter what you say, they don't see themselves as the problem, so why will they ever change? And then when we talk about society, the same men who you're begging to protect you are the same men who you need the protection from. That is what needs to be unlearned, because in a patriarchal society, we put men at the top. And that needs to be deconstructed. There's no other way. So however way you get there, that's on you. But to just try to reduce it to, oh, she's just saying boys will be boys. No, that's not what she's saying. She's letting women know, because she said multiple times she's speaking to women, that your punani is not going to change him. You building with him and hustling and all these, it's not gonna change him. He's gonna be who he is. And when we talk about harm happening to women, the first thing that they say is, oh, what does she have on? Yeah, they're telling you to change your clothes because they know that other men are not going to change. So that's why you need to put some clothes on, right? That's what they say. They're saying the quiet part out loud. And I'll go on mute after that.
Let them knock their head up against the wall. I can tell you right now, if I see any of them that get an experience in this chat, if I ever recognize, they ain't getting no sympathy from me. Shit, you gonna learn the hard way. Shit, oh well. Hard
Shan,
head, take a soft ass.
Shan, was you trying to go? Did you say? I don't know if somebody said let Shan go. I don't even know Shan. I ain't heard Shan say nothing. Oh, there you go. There you go, Shan. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I am. Sorry, my kid. I'm trying to get to a quiet place. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah, I feel like I agree with what both of y'all were saying. It was like y'all were both kind of saying words. Oh, hold on.
People are saying they can't read the comments because of your shirt.
Get better eyes then, nigga. That's because y'all mean. Y'all can't read shit. You niggas can't read. The women can read it. What up, Mr. Jones?
I saw you invited me up earlier, but I got a
Okay, I'm
phone call
sorry.
at the
I'm back.
exact
I just
same
want to go
time.
real
Oh, go
quick
ahead,
because I
Shan.
got a
Go ahead.
short window of time. Sorry, I got a toddler here I'm dealing with. Yeah, just real quick, and I'm gonna drop. So yeah, I was agreeing with a lot of what Priscilla was saying, and I feel like I agree 100%. And I've said this on this panel several times, that it is not women's job or responsibility to try to get these men to understand anything, to try to teach them anything, because just like she said, they don't respect you, so they're not going to listen to anything you have to say anyway. I 100% agree. But if Public, who's a man, wants to spend his time doing that, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't think that that's a problem, because if they're going to listen to anybody at all, it's going to be another man. Now, if they're not going to listen, they're not going to change, that's fine too. So I agree. Like, I don't think it should be women's responsibility, especially this late in the game. Like, we've tried that, been there, done that, cut it out. Like the men that want to change and learn and grow, they are 9 times out of 10 already going to be coming to that before you. So it's not going to be your job to change him, because 9 times out of 10, if he wants to change, he's going to find that in himself, and he's going to start doing that work on his own well before he even, it's not going to take you to make him decide, oh, I should be a better person. And if it does, that's a whole other thing, because is he really trying to be a better person, or is he doing that just to get the reward, which is you? And then the minute you start rewarding him, is he going to revert back to who he wants to be? So all of those things should be considered. But I feel like if Public, a man, wants to spend his time trying to get these men to see the light, I don't see a problem with that at all, because if anybody needs to be doing that labor, it's another man, not us.
Yeah, I'm all down. You know, you already know I don't think this shit should be. I appreciate when the women come up here and talk and do what they do, but I don't expect y'all to do it, and it ain't for y'all to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all been doing it forever, and niggas ain't listening, and we know that. Everybody, we all know that. Everybody knows that. That's the point. Go ahead, Tara.
Okay, I was about to say, hey, how you doing, first of all?
Good.
Um, I kind of wanted to talk on the whole biological standpoint because I do agree that men in general have a God complex, right? Men have a God complex and they have low emotional intelligence, right? The low lack of self awareness, the lack of empathy, the poor social skills, not reading the room, can't accept this criticism, and that comes a lot from not being able to talk about emotions and like showing you being certain emotions are punished. That's really detrimental, right? And I mentioned before about how, based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, men are in the safety; they're stuck in survival mode. Because during your adolescent years, you're supposed to like form your identity, but you see that grown men, need validation from other men because they lack confidence. So I feel like that's the part where like men fixing their problems, it has to come from other men because of the patriarchy. They teach them to listen to other men. But when you say biology, that means that same concept will apply to boys, and it just doesn't. And I'm gonna be a little anecdotal here. I have a son, he's 14, right? And I'm not religious, so he's never been religious, so he doesn't have the subconscious of a patriarchal like religion, right? And it's like it and oh shit. And then there's other things too, like I speak on like being like when it comes to like what is it called, gentle parenting or conscious parenting, right? Not trying to have authority over your child, and not and using punishment and taking things away. Anything to kind of like assert your authority over your child can be very damaging, right? And it's interesting for me because I talk a lot, like, and hold on, before I say that, my son, because I'm like that with him. He doesn't have developmentally. They say that children have this need to like when they form an identity to rebel, right? We all rebel against stuff, but they go through this identity rebellion, right? But because I'm not pushing and I'm not trying to be the authority over him, there's no rebellion against me. And it surprised me because I talk a lot, right? And we used to have a commute that was like an hour in the morning, an hour in the evening. I would talk a lot. And then years later, we have conversations and he would say something. I'm like, well, how'd you know that? He said, oh, you used to say that. You said that. And it's interesting because he'd be sitting there on his phone, playing his game. I'm thinking he's not paying attention. He's actually listening to what I'm saying. So I think the thing we need to understand is that when it comes to boys, when it comes to children, it can be very damaging to saying this is biological. That's all I'm saying. Like, the problem is, I feel like fundamentally, as a society, we have experienced so much trauma we don't even see it, right? And as a society, we kind of like pushed, oh, this is what it is. This is how things are supposed to be. But even when you look at stuff like biology, anthropology, even psychology, whatever, those things change over time. We have things we have ways that we view things in the past, and it's evolved over time because we get new information. But if we are traumatized as a society and we're not healing from that, our critique of what the world looks like and how it's ought to be is when we based on coming out of that trauma. So I don't think that it comes biological. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I think when boys at a young age aren't fed these patriarchal views and they're allowed to be them full selves emotionally and all, and of course there's a lot of other things that go into it, then yes, they can achieve just as much as girls could achieve. The problem is when you talk about men, and if they are heavily misogynistic and has never been challenged and never been taught otherwise, yes, it does take another man, because again, that need for validation from men to add some correction. But the idea that it can't be corrected, I I, I think that's dangerous rhetoric. The reality is that men don't listen to other men. They listen to other men that they agree with. They might let a man talk because we know that they're afraid of other men, but let's not like in no way, shape, or form do men just agree with another man because he's a man. No, he will probably let him speak, but he only agrees with him if he will only listen to someone else that they agree with, i.e. the echo chamber. And it's also important to note that children, I believe it's like the age of 3, they start to mirror their peers. They stop listening to their parents because they start wanting to fit in with who's around them. So when we have a community of degenerates, that's what it's going to reflect, because you can do as the best that you want as a mother, the best that you can, but at the end of the day, you're not even with your child majority of the time. They're with their peers, and that is who they're going to mirror. That is who they're going to try to be like. So when that's the reality, that is why it's like, okay, trying to change grown people and all these other things, like, yeah, a man can try to do that, but only men who agree with him will adhere to his advice, because he's a simp. And don't they have names for men who they disagree with? So no, they don't listen to other men at all.
Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta get through everybody. I don't want the new people waiting for 30 minutes to talk. Go ahead, Mr. Jones. We start going back and forth. This shit ain't gonna never end. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Go real quick.
No, go ahead, brother. I want you to go, man. Because I want to get to you and Fatal Pros. Yeah, I want both of y'all to get a word in.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got to end it soon. I ain't joking. My wife just got home. I got to go.
Yeah. So really quickly, I mean, the first thing that I'm going to say is, like, I don't know where the conversation is currently. I don't know exactly what it is they're speaking on right now. I thought we were going to speak on the background.
Okay. Yeah, you can go. You can go after them. And Fatal Pros, you wanted to talk about what we were talking about before?
Yeah, peace, family.
Okay.
I just wanted to send you words of encouragement. Because like what you do every day on there, like it encourages me. I can't always get on, but I'm listening, and it encourages me as a man to keep moving forward. And if you're listening as a man and you're like trying to rage against what Princella said, like one, if someone can walk up to you and convince you that you can't love or that you're not teachable, that's nothing to argue with. Just prove that point wrong in your own individual life. It is all men until it's no men because of the society that we live in. So it makes no sense to argue as a man against a point that's corroborated by a lot of experience and a lot of evidence. But there's a big widening gap between evidence and impossible, right? So people overcome biological impediments every day and live incredible lives. We're not going to be ableist, and people overcome social conditions every day and live incredible lives. So if you're a man, and you're saying, well, wait a minute, I can be teachable. Just live that out in your own life and rage, and break down this system, and also overcome whatever biological urge you are confronted with that causes you to do things that are against a favorable outcome, because that's really what makes you a human being, is that you can have biological impediments or your quote unquote nature, and you can grow up in social conditions and still do things that are against both of those things, because you have a will, you have an intellect, and you have a consciousness. And those are the things that you need to exercise and develop and grow as a man. You have to be emotionally intelligent. So none of that stuff disturbs me. It's just a matter of, this is where we are. And as a man, you might have to be that salmon that's always swimming upstream every year or every day until you get where you need to be in the person that you are and your character. So the work you do is worthwhile. Don't ever stop. Get other men to do the same. And we just continue to move forward. It's not women's work to do. So, but it will help you if you listen to women. Me personally, and I'll say this about older men, right? Because it is easier to teach boys than men. A lot of men are not going to get this until they crash, right? So what you're doing right now is you're planting seeds. You're giving them information. So they can't say they didn't know, but it's not going to hit them till later. Yep. When you get divorced, when you up in a hospital bed and don't nobody come visit you, and when your children don't want to talk to you no more, that's when it's going to hit them. Oh, wait a minute. There might be something to this patriarchy that I've been fooled. I've been hoodwinked. I've been bamboozled. That's when that'll hit them, the older men. And if you talk to a lot of 50, 60, 70-year-old men, sometimes they do get it. Unfortunately, they're close to passing. So we got to get younger and younger and learn, because wisdom is learning from other people's experiences, not just your own. You shouldn't have to crash before you can say, oh, wait a minute, this isn't a, oh, I'm regurgitating white supremacist talking points. I should probably stop. You shouldn't have to, see everything crumble around you to get to that point. But some men are going to do that. But I appreciate you. And, much love to everybody in the panelists. That's all I had to say, man. Keep doing what you do.
I appreciate you, brother. Thanks, Fredo. Mm-hmm.
I do want to say this and then I'll go. Thanks for letting me out public. But I think that to say that men get it when they're like on a live bed, to me, that's not them getting it. Like that's them being desperate, but they're not. And then that's also them being fulfilling. Like that's for their own personal gain to want to quote unquote change. So I wouldn't even say then that they'll get it. So that's it.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Katie. Thanks for coming up. BPG, don't come in here with that shit. What up, Mr. Jones?
What's up? I'm an island now.
Yeah, man. Whew. That was a long one.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in earlier, but I got a phone call like when you was requesting me up.
No, you were good. You're good.
So,
I did.
yeah,
Yeah, you're
I had
good.
to take the phone call.
You're
I'm
good.
probably about to piss a lot of people off real quick though.
Please do.
I really don't want to though, because now I'm by myself.
What?
Yeah. I know. I do this all the time anyway. So listen, but I'm going to preface my statement saying that I'm not advocating that anybody live their life this way, right? But it's not part of the human condition to be monogamous. It's just not. Like, that's what science tells us. This is something that came about, and you know what I'm saying, there's plenty of evidence for it, but this is something that came about, you know what I'm saying, like during the feudalist system, and then was reinforced by Abrahamic religion, because they needed to know like who the children's father was or what have you, you know what I'm saying, in order to pass down property, or, mostly property. And so like, that's why you always hear red pillars talking about legacy. Like this is one of those things that is just, you know what I'm saying, like stuck with, the patriarchy, stuck with, capitalism is stuck with us, throughout the ages, but it's not something that like is natural to the human experience. In addition to that, like, and especially in indigenous cultures across the continent of Africa, here in what was Turtle Island, now we call it the Americas, ritualistic sex was a regular thing, like literally regular. And it sometimes it involved male and males, and sometimes it involved female and females, and people that held higher social positions, and whatever that tribe or that community's social hierarchy was, typically had multiple partners, whether it be man or woman, had concubines of, you know what I'm saying, sometimes the opposite sex and sometimes the same sex. And it was just, more of a free-flowing thing, because we are social creatures by nature. We are sexual beings by nature. And if we look at the animal, you know what I'm saying, the rest of the animal kingdom, because we are in fact animals, there's very, very, very few animals that are monogamous, you know what I'm saying, for a lifetime. But again, I'm not advocating that anybody live their life this way. There's a lot of in our current society, there's a lot of social benefits, you know what I'm saying, to being in a monogamous relationship, because the way our laws are structured and things of that nature.
What, Mr. Jones, can I ask you a question?
What's that?
What changes can social conditioning change biology?
Over time, yeah, it's called epigenetics.
Right? Okay. So, like when you said that people aren't hardwired to be monogamous, but
some people are.
I mean, let's just say humans in general, we're not, right? Let's just say that.
Yeah, it's not part of the human experience as in totality, no.
Yeah. But if we do practice it over generation after generation, then it could become a part of our epigenetics, right?
Yes, it would be something that we have conditioned ourselves to do. However, you know what I'm saying, like our animal instinct is, for a lot of people, our animal instinct is going to take over. Like, people are under the impression that like just men cheat, and that's hardly the case. Women cheat as well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's typically after, you know, after there's a breakdown like in communication, because oftentimes women will like emotionally cheat before they physically will, and men the opposite. But again, a lot of that has to do with social conditioning.
Yeah, but I think so. I think that's one part of it. But I also, somebody in the comments, like, my next question was going to be about STDs. Yeah. So initially, when human beings, you know, first were on this planet, you know,
that wasn't really a thing.
That wasn't a thing. But now STDs exist. So wouldn't it make sense to be monogamous to combat STD? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a like. So,
Sure, but I mean, I think that if you're practicing, you know what I'm saying, like having intercourse by ethical means, and, you know, being responsible with your sexual health, I mean, that's less of an issue.
No doubt about it. But I do think that the
problem is that
easiest
men
way
don't go to the fucking doctor.
Yeah, no, but I also think that the easiest way to combat STDs is just to have sex with one person and one person. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the easier way.
Yeah. No, that'd be the easiest. No, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. I think for me, because I have this discussion with my wife a lot, and she's an actual psychologist, and she, you know, she'll tell you too. Like, I might be extreme in this. I think very few things are biological, right? Like, I think we need water. I think we need, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain things for sure, but like when it comes to our behavior, I think very few things are biological. I think animals, whatever, are blueprints. I mean, are like computers, memory cards, if you will, with like, you know, like you upload data to them, and the data is found in our environment. So our environment creates, you know, our reality. You know what I'm saying? Or it affects our
absolutely. So like when humans, you know, began, when like the species began, Homo sapien sapien, I mean, it was a necessity to reproduce or replicate as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter, you know what I'm saying, like who you were doing it with. There was no unions or like lifetime unions or anything like that. It was, you know, make as many more humans as you possibly could in order to survive.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think for me, I think that's where it's to have these discussions as if it's definitive, because I don't think that what I'm saying is definitive either. You see what I'm saying? Because my point is, I think it's there. We can argue about. I'm saying academically they're arguing. It's not a case closed thing. Academically, it's not. It's not a scientific thing. Like, yep.
You talking about the monogamy thing?
Scientific thing. It's not like scientifically they're like, yep, this is what it is.
What do you mean? What are you talking about specifically?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. What's not a scientific thing?
Or about like just like human behavior in general. Like if I feel like oftentimes when I have these discussions with people, a lot of times people are like, that's just how we are. And I'm like, nah, we can change that. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I'm wrong, but like, I'm just always like, yeah, we can change that, because I've seen it change the other way. Like, we weren't like this before. Like, before the advent of money, before the advent of these social systems or whatever, the world was different. Somebody invented it. Somebody, you know, put it on, you know what I mean? Forced it on people.
Right.
Like a small group of people invented the worst things that, you know what I'm saying, that happened in the world. Now, we as people as a whole, yes, most of us prop up this system. Don't get me wrong, right? But it only took a small group of people to create these fucked up systems, to create these fucked up conditions. So
compared to the rest of the population of the rest of the world, it was a very small group of people. But you have to remember, like, this small group of people came from a land that was like lacked resources. So they had to fight like their own children, their own family members, their moms, their dads and stuff, that for access to food, water, shelter, so on and so forth. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like it shaped their worldview. That's why you see this small population of people circumnavigating the globe, colonizing everything.
Yeah, but I also think that, but I mean, even before capitalism, feudalism was a terrible fucking system too, right? It just hoarded all the resources and sent it all to the top, to the barons and to the kings and queens in the land, and that was it. And everybody else fucking was, got the scraps and crumbs or whatever, right? And they would come to your farm and take all your, your bushels of wheat or whatever the fuck you were, you know what I mean? And they would be like, hey, yeah, we need this to feed our massive army or whatever, so that we can go out and conquer more, whatever it was. Like it would. So I'm just saying, like all of these systems were created. All the ones that are oppressive were not of human nature. Kings and queens are not human nature, right? I don't believe in that at all. I think human beings are very social in general, right? I think men and women are social beings. I think kings and queens are an invention. I think that's a made up shit. I don't think that that's something that humans are predisposed to. But I think that over time, you know what I'm saying, over thousands of years of kings and queens, the system of feudalism, this system of or this idea that the resource is going to the top and then trickling down to the bottom has done something to our DNA. Where now you have generation after generation of people that's just like, that's just the way it is. You see what I'm saying? So I have a hard time believing that we can't turn it around. That's it. And I think that when I have these discussions and people are trying to tell me otherwise, that's when my brain shuts down. Like, I'm like, really? Like, really? Like, we just give up. Like, yep, everybody's fucking terrible. Human beings are just like, cause I know you've heard it a million times in political spheres when you talk about undoing capitalism.
That's just how humans are. That's just how we
they'll say,
operate. People are just greedy. None of those things are true.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I don't subscribe to any of that stuff. I think that stuff is bullshit. Like, I think it's straight up bullshit. Like, I hate it. I hate that idea. I hate it. I don't care how bad society is. I will never, ever, ever buy into that. Ever. I will never buy into that. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't care how much pseudoscience you try to substantiate or show me. I don't care about what fucking random book you've read. Like, I don't give a fuck. I will never believe that, ever. There's nothing you can do to convince me. I will die believing that we can change as human beings. Like, that's crazy. I think that that's dangerous to say that all men are this way and there's nothing we can do. All males, by the way, just so we're clear. It wasn't just men, it was males. Just so we're clear. I think that that's crazy. I think that that is dangerous. And I think that that is very self-defeatist. Very, very much. I think that I don't believe in that. I don't buy that. So people can say whatever. They can say, oh yeah, you just don't buy it. And okay, cool. Whatever. Say whatever. But I'm always going to believe that we can change and we can be better and society can be better. Because what the fuck are we doing? If
Here's the thing that I think a lot of people miss, right? Here's the thing that I think a lot of people miss. In order to change a person, you have to show them, like, quite literally how, you know what I'm saying, like, how it will benefit their life and or save their life. It is one thing that I can tell you is biological, you know what I'm saying, is innate in human beings, is survival. Like, we have a natural survival instinct. And so if you can show somebody, you know what I'm saying, and for some people, it may take longer than others. If you can show somebody how it'll, benefit their life and or save their life, that's how you can start to change people's minds. But listen, people are constantly telling me, people in my social circles is constantly, because, I come on here and teach every day. Yep. They're like, oh man, I don't even know why you try with these conservatives. I don't know why you try with, what I'm saying, these men. I don't know why you try with, these homophobes, transphobes, whatever, like capitalists, so on and so forth. Because if, what I'm saying, like, if I change one person's mind and they can change one person that cares about them or they care about mine and so on and so forth, then eventually we can change the world. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not a nihilist, and I'm never going to have a nihilist attitude. I'm never going to say, oh, but this is the way it is, and throw my hands up in the air.
That's very nihilistic, very, very much. And I cannot stress how dangerous that is. It's pretty dangerous. Honestly, it is. But yeah, hey, Mr. Jones, I appreciate you coming up, bro. I'm about to end the live.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, fam. Per the usual. Oh man, what am I eating? Chipotle. I'm smacking, per the usual. Knocking down this Chipotle. Woo! So real quick, let me shout out everybody. Shout out to all the mods. My mom's held me down. My mom's held me down today. Y'all got us to 211,000 likes. Bang the cash out one time. Shan told y'all. The greatest mods on the planet. I appreciate the mods. I appreciate all the subs, all the new subs, all the old subs. Just so y'all know, check for it. I'm gonna do a sub. I'm gonna do a sub only live. Yeah, I'm gonna do a sub only live. I'm gonna have my wife on with me. I'm gonna make the video for it, and I'll let y'all know. Go hit the link tree. Men, I got a survey for you in there. Please fill it out if you can. I would love to have the discussion. I will. Whatever you share with me. First of all, I can't see it. It's a closed document. No, I don't know who you are. It's anonymous. Go hit that thing. It's in my link tree. Please go hit that. It's gonna be on my link tree. It's in my link tree. Fill it out if you can. Wait, how do you sub? Let me go to it. You got to hit the sub up at the top, the star thing. So yeah, I'm gonna do my, we gonna do that. Y'all go do that and sign up. I'm sorry, and go, please fill that form out, to all the gentlemen. It's some questions in there. I will read your questions. We will have a discussion. What's my girl name? The girl that was in here earlier. Please, y'all, we trying to get her to 200. I don't even know if she ever hit 200. She got lost in the sauce. If she hit 200, I'll have her up tomorrow, and we're gonna have a discussion with her tomorrow. Shan finally subbed.